welcome to the November 17th Game and Fish Commission meeting. I appreciate all of you participating through Zoom, and we'll try to make sure we get everybody's comments as necessary possible. We sure appreciate it. First of all, I'd like to start the meeting like we traditionally do by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we would rise, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you guys very much. All right, I'm going to read a little something here to start the meeting. In light of COVID-19 and the safety of all commissioners, game and fish employees, and the public in attendance at this meeting, we are holding this meeting entirely virtual via Zoom. To those watching, if you did not send in an advance comment sheet prior to the start of the meeting, but would still like to comment on an agenda item, please do one of the following. If you are on Zoom via your computer, you can send a chat to the host with your name and the agenda item you wish to comment on. If you are listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov. That's wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Make sure to include your name, phone number you are calling from, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last commission meeting in Thermopolis.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the meetings from the previous meeting in Thermopolis, the minutes.
I'll second.
Been moved by Commissioner Rael and seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept the minutes of the prior meeting in Thermopolis. All those in favor? With this vote, we'll just
Aye.
voice vote. Opposed? Okay. Brian, you're up. From here on out, for the audience, the commissioning will be taking roll call votes on any matter that we do vote on.
All right, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I've got a fairly detailed and lengthy director's report here this morning. I will be as concise as I can. So first of all, I wanted to just give the commission an update on the department's current COVID posture and what the department's doing now in response to the recent spike in our state. As you may recall, we early on in the pandemic, we reduced presence at our offices. We had several of our employees teleworking, and we took several precautions at our facilities across the state at regional offices, as well as fish hatcheries and other department buildings, and also the Cheyenne headquarters here in Cheyenne. So when during the summer, when COVID had less of an impact, we increased the manning at our offices up to as much as 75% of our employees, and that worked for several months. Here recently, with the spike that we're having, I've directed the leadership of the department to do several things. First of all, we have a mask requirement at all of our facilities, and basically for anybody, public or employees, that are moving about in the common areas, employees are only allowed to take off their masks when they're in their individual workspaces and in coordination with their supervisor. We have also, I've encouraged our leadership to reduce our presence at offices to the minimum extent possible to be able to keep the doors open. So we have more employees teleworking now than we have since the beginning of the pandemic, and that's fairly recent. I've directed our employees to follow the CDC guidelines with regards to face coverings, washing hands, and maintaining social distance. And as you'll notice here in the room today, we are all wearing masks and remaining 6 feet apart. I've asked our employees for 3 primary reasons to be vigilant to these guidelines and sensitive to the situation we find our state in. I realize that there are multiple perspectives and differing views on how citizens of our state should respond to this, but I've asked our employees to be leaders in their community and model good behavior with regards to following health directives and health orders and just good, responsible best practices. for a lot of reasons. We need to keep our doors open and continue to serve our constituents. Wildlife still needs managed. We still have calls for service from our public, as well as calls for service to take care of wildlife that have some kind of a need. There's still people on the roads. We still have wildlife injured. We still have hunting seasons going on. And so there's still need for our folks to be out in the field managing and protecting wildlife. Secondly, we owe it, I think, to our state to help reduce the problems that are happening right now with our expanding, the bulging of the capacity of our healthcare system. And certainly we have seen across the state, hospital capacities are stretched right now. Healthcare workers are stretched. Our governor's had to ask folks to come in from outside of our state to help augment our healthcare workers in the state. And so I think that we all have a responsibility to try to help with that situation and not be a part of the problem. So with that, we'll continue to monitor this. We've got currently a small number of active positive cases within the department. Our human resources folks are paying attention to that closely and tracking that so that we can evaluate trends in the department. We'll continue to monitor this and make adjustments as we need to in a responsible and a prudent manner. Shifting gears, I wanted to bring to the commission's attention certainly something that everybody on this commission has dealt with. I can say for your entire time, and the commission before you and the commission before them dealt with their entire time, and that's the issue of grizzly bears. We've certainly taken a lot of efforts and a lot of initiative in our state recently to bring awareness of the issue, both politically as well as amongst all of our constituents in the state. And you will see that the December version of the Wyoming Wildlife magazine is a special issue, and it's dedicated to the grizzly bear. All of the background information, all of the efforts that we have taken as a state, as all of our constituents have taken, as our leadership in our state have taken to try to return management of grizzly bears back to the state. So anyway, this issue, I hope you'll enjoy it. I think I've had a chance to review it. I think the communications team has done a bang up job of putting that together. They worked hard with our field people to make sure they had good, accurate data. And so this was a team effort from across the department. And we're looking forward to your feedback on the magazine in December. So we do know that, I think many of you are aware that we recently engaged in a more of a public outreach with regards to feed grounds. And we did an internal department webinar here last week. And that was really intended to gain some additional knowledge for folks in the department that may not have as much awareness of the issue. It's become much more prominent. It's risen to a level of being, even though it's located in the northwest part of the state, it's become an issue of statewide importance. And so I wanted our employees to have some resources so that regardless of their discipline, regardless of where they work, they could have an opportunity to be knowledgeable on the issue. Megan will make sure that all of you have the link to that webinar. It was very informative. We had all the experts present information on how we got to where we are, and a lot of the science that is currently out there on feed ground management. I encourage you to go take a look at it. It's long. It's about 2.5 hours long, but it really does a good deep dive on the issue. We, oh gosh, I think at the January meeting, you all asked me to run through our department leadership team the idea of enhancing our policy and planning efforts and to look at reclassifying a position to create a policy and planning chief. And we have made a selection, and we're going to be able to announce that information here this week. We're just in the final throes of finalizing the process. One thing I wanted to make the commission aware of is the communications section had a great idea on a new way to engage our public on issues that they're interested in, and in kind of a newer generation way of doing business with Facebook Live. And so on a monthly basis, We are conducting Facebook Live with the director, and we bring up a different issue each month and have guests come in and be a part of the discussion. It's facilitated by our communications crew, Sarah Dorenzo and others. And so if you got time, she sends that out every time we're going to have a new one. We just did one yesterday, and I encourage you to tune in and watch. It's interesting to see some of the questions that come in from the public. The last thing I have before I turn this over to Alan is I'm going to pitch an idea to the commission here today that I ask for your support for in creating I'm going to call it for right now, I'm going to call it a wildlife task force. Over the last decade or more, there have been a number of issues that have come either before the commission or have come through the legislature in the form of legislative bills that have addressed specific issues that are of high public interest, but are complex and are very difficult for a body in a short amount of time to be able to make a final decision on. And so, and I'm going to talk about what some of those issues may be, but the thought behind this task force would be to bring together a group of people from all over the state, run by the commission in coordination with the governor and the legislature, but to bring together a group that could spend a year studying these very complex issues that are very intertwined. One of my conclusions has been that as an example, when preference point bills have come before the legislature, I can remember 6 times in the last 10 years, because it's addressed on its own and not with all of the other licensing issues that also have impacts from any decision that's made with regards to preference points, it never comes to any kind of resolution. It doesn't lose public interest, but it never comes to any final point of resolution. My thought here is that if we are able to put folks together and consider all of them at once, since they're intertwined, that we may have better luck. Senator Ogden Driscoll, many of you know, is a proponent of this. He came to me here a month or so ago and talked at length with me about this. And I really feel like Senator Driscoll has got the best interests of Wyoming and the commission and wildlife in mind when he brought this issue up. And I think it was very thoughtful. We've considered this in the past, but never generated enough support to be able to push the thing over the edge and get it moving. So anyway, some of the issues that we've talked about, and I want to caveat this with, certainly any group effort has to have open the opportunity for the group to bring ideas forward too. And so this is not mutually exclusive. This is not a complete list. These are just some of the things that I know have come up over the last several years that I still hear about from our constituents. I think that are still important issues for us to come to some resolution on. Preference points, I mentioned that. The issuance of landowner licenses and how that is conducted. The allocation of resident and non-resident licenses. The allocation of leftover licenses. The reissuance of unused but returned licenses. So when somebody, the one-shot antelope hunt was an example where we had several licenses that were not able to be used, but it was after the draw. And so we don't have a legal mechanism to reissue those licenses. Certainly choose your weapon is something that we hear about a lot. And then access to landlocked public lands. That's just a smattering of ideas that are very interrelated, that are very complex, that are very contentious at times as well, that I think could be addressed by this group. One of the things I feel very strongly about is that this group should be focused on policy and public allocation decisions, and that the science of wildlife management should continue to remain with the commission and the department. The other thing I would point out is that the charge to this group that I will recommend is that the commission chart, and I'm recommending this as a commission appointed group in consultation with the legislature and the governor. But the outcome of this group would be recommendations that would come to the appropriate body, whether that be the commission or the legislature or the governor. I think at the end of the day, it's very important to set clear expectations up front, and acquiescing any authority that the commission or those other bodies may have now is certainly not within our purview, and it's certainly not my intent. My intent is simply to put together a group of interested people who can really do a deep dive and gain a better level of understanding of these issues, and maybe come up with some new ideas on how to resolve them. And if not, to be at a point where we can say this was studied hard by the right people, and this was the conclusion and the recommendation they at the end of the day made to the commission, the legislature, or the governor. As far as some of the scope and the workload, I think again that if the commission's comfortable with us moving forward with this idea, we can work closely with you to chart out the scope and the charge. I've got a draft of that now, and I've also got some ideas on membership that we would be able to sit down and talk about. So just to this point, some of the membership that we've talked about, and we have been cognizant as we've reviewed this, and I should mention, I have visited with the governor about this, as well as as Senator Driscoll, as I indicated, as well as the senior leadership department here, the senior leadership team here at the department. We're cognizant of the fact that if groups get too big, they can become unwieldy and very difficult to manage, and very difficult to bring together to form any kind of a cohesive set of recommendations. So right now, our focus and my recommendation to you is that we look at about a 14-member group. I think that the president of the commission and myself should both be members of this group. I think the president of the commission should chair it. I think we should have 2 members of the House, 2 members of the Senate, and obviously we would need to work with them to determine who they wanted to appoint. I think it would be good to have, because it's so directly related to sportsmen and women, that having up to 3 sportsmen on the group, I think is important. I think a couple of agriculturally based landowners is important, an outfitter, and potentially even a member of the public who doesn't necessarily have a real deep passion for these particular issues, to provide some outside perspective. So that's a draft of some of the brainstorming that we've done. I have spoke with the president and the vice president of the commission about this to seek their guidance. And with that, I would just ask if the commission, I'm looking for some direction from the commission, and certainly want to answer any questions any of you may have.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Brian?
Mr. President, just a comment. I think it's an awesome idea. I think it's something that we should definitely pursue and get the ball rolling on this, something like this. I think it's great opportunity for all of Wyoming recreationists.
Thank you, David. Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President, so Brian, I'm pondering what you just said. I would like to make a motion here in a second and move this forward so we get going. I think these are critical issues we need to study, and we need to get this process rolling and get it done in an efficient, nimble, workable way. So I guess my question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? If I were to make a motion, I guess my druthers would be to go ahead and set the membership of this task force today via the motion. I mean, we can't identify the individuals, people that will serve on it, but I think we could set those slots like you've identified today in the form of a motion. So what are your thoughts, Mr. Director, about including that in a motion?
I think that more specific direction is good, and that is helpful because, you know, if the commission is supportive today, we plan to move forward with recruitment here very quickly. And so if you lay out in the motion exactly what you think the membership should look like, that's helpful.
Mr. President, the other option would be to, you know, set in the motion that the president of the Game and Fish Commission and the director of the Game and Fish Commission are members of the task force. The president will be the chair, and then allow you to set the parameters and report back to the commission. And I can go either way, but I guess I'm kind of inclined to just set the membership of the commission today. And my reason in doing that is, you know, we got to learn from history. I think it was Governor Meade appointed an incredibly large task force to study revenue streams for wildlife management. And it ended up being in excess of 20 people, and it stalled out, and, you know, a huge amount of time and resources, in my estimation at least, were wasted because the composition of the committee, as well as the large number of people on the committee, prevented them from reaching consensus on the important issues they were studying. So I think if I set it out today, then that might be solved.
All right, thanks, Pat. Commissioner Schmed, you've been wanting to comment?
Yeah, just I mean, I'm all for this idea. I think it's a great idea. I concur with Pat that the sooner the better we get something started. One question I had for Brian was, when it comes to the sportsman side, you mentioned a couple of sportsmen. I mean, am I trying to say Wyoming's a big state, and there's a lot of different sportsman issues around the state. Does two sportsmen, do you think that's going to cover it from a sportsman point of view, or should we have a few more sportsmen involved in there to get views from basically from every corner of the state? Or do you think that might get too confusing?
So my recommendation, Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, is that we have three that kind of hold that spot. But I think one thing to remember is that there are other members that will certainly have the interests of sportsmen in mind, because of, you know, who they are. Certainly, there's other members that I talked about here that would have at least some kind of gauge as to how sportsmen feel about some of these issues. But if we went to three, I think, you know, that's my recommendation. I'm willing to go either way, though, whichever way the commission would like.
Okay. But I do fully support your idea, Brian. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Brian, why don't you list down again the membership that you're proposing?
Okay, so first of all, the president of the commission, the director of the department, 2 members of the Senate, 2 members of the House, 2 agriculturally based landowners, 3 sportsmen, 1 outfitter, and 1 I'll call at large that doesn't have a particular group or a particular interest.
Would that be the final one, the 1 at large? Would that possibly be what we've considered a non-traditional type user?
Yes.
Okay. Comments on that?
I think it's a good idea.
Commissioner Crank, did you want to make a motion regarding this?
So, Mr. President, I would move that the commission direct the department to establish a wildlife task force to study over the next 12 months, I guess, public access issues, licensing issues, and any other issues identified by the commission or the task force. They may find issues that really are important that they need to study, and I think we need to give them that discretion. My motion would include that the membership on this wildlife task force would include the president of the Game and Fish Commission, the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and that the president of the Game and Fish Commission be the chair of the Wildlife Task Force. I believe that, and my motion includes that the task force would include 2 members of the Wyoming House of Representatives selected by the House of Representatives, 2 members of the Wyoming State Senate selected by the members of the Wyoming State Senate, 3 sportsmen. And I think Mike's idea is maybe we should try to select those so that they're kind of geographically divided throughout the state. 2 agricultural based landowners, 1 member of the outfitter industry, and 1 member that is, we'll just call the public at large. And the idea is that that would be some type of non-traditional type of user. I mean, not a hunter or fisherman necessarily, but they could be, but someone that brings that different perspective for the task force. I would, if at all possible, the commission, my motion would include that this task force work very hard and start as soon as possible and try to complete their work and provide recommendations to the commission, the department, the Wyoming State Legislature, and the governor's office within the next 12 months.
Got all that, Sheridan?
Yes, sir.
For a second?
I'll
I
second.
would second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner Crank, seconded by Commissioner Burt. Any more discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I just realized that I forgot a recommended member. Certainly, if you can consider this as an amendment or not, but one that I had down, I did my math and I was off a little bit. But anyway, the 14th member would be a county commissioner from somewhere in the state.
Are you amenable to that, Commissioner Crank?
I would so amend my motion.
How about you, Commissioner Byrd?
That's fine.
Commissioner Schmidt has a question.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I was doing the math too, Brian. And I saw that you were 1 short of your 14. So I was going to recommend 1 more sportsman to get 1 from each corner of the state. I don't know that if that would, I mean, if we'd done that now, that would put your group to 15. But I would certainly like to see that, to have 1 sportsman from each corner of the state.
Any more discussion on that? I suppose you could take that under advisement on that final one that's the one at large, Mike. All right, seeing no more discussion, I'll call for the vote. Sheridan?
Commissioner Crane,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwick,
Aye.
Commissioner Rael,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
So one thing that I will do is I'm going to be pretty aggressive about this, and the president and I will get together soon, but I may be able to update you and run a list by you. We have a 1-item meeting in December on the phone, and I may be able to, I'm going to shoot for being able to bring back a list of names for the commission to consider at that point. And before we make a final appointment. If we're more aggressive and we can get it done quicker, we'll call a special meeting. I think that keeps everybody informed of what we're up to.
Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President and Mr. Director, I assume there'll be some kind of public solicitation that will go out in the next short time frame to let everyone know that this task force is being formed, and so people that want to apply and want to be part of it can apply, and then that's where you and the president will make your selections from. Is that accurate?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, that is exactly right.
Any other comments? Richard, Commissioner Ladwig?
I would like to compliment the start of the Facebook Live. I watched that yesterday. It was very interesting. It was very well done, and I think if that was the first one, there's only better and greater things to go. But congratulations to everybody that was involved with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ladwig.
Excuse me, Commissioner Crank?
Mr. Director, could you or John Kennedy update us? It seems to fit in this part, but where are we at on the redesign of our website? I haven't heard anything about that in some time.
So Commissioner Crank, I will have Deputy Director Kennedy talk about that right now. And then the very end of my director's report is there was 3 issues that I wanted the Fish Chief to update you on that I know you've all had interest in. So I'll ask Deputy Director Kennedy to address the website, and then Alan will be up next.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Commissioner Crank, good morning. We launched that website improvement team. They have met at least once since it was launched. Director Nesbitt and I have asked Rebecca Fitzgerald to chair that committee. She is on the line, I believe, and she can give us an update on where they're at. I can tell you before we hear from her, it is an aggressive time frame. I've asked Rebecca and the team to put together enough information for us to go out with an RFP to secure a company that can do all this work for us in a timely manner. And I see Rebecca, so I'll turn it over to you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank. Yes, the website redesign has started. We are putting the final touches on the RFP now, working with ETS. We have sent out some preliminary surveys. You will also be receiving one in the coming days as well, public. And keep in mind, this is the first of many public surveys that will be done. Part of the RFP that will be soon, hopefully with ETS's blessing, hitting the streets in the next few weeks will include a component where we're asking for additional help with soliciting public feedback and comments through a variety of methods, including not only the initial survey and consequently additional surveys, but focus groups, etc. So that's where we're at. As Deputy Director Kennedy mentioned, the timeline is aggressive, and we are working forward with that. And the delays have simply been in the review process with some of the internal workings, but getting solid feedback now and working forward diligently to move forward.
Commissioner Crank?
President, I would just comment that I just think it's critically important as we redesign our website that we have real and substantial and robust input from the public, because they're the people that use it. And I continue to receive almost at least monthly comments about how bad our website is. And so, that those are our customers, and this website needs to work for them. So I'm glad to hear that there's going to be, I hope it's significant. I hope it's robust, that we really talk to the people who use our website and find out what they need and what they want and what works for them. And as much as we can give them that, we do so. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for Rebecca? Okay, thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate it. John, do you have something else?
Alan, Chief Osterlund is up.
Okay.
There we go.
Good morning, Commissioners, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So there's three things I wanted to update you on. One of them was rapid response plans for AIS, Boulder Hatchery, and then the water well up at Du Bois. So I'll start out with rapid response plans. You may recall that we had 23 waters that we're developing rapid response plans on that we identified as high to medium risk around the state that might have the potential for infestation. And we spent the last year doing that, and they were completed. The drafts were completed in July. Since then, the crews have been reaching out to stakeholders like the Bureau of Reclamation, state parks, marinas, landowners, local businesses in the communities, BLM, Forest Service, to try to get any input they might have on the plans. And they've asked for that input by November 30th, by the end of the month. And then we'll incorporate any kind of comments that we can or feel necessary to incorporate into plans by January 1st. Then after January 1st, we'll start into our public comment phase and public outreach phase of the plans, and then hopefully have the plans to the commission at your July meeting for your review and approval. So, any questions on that one?
Any questions for Alan? Okay, thank you.
So the next one is the Boulder Hatchery update. We had a couple of briefings on this one. Just a quick update. Everything is, excuse me, going well up there. The personnel at the hatchery have been really impressed with the contractor. He's really diligent and conscientious. So here's where we're at on the two different phases of the project. Power and communications are substantially complete. Right now, they're erecting the power poles that are going over the highway, and then the lines will be going underground from there. Right now, Rocky Mountain Power is installing the power to the transformer. The communication installation will start about 4 to 5 weeks. Most of the concrete up there has been poured down in the flood control part of the project. And then we'll have to put the building over the motor and for the sump. Most of the piping is in. Some of the drain type tile stuff has to be put in yet. But the bottom line is they're progressing well, and we're looking to hopefully have be on schedule. So one thing I will mention on that is that they have had some delays that have slowed down things a little bit because of ability to get parts. Everything COVID is moving slower, but the contractors continue to work out there and doing other things while those are coming in. So.
Any questions on that for Alan?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Then lastly, on the Du Bois water well project, you may recall Guy gave a presentation back in the spring on some options there, and one of them was a well, and then some different technology type options that he's still pursuing as far as cleaning out the water. One of the concerns is that the production of that well has been decreasing over time. So we're really interested in looking into another well. So right now we chose a vendor. Guy had estimated the cost of that to be about $15,000 for a hydrologic study, and to look where they might be able to get water. We have some reports from 2000 when we put in the other wells, but we need to look into that further and see which formation it might need to go into to get quality water and amount of water that we want or need. So we chose a vendor, WWC Engineering, and they came in with a quote under $15,000. So the contract is at the AG's office. And once they get the contract from the AG's office, they can proceed, but they know they're going to get the work. So they're ready to proceed as soon as they get that. And they hope to have the information early in the year of 2021. And then we'll report back to the commission on their findings once we get that. So.
Any questions for Alan on the Du Bois project? Okay, thank you, Alan.
Thank you, President Duby.
Thank you. Anything else, Director?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, we'll go on to the next agenda item. Mr. Kennedy?
Okay, Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt, the next agenda item is to, as we do at this time every year, to set the commission meeting dates and locations for 2021. The department and the leadership teams put together some suggestions for your consideration today, and I'll just run through those, and we can do it by commission meeting and location, if that's okay with you, Mr. President.
That's fine.
Okay, for January, we would propose January 27, 28. That's going to be in Cheyenne. That's a Wednesday, Thursday.
You want to go this individually? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, I think let's do that by meeting
How does
location.
that work for you all? Yay or nay?
That's fine.
Works for me.
Mike,
Perfect.
Richard?
I have an appointment on the 27th, but I can change that probably.
All right, thank you. All right, I guess that looks good.
Okay, thank you. March commission meeting, March 16, 17, that would be in Cody. That may include a Hall of Fame, that's yet to be determined. And it would include some strategic new commissioner orientation stuff just to prepare for the April season setting. Again, March 16, 17 in Cody.
I have a question.
Okay.
How is the appointment of new commissioners going to work if they change the session to like May?
So, Mr. President, members of the commission, the governor can make those appointments and then they can serve for up to 1 year without Senate confirmation. That's happened before. So they can make the appointments even if there's no sessions.
Thank you. How does March 16th, 17th work for the rest of you? All good?
Good.
Green beer sounds good.
Commissioner Crank?
John, from our retreat in Du Bois, that orientation session, I hope, is dramatically revamped, as we discussed in Du Bois, to try to get the new commissioners up and running and ready to go, kind of much different than we've done in the past. So is that the plan? I'm not going to be there. I'm sticking my nose in your business, but I thought we all had pretty solid agreement that would occur.
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, absolutely. We're going to just do some very minor strategic elements for that. It's not going to be a new commissioner orientation. We're just going to be sure to cover some things that'll help new commissioners with the season setting. And then we're going to be proposing next commissioner retreat at the camp again on June 1 and 2 to hold the main orientation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, was that thumbs up on March 16, 17, Cody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. April 19, 21 in Jackson, 19 through the 21st in Jackson. That's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And we are proposing to do a half-day tour in Jackson. And that will be season setting.
Any comments? Richard, thanks. Everybody else? Galen?
I think it'll work.
Mike?
I can make that work.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Okay, as I just mentioned, June 1, 2 at the conservation camp. That would be another retreat / new commissioner orientation.
Galen? Richard, thanks.
That'll work.
Thanks. Mike?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. July commission meeting, July 13, 14, and 15 in Sheridan. That's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Thank you, Galen. Richard, good. Mike?
I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, for the September meeting, we're proposing to hold that meeting in Douglas on September 8 and 9. That's a Wednesday and Thursday. That would include landowner of the year.
Thanks, Galen. Richard, thanks. Mike?
Good.
Perfect. Thank you. All righty.
Okay, and finally, November commission meeting. We are proposing to hold that meeting in Riverton on November 16 and 17, a Tuesday and a Wednesday.
Thanks, Galen. Richard, thanks. Mike?
I'm good.
We're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. The department recommends that you approve the proposed or the commission meeting dates and locations as proposed by the department.
Thank you. Commissioner Crank, Commissioner Rael, you're surely welcome to participate as well.
Mr. President, I'm disappointed that you set those at such far locations, so I can't hang out in the parking lot and send you advice from the parking lot about how you're messing everything up.
Your phone seems to work. Okay, number 4 on the agenda.
All right, Mr. President, we have an opportunity to present several service awards and then also awards to some of our partners from outside the department. So first, I'm going to recognize Mr. Chief Game Warden Rick King here this morning for 20 years of service. Rick has become known to you for the most part over the last couple of years, but actually Rick's one of those employees that started at a time when most game wardens had to spend a few years as an AWEC employee. So 20 years is a misnomer. He's actually been serving for about 23, I believe, about 22 or 23 years. Rick has been certainly one of those folks that represents our agency extremely well. He's kind of the mold of the department employee, extremely professional, always works to get things done above and beyond any of the expectations that have been set forth. He spent his career in, I think he's worked in 5 of 8 of our game and fish regions around the state. He's been all the way from Newcastle to Lovell to Mountain View. And then, he spent quite a bit of time in Laramie as the regional wildlife supervisor there. Rick has had a particular interest and has done a lot of good stuff for the department with regards to how we engage the public. He has a real passion for that. He's taken the lead role for the department on many of our efforts. He was the first one to really get engaged in this collaborative learning process that we started, 9 years ago or so. He's worked closely with the university on a lot of those similar kind of efforts. He is, you guys have all come to know him too, is just rock solid when Rick speaks his mind, and he's not a man of a lot of words, but what he does speak, you better listen to. I'll tell you a little story about Rick. When he was a baby, we called him baby water wardens. I got assigned to be his training officer one weekend on the lake, and I don't know that Rick ever really knew that was going to be part of the job when he started. And we started at a place that was very busy at Guernsey Reservoir. And one of the first things that Rick got to deal with that day was a drunk guy riding a jet ski backwards in a small little cove. And I'll never forget seeing Rick King's eyes being about as big around as saucer plates, wondering what he'd really gotten himself into. But you know what? He went from there and was out in the field, was an exceptional law enforcement officer, was an exceptional wildlife manager, very good with the public, very good with landowners. One of his landowners was Commissioner Rael. And so Commissioner Rael, I'm sure can remember when Rick was up that way.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So anyway, my honor here today, we're doing these completely different because it's virtual, but here's my virtual handshake for Rick. Congratulations, Rick. And I'd ask for a round of applause for Rick.
Congratulations, Rick.
All right, Rick, it's on you now to do the same thing with a couple other employees.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right,
Yes.
thanks. So it's my privilege today to recognize 2 of our Wildlife Division employees for their service to the state. And I'll start with Matt Lynch, our Warland Game Warden. And Matt, there you are. Thanks for joining us virtually from Warland. I want to recap briefly Matt's career. So Matt started with us with the department in 1990. He first worked for us as a biological technician and then as an enforcement and damage aide in 1991. And in 1992, he was appointed to serve as the Warland Game Warden, and he served there ever since. So 28 years roughly as the Warland Game Warden. And in that entire time, he's only tried to float 1 truck down the Bighorn River. So no, but Matt, so a lot of you have had the privilege to see some of Matt's work or hear about Matt's work. Matt's one of those guys that his brain's just always going at about 10,000 RPM. And usually what he's focused on is ways and means to get kids engaged in the outdoors and provide hunting and fishing opportunities for kids. And Matt's work really in that regard is exceptional. It's Matt started a program known as the Paint Rock Hunter Management or Hunter Mentor Program in 2000. In that program, he had kids with adult mentors spend about 2 weekends a month for several months. They covered a range of topics from shooting skills to outdoor ethics and wildlife management. And at the culmination of that hunt, they went on elk and deer hunts on private land. Those young hunters had about a 90% success rate. That wasn't enough for Matt. Later on in 2006, Matt partnered with the Turkey Federation and their Jakes program and instituted another youth program that involved about 50 to 60 kids ranging in age from 6 to 16. They participated in a variety of outdoor activities, including canoeing and spin casting, wildlife identification. A really great program. Again, that's not enough for Matt. He continually looks for new opportunities and he's very creative. In 2008, Matt started a Young Hunters Care program. Matt, again, brought a variety of kids together. He actually personally paid for doe fawn licenses so these kids could hunt on some private land near Hyattville. And they worked to process some of their harvest and donate that to a local food bank. Lastly, Matt had another project where he a group of kids that he worked with worked during the summer at some odds and ends and purchased turkeys again to give to families in need. So in between all of that work with youth, Matt still is able to carry out all the many duties of a game warden and do those exceptionally well. I just wanted to take a minute to highlight one case that Matt worked on that involved the wanton destruction of some very large trophy deer down there in his neck of the woods. Matt worked really hard on a case, developed a case from just very little to go on that led to the conviction of an individual that actually led to 3 convictions of what we call our our winter range statute, or 102D. That's the statute we use for charging someone when they take a trophy game animal out of season. That actually resulted in felony charges, the first of their kind in Wyoming. That, again, an exceptional case. So with that, I want to thank Matt for his dedicated service and recognize him for 30 years of service to the state of Wyoming. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next up, this isn't on the agenda, but I just wanted to take a minute to recognize Dan Till. And Dan, if you can turn your video on, there you are. So Dan Till is set to retire. I think today is your official last day of work. Is that correct?
Correct.
So Dan, many of you recognize Dan. Dan's worked out of our worked out of the Sheridan office for the last several years of his career, but before that he was in Buffalo. Dan started his career with the Game and Fish Department in 1981. And again, like many of us, he spent a lot of years as a seasonal or temporary employee. So his first job with us was with our old research and development division in Yoder, where he worked at the bird farm. Or not at the bird farm, I'm sorry. He was with research and development in Yoder. He spent 3 summers there. He spent winter as a temporary elk feeder in Jackson, and then did a stint as a game bird technician at the Downer Bird Farm. In 1989, Dan was hired as a biologist in Cheyenne and transferred to Casper in 1990, and then to Buffalo in 1993. And he served as our Buffalo wildlife biologist for a lot of years, and then more recently stepped up and took on the role of our Sheridan Wildlife Management Coordinator. Dan's done a tremendous amount of work for us. He currently serves as our co-chair of the Mule Deer Working Group. He's been very passionate and engaged in big game work, particularly with mule deer and other issues that we have going on in the Bighorn Mountains. For those of you that have spent any time around him, you know that Dan is a professional in everything that he does. I think one of the things that he'll be remembered by the most is just his ability to interact with anybody and everybody regarding wildlife issues in a professional manner. They're really, no matter how angry or upset any particular constituent is, I think once they interact with Dan, they leave with a newfound appreciation for the department and our professionalism. And Dan has done an exceptional job in interacting with our constituents over the years. So, Dan came to us. He was looking to come out west all those years ago when he set foot to become a wildlife biologist. And I think we're pretty dang lucky that Dan found his way to Wyoming. And so I'd like to wish him the best and thank him for 38 years of service. And I hope now you have a little more time to chase birds and big game and do all that fun stuff. So congratulations, Dan.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate the kind words. It's been an honor to serve in this position, and I appreciate everything the commission and the department employees do for Wyoming wildlife. And I hope to stay involved and see you down the trail.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
Chief Osterland.
Okay. President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, it's my honor this morning to present a 15-year service award to Travis Trimble. And I see that Travis is on, so if you could turn on your video so folks might be able to see it, Travis, that'd be excellent. Travis began his career in the culture section, and Travis currently is the assistant supervisor of the culture section. But he started out his career at the hatchery in Du Bois in the summer of 1996 as a temporary. From there, he moved to Auburn in 97, 98. And then he went to the spawning crew in Pinedale, the summer of spring, summer, fall of 99. He was permanently hired as a culturist at the Du Bois hatchery in September of 2001. From there, he was promoted to Du Bois hatchery senior culturist in June of 2008. And then he lateraled to Wigwam hatchery in June of 2012. And then in June of 2018, he was promoted to his current position as assistant culture supervisor. Some of the things that Travis concentrates on is development, infrastructure type projects, distribution. He supervises a distribution crew, and then spawning crew located out of Pinedale. Travis is extremely talented culturist, very innovative. You know, I've presented some of the things in the past years of the culture section, what they're doing. They continually impress me on their ingenuity and their dedication to providing the fisheries resource to the state. And Travis is key to that. He's an extremely hard worker, very intelligent, and we're extremely lucky to have him, and appreciate his willingness to step up into his current position. Is pretty demanding, overseeing all those projects, but he does an exceptional job. So thank you, Travis, for all your hard work and your dedication to the resource and your 15 years of service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Travis.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate that. No, I really appreciate that, Alan. Thank you very much. And no, it's been quite a ride, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And you know, I'm looking forward to, you know, several more years. So good to be a part of this. This is a wonderful agency, and like I've told everybody, you know, that I work with, I truly believe that, and love working for this agency. And yeah, I just can't say enough great things about the department, and just look forward to working many more years.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
All right, so I now have the distinct pleasure to be able to recognize all of you. So out of 21 WACWA member states this in 2019, this commission was selected as the Commission of the Year. And you know, certainly extremely well deserved, but you know, your actions have spoke loudly across the West. And I can tell you, when I go and represent our department with other states around our country, either regionally or even nationally, I'm always very proud when I listen to you know, what other folks have to say about their commissions and the boards that they work with. I'm always very proud to be able to talk about all of you, because I can say hands down, all of you and the commission that we get to work with here in the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is the best of the best. And there is no better. And I have the opportunity to interact with a lot of people, a lot of directors from other agencies. And I will just tell you that your engagement and the things that you've accomplished, and I'm going to go through a list, speaks for itself. The specific things that were highlighted and recognized in your selection for 2019 was all of the work that this commission did, and the leadership role that you took on migration corridors, the leadership and the role that you've taken, and the allocation of resources, financial resources that you've initiated with regards to big game crossings, the money and the emphasis and the focus that you've placed on big game research, your focus on chronic waste and disease and trying to take a leadership role on chronic waste and disease in the West. All of the millions of dollars, 5 million just recently, and just since 2015, and on the ground habitat projects, the work you did on the mule deer initiative, all of the leadership role that you've taken on grizzly bear management, hunting and fishing access. If you look at the numbers and the amount of access, 2 million acres of access across our state, and the focus that this commission have, you've given the department very clear direction that that's a high priority for us when we bring projects to you. And I think that's borne itself out in some really positive results for all of our sportsmen across the state. All of your work with outreach and education, the expo when we could have it, the work with the conservation camp to promote opportunities for kids to be engaged in wildlife and the outdoors, the work with Inspire a Kid, the department's Inspire a Kid initiative. This, you know, and this is important. I mean, this is going above and beyond. This commission has taken a leadership role and allocated resources to the Wildlife Fund, which is becoming exactly what the commission envisioned, and that being a foundation that can work towards providing really important resources to important wildlife projects across the state. And our, you know, Commissioner Schmidt is the president of the Wildlife Fund Board of Directors, and that board has really, just in the last year, just really taken off and is doing great work. You know, we went for many, many years without a strategic plan that was a true strategic plan, and this commission provided the resources, the direction, the guidance, and the focus for us to be able to get where we got with something new, and it's taken us to a new level. It's really helped us to allocate resources to the right priorities and to really have a good, you know, the department and the commission are synchronized. And we have a relationship that is envied by many people, because we can have some really hard discussions, and at the end of the day, everybody's intent is to do the right thing for wildlife and the citizens we serve. And so it is just absolutely a pleasure for all of us. I'm speaking on behalf of our entire department to work with you, and I'm glad that WAFWA was sought smartly to recognize you as the Commission of the Year. But regardless of whether they would have or not, certainly from the perspective of this department, you're the Commission of the Year every year. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner,
Thank
Director.
you.
We are not an island unto ourselves. We are nothing without the department. So we appreciate all your efforts as well. And I also want to give a special thanks to Commissioner Crank, Commissioner Ryall, as they are part of the second Commission of the Year awards. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks, Brian.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Crank, you need to unmute yourself.
Oh,
So I just echo your comments, Mr. President, that, you know, we get to do good stuff for wildlife in Wyoming and our sportsmen because we have an amazing department. So we would not be very we wouldn't be successful at all without them. So I just echo your comments. It's great to work with great people.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, so Mr. President, I've got two more awards I want to talk about here. So do we have Jill Tawn? Is she able to join us virtually?
She is on there and should now be able to unmute.
I'm on.
All right. Hi, Jill. How are you today?
Good, Director. How are you?
Very good. This is not exactly what we envisioned, but you know what? We're going to do our best today to recognize your outstanding service to our state. 25 years working for Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and she has quite a list of accomplishments for our great state. You know, she really fits the mold for Rocky Mountain Elk. She tirelessly promoted elk, wildlife habitat, migration research, and public access, and that was a hallmark of her 25 years. She as she always does, would be very quick to credit all those people that she worked with for these accomplishments. But I'll just tell you that it takes leadership and it takes a lot of hard work and dedication. And that was Jill. She served as the regional director here in the state for 25 years, but listen, this is really cool. 6 of her 14 years as a regional director, Wyoming was the #1 state in the nation in dollars raised for that organization, raising over $20 million for habitat research and hunting heritage projects. She oversaw a program which contributed to 333 projects that improved over 500,000 acres of habitat across Wyoming. And she also contributed to the state grant program and led over $600,000 of support for hunting heritage projects during her 14 years in Wyoming specifically. You know, think about the smallest populated state in the nation, and now we have elk, and Jill could tell me how many states, but it's far over half of the states have elk in them now, including states like California. And 6 of those 14 years that she was here, Wyoming raised more money than some of those states that have, you know, 25 or 30 times the population that we do. That reflects both Wyoming's people, but it also reflects Jill's hard work, because they don't part with their money without a little bit of influence and a little bit of pushing. So some of the real important projects that I know she's proud of is Devil's Canyon of the Bighorn National Forest, one of the first projects to protect 1 million acres. The Cocoa Bell Access Project on the west side of the Tetons, Grand Canyon of the Black Hills, the Wyoming Migration Initiative and the associated research projects, launching Women for Wildlife events in Wyoming, providing support for the Game and Fish Department's Access Yes program. And you've seen RMEF in front of you many times presenting one of those big checks. She participated in 4-H shooting sports and was always helped disabled hunters in the field. Very infectious personality, very dedicated, passionate person. She knows how to pull together a group. And, you know, the least we can do, Jill, as you retire from your great career with Rocky Mountain Elk, is recognize you. We've got a plaque here that you will receive. You probably can't see it very good on the video, but I'll read it to you. It's the Excellence in Conservation Award presented to Jill Ton, Senior Regional Director for Western Wyoming Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department recognizes the outstanding contributions Jill Ton has made towards the conservation of Wyoming's wildlife and wild places 2020. So I would ask for a round of applause for Jill.
Well, thank you, everyone. I couldn't have done what I accomplished without the awesome volunteers and every person in the state that's ever bought a raffle ticket for us or attended a banquet or bought a membership. Supporting Wyoming Game and Fish has always been a priority with me, and doing things for Wyoming's wildlife. So thank you so much. I'm truly honored that our members of our project advisory committee nominated me for this award, and I accept it on behalf of all the RMEF volunteers in the state and my husband, who now has to deal with me 24/7. So thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you,
Thank
Jill.
you, Jill.
So, Mr. President, the last recognition here this morning is another one of our very close partners, Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation. They're certainly no strangers to the department. We've had a long time, decades old working relationship with this group. They have provided significant contributions to a lot of different projects around the state for many, many years. And, you know, their mission is putting sheep and kids on the mountain, and certainly very well aligned with Game and Fish's mission of conserving wildlife and serving people. We are fortunate in Wyoming that we've got such a good, strong Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation group. You know, we have the crown jewel, in my view, the crown jewel sheep herd in the Rocky Mountains, and we have a crown jewel organization made up of some awesome volunteers from all over the state, a good board of directors that has invested heavily in wildlife in our state. Today, we wanted to recognize them. We're going to show you I don't know what you call it. It's kind of a plaque, a big heavy plaque that will go up to the conservation camp because they were the single highest contributor, donator to that program, or to doing the work we did at the conservation camp. They donated $30,000, and so this plaque will go up at the camp. I'll read it real quick. The Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation donated considerable resources to the 2017-18 Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp renovation effort. The Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation's purpose is putting and keeping kids and wild sheep on the mountain. Their vision embraces youth and education as a vital component of wild sheep management. Their donation perpetuates that purpose and furthers the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's mission of conserving wildlife and serving people through the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. So with that, I would ask for a round of applause for them. And then I think their new executive director will be up.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning,
Good.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. On behalf of the current Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation President, Zach McDermott, our longtime Executive Director, Steve Kilpatrick, and the entire Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation Board of Directors, we want to thank you so much for your kind recognition. And in return, we want to thank you for all the work you've put into the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp and the opportunities that it brings for wildlife education and outreach to the public and youth of Wyoming. This project has not only served to strengthen our partnership with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Commission, but it also helps to meet our mutual goals of getting youth involved and excited about wildlife and the outdoors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Doobie. I have a quick presentation if about the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, if you guys don't mind. I'll share my screen with you guys.
Okay.
Okay. See if I can get it to work. All right, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Great. All right. We are really appreciative of the opportunity to share with you a little bit of information about the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation and what we do for the benefit of bighorn sheep in Wyoming. I'm also really grateful to be able to introduce myself in my new role as the executive director. My name is Katie Cheesebro, and up until October, I have been working for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as a habitat biologist. So I am really excited to continue to work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the Commission in this new role. Sorry, having some technical issues here. All right, so just a little bit of background about who we are. The Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation chapter was established in 1983 and is still going strong nearly 37 years later. We're operated through a volunteer board of directors of 11 very dedicated folks who really care about Wyoming's bighorn sheep. And we're supported by an incredible membership of approximately 800 folks. Of these members, 575 are life members, and these memberships help support the on-the-ground projects we fund for Wyoming's wild sheep. Additionally, these memberships are very affordable and accessible for anybody to join and be a part of this, our mission. The chapter is extremely proud of the conservation fund that was started by the department alum, Gary Butler, that has generated a permanent endowment that focuses on habitat research and youth. And that goes hand in hand with our chapter's motto, which is to put and keep both kids and wild sheep on the mountain. Understanding the long-term goal of sustained healthy sheep populations depends both on the future depends on future generations of conservationists to continue all this good work. Now, I know that Doug McWhorter gave you all an excellent and thorough presentation on the state of bighorn sheep in Wyoming back in September. So I'm just going to touch briefly to refresh your memory on what's going on with bighorn sheep As you can see from these graphics from WAFWA, the historic wild sheep ranges and populations have retracted significantly since post-settlement. Historically, there were estimated to be about 1.5 million to 2 million sheep across North America. And through 1850 to 1960, those numbers decreased to about 25,000 sheep. Since 1960, we have tripled those numbers in North America to an estimated number of about 85,000 sheep. And as you all are well aware, there are really complex challenges and issues that face our wild sheep herds, including disease, habitat fragmentation, and the like. So these maps should look really familiar to you. I borrowed them from Doug's presentation, but you can see that the bighorn sheep situation in Wyoming mirrors that of what's happening across North America. The large contiguous ranges of bighorn sheep have retracted post-settlement until 1960, where bighorn sheep population estimates were down to about 2,500 sheep. Through the very hard work of wildlife managers throughout the state, our current bighorn sheep numbers have just about doubled to an estimated 6,000 sheep. This is in part due to sheep translocations, habitat management enhancements, and advances in our ability to estimate populations and define sheep ranges through collar data. So as you are all very likely aware, bighorn sheep management is expensive, but we feel that they are well worth the cost. In 2019, Wyoming's bighorn sheep management costs were estimated around $2.3 million annually. Tag revenues were approximately $180,000, which were likely less in 2020, given that there were fewer tags to sell. Other revenue come in from application fees, conservation stamps, as well as federal and other grants, and that comes to about an estimated $1.7 million per year. So if my math is correct, this leaves us an estimated shortfall of approximately $500,000 annually in managing bighorn sheep in Wyoming. And this is really where partners like the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation come in to help with some of those management costs. The Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation has 2 rounds of grant and aid funding annually. We're currently reviewing winter 2020 grant and aid projects. Thus far, we've invested over $1.7 million in projects since 1988, and these funds have been used to leverage millions of dollars in funding from other partners as well. Through these projects, we've created lots of partnerships and collaboratives which help us maintain these efforts. Additionally, Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation works really closely with the Wyoming Governor's Big Game License Coalition Bighorn Sheep Committee. And through this program, 5 bighorn sheep tags are sold throughout the country to support similar projects and goals. And often project proponents will seek funding from both the Sheep Foundation and the Wyoming Governor's Big Game License Coalition to cover their project costs. Both the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation Grant and Aid Program and the Wyoming Governor's Big Game License Coalition fund a wide variety of bighorn sheep projects, including habitat, research, monitoring, education, and outreach efforts. So as you well know, disease transmission between domestic and wild sheep may be one of our greatest challenges to bighorn sheep management in Wyoming. As such, the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation has worked as a collaborative partner in the statewide Domestic Bighorn Sheep Interaction Working Group that was formed back in the early 2000s. The goal of this group has been to maintain healthy bighorn sheep populations while also sustaining an economically viable domestic sheep industry. The efforts of the chapter, Steve Kilpatrick and Kevin Hurley in the past to encourage sheep operators to consider allotment buyouts near important bighorn sheep herds have been really successful. We continue to fund wandering sheep monitoring efforts, whether through flights or collars. And a lot of time and effort have been put forth by the chapter and Steve in coordination with the Game and Fish to mediate that Owl Creek bighorn sheep overlap issue, to try to come up with a solution that's workable for both the landowner and helps maintain the bighorn sheep herd. We've been a really big supporter of habitat projects that help to support and expand our bighorn sheep populations throughout the state. I'm a firm believer that without healthy habitats, we can't maintain healthy wildlife. So some of these projects include prescribed burns, invasive plant mitigation, especially cheatgrass, meadow restoration projects, an installation of guzzlers and water features, analysis of bighorn sheep diets and fecal analyses, habitat monitoring and analysis, conifer removal projects, fertilizer trials, and bighorn sheep habitat selection and color analysis. And oftentimes these habitat projects have far-reaching benefits for multiple species. Our funded grant and aid projects include those that help with population monitoring and management. So that includes some of the translocations that have taken place, both the original transplants into Devil's Canyon, and then from there, Devil's Canyon transplants to other herds throughout the state, like the Ferris Mountains. We've contributed to population estimate flights, including emergency flight funding when we are seeing wandering sheep. We've helped put money towards population estimate techniques like fecal analyses. A lot of money recently has gone to collar studies, looking at movements and migrations to help define bighorn ranges and track movement around domestics. And we've also put some money towards mountain goat flights as well. Given the challenges that our wild sheep are facing, it's very important to us to continue supporting bighorn sheep research. Over the years, we've supported statewide efforts to do disease surveillance and research involved with that, lamb nutrition and survival, population dynamic studies, looking into bighorn sheep genetics, pathogen genotyping, movement analyses, and habitat selection. We have talked about how important education and outreach is for the chapter and for the Game and Fish Department. And it's an ongoing interest for us, and we have a lot of partners in this. One of our biggest partners is the National Bighorn Sheep Center out of Du Bois. We put a lot of money towards them and encouraging their outreach efforts. So that includes Camp Bighorn. We help support the Outstanding Teacher Award. We present 2 teachers a year with those awards at our annual banquet. The Outdoor Expo with the Game and Fish Department, and outreach efforts at the National Wild Sheep Convention. We also support the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in their outreach efforts. As we've already discussed, the Whiskey Basin Conservation Camp, Sabile Research Center. We've supported an internship there for a student studying bighorn sheep. And some of our efforts with the schools, the Game and Fish's efforts with the encampment school and Jordan sites in particular. We've also taken part in the Whiskey Mountain Bighorn Sheep Collaborative, the Teton Bighorn Sheep Collaborative, and we continue to do education and outreach through our publication Rampage, which our Deputy Director, Dean DeGeno, does an incredible job of putting together and putting out twice a year. Dean also works on our website, wyomingwildsheep.org, and we're hoping to kind of up our social media efforts here in the future. I've mentioned that our membership is super active and involved, and when we put the call out to take part in volunteer opportunities, they really show up and they put their work on the ground. Many hands make for light work, and this group is great at that. Some of the types of projects they've been involved in over the years are guzzlers, stackyard fencing, helping out with captures, research, fundraising, and outreach efforts. I was involved with a guzzler installation this summer, and I was just blown away by the participation and the hard work of these people. And it really shows how much these people are passionate about sheep and their willingness to partake. It's great. So the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation is able to continue contributing to Wyoming's wild sheep due to our fundraising efforts and the generosity of our supporters. Our traditional fundraising efforts have generally been associated with our annual meetings and the auctions and events that we have at those meetings. We have incredible donors who provide us with auction items from hunts, rifles, gear, artwork, and the such. We also see really generous donations from folks both inside and outside the membership to our conservation funds. These traditional in-person fundraising events have been fairly limited this past year due to limitations associated with COVID. So we're continuing to conduct raffles of hunts and rifles on our website and hope to promote these further using social media. In the past, when we've received generous donation of commissioners tags, we've really generated a lot of funds that we've been able to put back into game and fish department projects and statewide bighorn sheep efforts. And all of the funds that we are able to raise, we put back into these sheep efforts, and they're again leveraged by project proponents to generate more funds and partnerships for this important work. So the chapter is currently looking to explore new fundraising opportunities as we adapt to the current situation and kind of make up for those shortfalls with our lack of in-person fundraising efforts. And again, I just want to highlight all the incredible partnerships we have with the National Bighorn Sheep Center, the National Wild Sheep Foundation, other Wild Sheep Foundation chapters across the country. Steve Kilpatrick has done an incredible job of tying in with some of these other groups like the Eastern chapter, the Midwest chapter, and involving them in our fundraising efforts and kind of adopting sheep herds here in Wyoming. We work closely with the University of Wyoming Cooperative Unit. We help fund a lot of Kevin Monteith's research. We partner with the Wyoming Migration Initiative and our federal partners, the BLM, the U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And certainly the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is probably one of our greatest partnerships. Doug alluded to this in his presentation, but it's a really unique relationship that we have with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And we appreciate being able to work so closely and to help out where we can and where we're needed. So really quick, I just want to give a rundown of kind of what our next steps are. We want to continue working with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department on herd-specific management needs document that will help us direct our fundraising efforts and the fundraising goals for both the department to get the things they need done to help keep sheep healthy in the state. We will continue to fund our grant and aid projects. As I mentioned before, our winter 2020 grant and aid projects are under review right now. We are having a modified winter meeting. We're not having a big winter meeting where we go on a field trip and see sheep and do our seminars. We're just going to have a board meeting and hopefully explore some of these future fundraising opportunities and what we can do to adapt to the situation. Hopefully by June, we'll all be back to sitting in a room together and chatting about hunting and sheep. And one of the things that we do is the Burgess Junction Bighorn Sheep Summit. And that's a meeting between the Wyoming Sheep Foundation and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, where we sit with field managers and talk about the issues facing Wyoming sheep. And in the past, commissioners have been invited and attend this meeting. And I think it's really valuable. And if any of you can attend in the coming year, hopefully we can make that happen. And again, our summer meeting is also in June, and we're hoping that we can put on our regular convention at that time. But in the meantime, we'll continue advocating for Wyoming's wild sheep and working closely with the department. Unfortunately, since we aren't in the same room and we can't chat, if you guys have any questions or ever want to contact us, certainly you can contact us through our website. You can email info@wyomingwildsheep.org. You can email me directly at katie@wyomingwildsheep.org, or you can contact any number of our board of directors who are available across the state and would love to chat with you guys about wild sheep. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any, and if I can unshare my screen, I will here.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. Any comments for Katie? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. I have 11:24, so 11:34. Commissioners, you can, down your left-hand bottom of your screen, you can mute yourself and stop your video while you're taking your break. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Let's reconvene the meeting. A little housekeeping before we move on. We do have to vote on the meeting dates and locations for 2021. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
A second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Schmidt, seconded by Commissioner Byrd, that we adopt the department's recommendations for meeting dates and locations for 2021. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, now let's move on to number 5. Mr. Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. Have 2 land projects on the agenda this morning. The first one, Megan can go ahead and put the map up when she's ready, is at our Treasure Island public access area. We have a parking area there, a boat ramp, a couple of pedestrian bridges that cross the North Platte River. This public access area is located about 10 miles south of Saratoga, just off the highway there, 230, as you can see in the map here. And Megan, you can go to the next slide. But as you can see, there's a triangular piece of property here that's actually owned by the adjacent landowner, which is Silver Spur. This triangular piece of property is already fenced within our boundaries. However, we do not own it. The Silver Spur Ranch is willing to donate this piece of property to the commission as a result of taking over some of the maintenance of the road officially, which our H&A guys are already doing. Basically, what's transpiring here on the unit is that it's a very heavily used site. We had 5,000 vehicle visits from May 20th to July 3rd of this year. During these high volume periods, parking becomes a major issue due in part to the layout of the design parking area. This leads to users parking outside of the commission-owned property and eventually onto this particular piece of property that the commission doesn't own. So again, Silver Spur is willing to donate this piece of property as it already lies within the fence boundary, provided we agree to a maintenance of the road, which would be blading the road up to 2 times a year. And that would be the extent of that. Our Habitat and Access group feels that this would cost approximately $2,500 a year. But again, we're as a department already doing this maintenance as a component of taking care of this area for the public. So at this time, the department's recommending that the commission accept this donation to this property and move forward with improving the parking area.
Mr. President, I motion we accept the donation on this property for the easement on the parking lots. It appears there's not going to be any cost that we're not absorbing right now, and that would be the blading of the road to the parking lot. So it's a no-brainer. I motion that we accept this recommendation by the department.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Riles, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept the department's recommendation regarding Treasure Island. Any discussion? Seeing none. Sheridan?
Yes. Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Rayo,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Next.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next agenda item is the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation donation of the Raymond Mountain Public Access Area. And Megan, you can go ahead and bring up that initial map. So this area is, or could you use the next one, please, Megan? Thank you. So this area was initially brought before the commission in November of 2019. So this project is an public access easement that would go through private property and give users the ability to access over 30,000 acres of BLM in the area. Since that initial commission presentation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation has taken the lead on this project. They've accumulated some partners and negotiated the easement with the landowner. And as a result, they've been able to take on the full brunt of that expense and would like to donate that easement to the commission. Their donors are Cabela's Bass Pro Shops, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Onyx Maps. So a large thank you to them. But this area has been identified by the Green River region as a high priority area for acquiring hunter access for elk, deer, and other big game species, and improving public hunting access in this area will improve the department's ability to maintain objectives. And as a result, the department's recommending that the commission accept this donation of this easement.
Any discussion?
Mr. President, I motion we accept the department's recommendation on this easement.
Mr. President,
I would,
Mr. President, members of the commission, we do have a public comment form filled out for this agenda item by Tom Chambers.
All right, hold on a second, John. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I would second that.
All right, I'll, Commissioner, it was moved by Commissioner Ryle, second by Commissioner Schmidt to adopt the department's recommendation on the Raymond Mountain. So we'll go now to discussion. Go ahead, John.
Tom Chambers.
He should be able to unmute himself and turn on his video if you would like.
Tom, you can unmute yourself and speak at this time.
Okay, well, Mr. President, Mr. Director, and members of the commission, I'm Tom Chambers. I'm the field rep for the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. A little background on this: we started looking at helping with this project back in late July, actually late June. Talked to Game and Fish about it. We unfortunately, due to COVID, have not been able to pursue this very far, but this is a project that the chapter has looked at and will continue to look at. I'm sure there's some other ways that we can provide either funding or help getting this in. This was and I'll be honest, I tried to take a look at the site back in July, and I couldn't even find a way to get into it. So this is indeed advantageous that Rocky Mountain Foundation has stepped up and, added to fund this. But again, we are definitely in favor of this project. And as we go forward, hopefully without the COVID thing, we intend to have more discussions within the chapter and see what else we can do up there. And with that, I'll ask for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Any questions for Mr. Chambers? Seeing none, any more discussion on the motion? Mr. Schmidt?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm no discussion really. I'd just like to recognize a couple of folks on this project. I think this is a great move on our part, a great move by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to provide this access for us to open up this 32,000 acres. And I'd just like to give a couple of shout outs. One to our recently retired game warden out of Cokeville, Neil Hymas. He's basically been dealing with these access issue to this place for literally decades. And his tenacity and not giving up and continuing to push on this, I think helped get us there, probably got us there. And even though he's not in the department anymore, I'm sure he's smiling that this has finally happened. So a good shout out to Neil, and also to Pat Crank for our meeting last time. If Pat wouldn't have threw up that little firewall and asked a few questions about appraisal values, this may not have come through this way. So thank you to Pat as well. And I think this is a great project for us and a good move for our constituents.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, ready to vote? Sheridan?
Commissioner Crane,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Rael, Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it. Anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I would like to just add one more thank you to Leah Burgess with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, who led the charge on basically negotiating this project and getting it accomplished to this point. So wanted to mention her and her hard work and all the department folks that have helped get it to this point. So Thank you, Mr. President, the commission, and everybody that worked on this project.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, thank you very much to those who worked hard to raise the money to make this happen. Next, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt, the next agenda item deals with a proposal involving the Beartooth Ranch property. And we'll go ahead and throw a map up. While the map's going up of this property, I'll tell you that, as you know, I've provided quite a bit of information to you on this proposal in the last couple of weeks. In addition to the material that the department's put together regarding this project, I've also provided to you comments from the Beartooth Ranch Committee, and I see that they do have would like to speak to the commission when I'm done with providing the department's comments on this. They can go through their comments and answer any questions you may have regarding their proposal, which I have provided to you. And we also have one other speaker form for this project, so just so I don't forget. Here's a 50,000 foot level look at the Beartooth Ranch property. It's located about 25 miles northwest of Cody. It's along the Clarks Fork River. It consists of about 657 acres. And we'll go to the next map. You can just leave it there for a little bit. The property was transferred to the state of Wyoming, Office of State Lands and Investments in 1999. I provided the commission with a copy of the deed and associated MOU for the property. And as you can see in there, the property is to be used solely as a public area reserved for recreational or historic purposes, or for the preservation of natural conditions. So public access for recreation on the property, including for hunting and fishing, is available in perpetuity. Also, in red on this map that you can see right now, the commission holds a permanent easement for fishing on the Clarks Fork River on the property. That easement predates the land transfer. That's the Clarks Fork Canyon Beartooth Ranch public access area. It's about 36 acres. The property does include, there were 2 houses at one point on the property. However, they're no longer functional and have been largely removed. There is some work being done by some other entities with state lands with respect to moving those structures and keeping the materials. In terms of property tax, was a question I received from commissioners on the property tax. The property is currently tax exempt, and therefore the assessor doesn't have the up-to-date information on the property. Looking at other properties the commission does hold in this area, I think we'd be looking at $2,000 to $3,000 per year for property taxes. Those were 2 specific questions that I had from commissioners in the last couple of days regarding structures on the property and property taxes. As you saw in the material that I provided from the Beartooth Ranch Committee, that committee was formed by Park County Board of Commissioners in 2018 to address concerns of residents over the lack of management of the property. The committee works cooperatively with the OSLI, public entities, and the NGOs to assist in the management of the property. And in fact, our regional personnel have assisted in the past with road maintenance and recently installed a new comfort station at the fishing easement. And that work's been led by regional personnel in our Habitat and Access branch. Also, as you can see in the material that I provided from the Beartooth Ranch Committee, that they are requesting that the Office of State Lands and Investment transfer ownership and management of this property to the commission. That proposal was provided to the department in the past at the regional level. And in Cheyenne, the department's leadership team discussed the project in detail, and we have not so far supported any proposal to transfer land ownership to the commission and or lead management responsibilities to the department for the following reasons. 1, permanent public access for hunting and fishing already exists on the property on and off the commission's public access area. Secondly, there's habitat conservation through the deed and MOU for the property. There's habitat conservation of this 657 acres in perpetuity. The department already has wildlife management responsibility and opportunities on the ranch. In fact, we've been providing that, our input and our perspectives regarding management through our involvement on this committee. And that coupled with the fact that we have higher priorities in the region in terms of management of existing HMAs and access areas. I would note to the commission, the first two conditions that I mentioned, the fact that it already has permanent public access, and secondly, habitat conservation and perpetuity. Those are the two priorities the commission asked the department to consider in terms of acquisition of less than fee title property rights or fee title property rights. So in terms of other projects that we've brought to you, you will note that all of those projects don't involve those two elements, which is why they meet our criteria for high priority acquisition projects that we bring to you. It's to add public access for hunting or fishing, or to add significant protections or habitat conservation benefits and perpetuity. The region, just so the commission has a feel for the resources that we currently manage in this area, the Cody region is managing 45 public access areas, commission public access areas right now, over 5 wildlife habitat management areas. And so this, in terms of taking over management responsibilities, given the fact that public access already exists and we have significant other resources in the area, the current level of involvement that we have through the Beartooth Ranch Committee is what is preferred by the department. So again, we're not recommending that the commission, that these lands be transferred to the commission. I'd like to let Mr. President, if it's okay, either I can answer some questions or we can let the Beartooth Ranch Committee talk about their proposal, and then we could take questions however you'd like to move forward on this. I will, just for a point of clarification, and I saw that it was mentioned in the Beartooth Ranch proposal, issues about the department using budget or lack of funding for moving forward on this project. That is not the case. There's a recent article in the Star Tribune that had some misinformation in there about our concerns on budget. Our perspective on this has been like every project we deal with for the department and commission. We budget based on priorities. And so the comments provided to the Beartooth Ranch Committee were, at this point, we don't see the level of priority that we'd advance this through our annual budgeting to budget for. But certainly, if the committee were to come up with a project, whether that be fencing or water development or whatever the project, signing, for example, that is beyond what we already have planned for the commission's public access area, we would certainly consider that through our annual budgeting. So just wanted to clarify that. I would be happy to address any questions, or we can let the Beartooth Ranch Committee discuss their proposal in a little more detail.
All right, we'll go with
I'd like to make a comment, Mr.
So first person to raise a hand, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yes, John, just one question. The two responsibilities that the department has right now with the on the property, is there any risk of losing any of that in the future? Is that in jeopardy at all?
Mr. President,
or could it be?
I'm sorry?
I say, is there a chance of losing those responsibilities at all? The ones that we're performing now, or could they be in jeopardy of losing those in the future is my question.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, based on my review of the deeds and the MOU and the way that this project area, the ranch, was transferred to the state of Wyoming, I don't believe that's the case. There's current restrictions that the land cannot be transferred or sold to another entity besides the state of Wyoming. And I think that, and I provided this to the commission, and Commissioner Crank, I think, has probably reviewed it as well. I would ask if he's got a different interpretation, but the department doesn't feel like those components are at risk.
Okay.
Commissioner Rael.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. I was concerned about taking ownership on this property mainly because I didn't, with the potential shortcoming of funds in the next few years because of what's happening now, and our oil and gas and everything else seems to be affecting the state. I was concerned about the maintenance on this property. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this association is going to transfer ownership. Actually, the state owns it now. And I'm not real clear on how that transaction would take place. What would we do? Take ownership of the property and then manage it? But apparently we have access throughout the property, or at least on the fishing on the river. But my concern is we sit here and we talk about acquiring property in southern Wyoming for 1.6 million, and we're being offered property for nothing, so to speak. And it makes no sense why we wouldn't accept that now. And my position has changed like this morning. So that's where I'm at on this. I don't know why we wouldn't take this. And if there's not a huge maintenance cost on what's ahead of us on this property, to me, it's a no-brainer. So that's my take.
Kennedy? Oh, excuse me. Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Kennedy, or?
I'll wait. That's fine. I'll just let the commission discuss it.
All right, Commissioner Crank?
Deputy Director Kennedy, and maybe I missed it, but I think I saw in the deed on this property, there's a cabin on there, a log cabin. And I asked you yesterday to check into the status of that and what maintenance costs might be associated with that. Is that some historical structure? I mean, it's a question I have about future maintenance costs, whoever owns it, the Office of State Lands or the Game and Fish Department.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, there were two houses on the property. In fact, when the commission first heard about this proposal quite some time ago, I think one of those could have been up and a little bit more intact than it is now. And I would ask that perhaps the Beartooth Ranch Committee would probably have a better perspective on the structures. But it's my understanding there were two houses, but they're no longer functional. They've largely been removed, and a private group has had or continues to have an agreement with state lands, and we're removing the structures and keeping the materials. So I don't think there would be a significant cost with respect to those structures in the future. I would need to look into that, though, to be completely up to speed. I will tell you that through the last couple of years, based on our region's involvement with the Beartooth Ranch Committee, there has been proposals for maintenance and management cost that would cost in the future. Boundary fencing, road upgrades, irrigation upgrades, noxious weed treatment are just examples of what that may be. And Commissioner Rael, I think that, again, you know, the difference is, and this is the commission's decision. I mean, the department's simply making a recommendation and trying to give you our perspective as to how we got to that recommendation. But this is different than projects that we have brought to you. And it's different than the one that you referenced from this morning as well. In all of those projects that we bring to you that make it up through our property rights team and up through our leadership team, we don't have something like public access. In this case, we have public access in perpetuity on this property. We also come to you, for example, with conservation easements, as you know, for habitat conservation in perpetuity. There is habitat conservation in perpetuity on this ranch already. And so, again, this is up for the commission to discuss, and I appreciate your perspectives, Commissioner Rael, but I'm at least giving you the perspective as to why it didn't meet our high priority right now in terms of all the other WHMAs and public access areas that we currently manage, and then any projects that we have in the hopper that we're going to be bringing to you.
Okay, thanks, John.
All right, why don't we have a representative address it now?
Okay, that would be Len Fortunato, I hope is on and ready to go.
Yes, give me one moment and then we will be ready to go.
While Megan is doing that, commissioners, this is the proposal that I provided to you by email that was sent to me by Len Fortunato, and he is here today to speak with you.
All right, Len Fortunato should now be able to speak and or turn on video.
Len, you are ready to go.
Okay, thank you very much for your time to discuss this issue with the Beartooth Ranch. Let me just go through to try to answer some of the questions that were brought up here recently. So first of all, there are no old structures, the house, cabins, they're all gone. The permittees have finished their work, so they're out of there. So that's no longer a concern. There are some cleanup items that need to be done around the initial homestead area, as we call it. We have erected two picnic shelters, a 16 by 20 and a 24 by 50. And these were paid for by Park County Parks and Rec Commission, by Wyoming Outdoorsmen, by Trout Unlimited, with other donations by BLM and Greater Yellowstone Coalition. So there's, and that is part of improving the usability of the ranch, which the people of Park County want to have happen. So, so again, there's no old structures there. There's some new structures that make it more usable. So we've with the Beartooth Ranch Committee and the Game and Fish with their upgrades, there's been about $87,000 put into this ranch to improve the ranch conditions for the use of our sportsmen and other people. So let's talk about priority. I disagree about that, the low priority. This has a high priority with the citizens of Park County. And it has a high priority with the Park County commissioners that this ranch be improved for the continued use and better use by Wyoming citizens. So again, you know, it may not be a high priority to the commission, but it certainly is to the people of Park County. And we have lots of supporters from NGOs, outdoorsman groups, and with our Park County commissioners for that. Also, there is no immediate need for an influx of funds for this ranch as far as doing any of the fencing work or any of the habitat improvement. And the habitat improvement is a big part of this. It's very marginal fisheries, and it's a very marginal hunting and fishing opportunity, but it's better than the surrounding area. And with some habitat improvement, which the commission, Game and Fish Department, is not doing at this time. And part of that is, of course, yes, they have other priorities, but in order to do that, you have to enter into an agreement with the Office of State Lands and Investments. You'd have to do a temporary use permit or temporary use agreement or a lease. And this is where trying to manage the ranch is very difficult through that channel. And I'm not putting a blame on OSLI. It's their purpose is to manage state trust land. And this is a non-state trust land that they were given responsibility for. So we think the logical transition would be for the governor to transfer this land to the Game and Fish so that the wildlife can be better managed, and also to provide a better opportunities for hunters, fishermen, and other recreationalists. Now, just having an access road is half of the story. What are you providing access to? Again, marginal fishery, marginal hunting, fishing, or viewing opportunities. The people of Park County want that to be better, and this area can be improved. It and being that it had some cultivation in the past, there are some areas there that really that are producing some pretty good some wildlife food right now, but that can be improved. We have irrigation equipment that's being worked on right now that can be used. And again, we're looking at trying to improve the habitat, which is not currently being done. So those are the things that we're looking at. And the Beartooth Ranch Committee would like to continue to work with trying to facilitate that by going out for donations, just like we've done in the past.
Any questions for Mr. Fortunato? Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President?
Commissioner Crank first.
Mr. Fortunato, I got to tell you, I'm having real trouble figuring out how any of the many positives you identify in your written materials it will be improved if this is transferred to Game and Fish from the Office of State Lands. I mean, the ranch is preserved in perpetuity. We have structures there. I understand Game and Fish is part of the Bear Creek Ranch working group. I'm really struggling to figure out how transferring this to the Game and Fish adds anything to the benefits of this particular property.
Okay.
Please explain.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that question. And it's a very good question. Again, in order to do any habitat improvement on the ranch, we still have to work with OSLI, and that would involve temporary use permits, temporary agreements. They're 5-year agreements. How do you manage your land? How do you go up and set up irrigation equipment to put some water on the ground to improve the wildlife forage capability? We're at that point right now that we can't proceed anymore. We'd have to come up with a wildlife management plan to begin with, or habitat management plan. And that's something that the Beartooth Ranch Committee can't do. It's something that the Office of State Lands and Investment will not do and will not fund. So these are the challenges that we're facing working with this 657-acre parcel of land.
Commissioner Schmidt first.
Okay, Lynn, what's the problem with the property? I mean, somebody transferred it to OSLI, and then it moved on. Now they want to get rid of it. The Park County Commissioners really don't want anything to do with it, obviously. So what's the problem with the property? Why doesn't anybody want this thing? Why do they keep passing it on?
Well, I'm not a Wyoming department leader. I can't answer that, but I can say that the people of Park County want it to be a ranch that they can hunt, fish, picnic on, and have recreational opportunities. So Commissioner Smith, I can't answer that question of why it's getting battered around when the people want this ranch to be a good recreational opportunity. And it's ready-made. The state owns it. Water rights are included with the ranch. We've improved it to provide some shelters and picnicking. Now we just need to work on the habitat to improve the wildlife opportunities that people can enjoy. And that's part of the mission of Game and Fish: conserve wildlife, serve the people. It can be best done that way by transferring it to Game and Fish so that they have complete control, and any of the habitat management and wildlife management is not hindered by the regulations of OSLI, which again are made for doing leases.
Commissioner Crank.
Mr. Fortunato, I guess I just got to tell you, I disagree. You know, every grazing lessee in the state of Wyoming works with OSLI to improve water, to improve grazing potentials on that grazing lease. And they do so through the system of regulations set up with OSLI. I mean, I just don't, I don't think your statement that, you know, OSLI owning it requires a special use permit or a contract with them. You know, that's a hindrance to accomplishing the things you want done. And the other thing I guess I would note, Mr. Fortunato, is you say in your written materials, this will cost Game and Fish nothing. But that's not what I'm hearing today. I mean, we need to improve the water structures. The ranch needs to be improved. We need to plant crops to improve wildlife habitat. So, I mean, if you want it to go to Game and Fish, because you think we will be more likely to spend money to gain some ground on this little postage stamp place kind of out in the middle of nowhere, as far as wildlife habitat and fisheries, at least tell us that. But on its face, your written materials and your presentation here today make no sound argument why this could be managed any differently, whether it's in the hands of OSLI or the Game and Fish Department. But if you have comments on that, please give them to me.
Yes. First of all, this cannot be leased. It cannot be leased for profit. So it cannot work the same way that OSLI does on leasing agreements. It's totally different.
Fortunato, that's not my point. I'm not saying someone could lease it. I fully understand that. I'm saying OSLI has a system in place where grazing lessees on state land improve, you know, put water in there so it can be more effectively grazed. They fence stuff. There's a whole project, whole ability to work with OSLI, I believe, to do the stuff that you claim you want to do. I'm not saying it could be leased.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. How is a private entity going to set foot on that ranch through a lease and make a profit? They can't do it.
You're totally missing my point. I'm not saying do that. I think the Beartooth Ranch Committee could approach OSLI, and OSLI could give you permission to do what you want to do on there, particularly with the cooperation of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, who is part of your committee.
They're not part of our committee. How are they part of our committee?
My understanding, if I'm mistaken on that, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, they don't have a seat on the committee. But,
Mr. Fortunato, I have a question for you. If this property were to be transferred to the Game and Fish Department, would your committee be disbanded? Would it go away?
No, as we state.
That's where I see the problem. That's where I see a big problem. Because if we have, currently we manage our properties as we see priorities, and we see that. You're going, and I appreciate your passion for this particular piece of property, but this is priority number one for you. It wouldn't necessarily be priority number one for us. And if we have a committee that's lording over what we do and do not do on that property, I see that to be a real stumbling block.
Well, first of all, we're representing the county, the people. They've overwhelmingly, through many meetings, have expressed the desire for this ranch to be managed better. And we continue to work with other groups such as Wyoming Outdoorsmen, Trout Unlimited, Pheasants Forever, and we haven't even approached Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Mule Deer Foundation to help with that as well. So we could continue to help facilitate that in order to see that the ranch is managed properly.
Any other questions for Mr. Fortunato? Commissioner Lyell?
Is there a possibility of some private individual entity acquiring this property from OSLI? Is that a possibility? Because I think that was a big concern 2 years ago.
No, going back to it was a question that was proposed to the U.S. Marshal Service, and they came back and said it could not go to a private entity.
Ryan?
President, Mike, to answer your question too, or your concern about, it sounds like we're just passing a problem on down the road. Nobody wants
Yeah,
it.
it's like
And I don't think it's a matter of the Park County Commissioners not wanting this property or to do something with it. I think they're under budget constraints like everybody else, and it is that there will be upfront money that has to be spent on this property, and how much I don't know. If Lynn, have you ever done a projected cost of what it might take to bring this thing up to speed? This property?
Well, it has been improved already. And no, I haven't looked at any cost because, first of all, I don't have the expertise to draw up a habitat management plan. Again, our ad hoc committee is just a vehicle to help with the management to improve the ranch conditions. And so it's going to take, expertise that Game and Fish has in order to see those other things through. And we can just talk specifically on wildlife and fisheries management.
So let me ask the commission this. This is informational presentation only. So where do we go from here? What do we do?
We can do whatever we want to do. We can either say thank you very much and put it under advisement, or we could decide we wanted to do it or not. Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes, so I think what I'd like to see from my end is, I think we need more information. I think we need some history on this property, why it's being moved around like it is. I think we need to know some idea of costs for the if there's improvements to be made, or if what the management costs are going to be annually. I think before the commission can move forward on any kind of a decision on this, we've got to have a lot more information from this Beartooth Ranch property group if they want to try to move forward with this. I just think we just don't have enough information to make any kind of a real decision. So I would propose that if this is your number one priority, as President Doobie said, I think you got a lot of work to do. I think you need to go back and get us a lot more information and bring it back before the commission down the road somewhere.
Commissioner Crank?
I think the $1 million question is that there are benefits to state ownership of this property, to sportsmen and fishermen and picnickers and whoever else. And there are benefits that this little piece of property that has better habitat conditions than the surrounding, what looks like to me, BLM land may have. So there are benefits, but I think the $1 million question for the commission is, how does continued ownership by the Office of State Lands and Investment affect those many positives there are that are pointed out in the Beartooth Ranch Committee's written materials? And I've asked the question to Mr. Fortunato. I've pondered it at some length. I don't see how those positives go away, and I don't see how Game and Fish ownership could make it more positive. I mean, just who the land is titled in doesn't change the positives about the property, and all it does is commit the commission to potentially spend money on a public access area that's in the middle of, kind of nowhere, and it's not connected to other places we manage where it could be efficiently managed and maybe be improved. So until, I think the commission hears from someone why it is so important that Game and Fish own this property versus the Office of State Lands, I don't think we should do, we can move forward. And if, you know, I'm not going to be on the commission if the majority of the commission wants to delay this and put it off and seek more information, but I don't see how that answer gets any different, whether it's made today or it's 6 months from now. So I guess my druthers would be that we make a motion and vote on it. And my motion, if I made one, would be not to pursue ownership of this land and be done with it and work on other issues. But I'll leave it up to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Ladwig.
I've got some thought processes that I'd like to present to the commission. We are looked at as the experts in wildlife habitat management in the Game and Fish Department. And my thought process is, and it's going to take some thought process past this because I'm not a legal expert. Is there any way that if Game and Fish took over the ownership of the property, that there could be an MOU extension that would bind the Beartooth Ranch Committee or some other committee to working with us on that, instead of just saying, well, we'll help you whenever we get the money, something paperwork wise that would bind that committee to helping support this piece of property if we were to take it over. I don't know if that's a possibility or something to talk about.
Hold on, Pat. I'll reiterate my concern. My concern is if we have a committee or an organization or some other type of entity that oversees this property, they're going to view that as their number one priority. And we may not always be on the same page. I think that if the Beartooth Committee would realize what they are saying to us, saying that we are the experts, we know what we're doing, that they would let us do that at our own, set our own priorities on it. But I don't think that's the case. I think they really want to still continue to participate in more of a overseeing of the property as opposed to letting us to do what we do best. And I think that could be a problem down the road, Mr. Fortunato. I really do. Commissioner Crank?
Seems to me, and this is sort of along the lines of Richard's comments, if the Beartooth Ranch Committee believes that there should be a habitat improvement study done on this property, there is nothing that prevents them from tomorrow asking the Cody region to do so. You know, the Cody region will assess it. I think it comes up to management level and they assess it and they can say yay or nay. If you know, the Beartooth Ranch Committee believes that the property should be fenced or we need to improve the irrigation structures, they can approach Game and Fish to do those. And we do those kind of projects all the time, you know, and they're built into our standard budget or are, you know, hugely expensive. We do one-time money to do projects. And it seems to me that accomplishes everything the Beartooth Ranch Committee is proposing without transferring ownership. You know, one negative of transferring ownership is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department pays property taxes on every acre of land we own. OSLI does not. So right out of the box, you're going to have a $2,000 to $3,000 a year expense to pay property taxes on this. That isn't a burden right now because of the ownership by the Office of State Lands. So I think there's a way to accomplish what the Beartooth Ranch Committee says is their priority without transferring ownership. And I don't know, Richard, if you need a contract. I mean, as I understand the Beartooth Ranch Committee, they're an ad hoc committee set up to look at this ranch and try to improve it because one of the Park County commissioners who lives in the area was mad that the ranch was going to heck. And, you know, and when he found out it couldn't be sold and it couldn't be that there were super deed restrictions on this property, the Park County Commission formed this group. And so I just think there's ways to accomplish this without transfer of ownership and an automatic financial burden for the next, you know, through perpetuity. There's ways to do what we need to do without transferring ownership.
All right, we seem to be, I don't know if we're going to have a resolution on this right now. So I need to decide, you folks need to decide whether we're going to vote on this motion or we're going to table it and have the department look into it further. What's your pleasure?
Mr. President, members of the commission, can I provide one comment, Mr. President?
Absolutely.
If this may help on the discussion, in terms of priorities, before it's reported later today or tomorrow that the department's saying that the Beartooth Ranch is a low priority, that is not what we're saying. And we're not saying that we don't want to participate in the management of the property and help out wherever we can. We'll continue to do that. And I think Commissioner Crank kind of summarized that just a minute ago with his comments. When I'm talking priorities, what I'm talking about is when we go through our acquisition process and bring projects to you for decision making, that's the priority we're talking about today. Not that this isn't an important place. This is an important habitat. It's an important public access area, but it's all of the attributes of the property that we've been talking about can take place already. That's what we're trying to say. And so this is not a project that we would bring to you for acquisition or to take ownership over, but it is a priority. It is an important place. The region's going to continue to provide support. We will provide input to a habitat management plan, and we're fully supportive of participating with the committee. If that helps the commission clarify at least what we're talking about in terms of priority, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
And also, Mr. President, I'm sorry, we do have one public comment that I don't want to forget about.
Okay, well, now's the time.
Okay, that was Jenny DeSaro.
Yes, and I'm going to promote her right now. Give me one moment here so she can get back on.
Okay, Jenny, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate the conversation on this, and I recognize, I'm sorry, I'm Jenny DeSaro with Greater Yellowstone Coalition. I'm based here in Cody and have been supporting as best we can the efforts of the Beartooth Ranch Committee who've been working on this issue. I want to recognize that this committee has been is invested many hours of volunteer hours working on projects involving a diverse amount of stakeholders on this property and looking at forward-thinking opportunities to improve the habitat quality and recreational value of this property. And as you have alluded to, this property is unique because there's this, well, who wants this? No one really wants this. It's one of these unique properties that was acquired because of a drug bust. And it is given to the states to manage under the requirements of the MOU with the US Marshals. And so I think that that's kind of why, I mean, it was 1999, so 20 years later, we're looking at, is it really in the right spot? Or could it be placed in a different spot? And we concur with the committee's assessment that it's not likely the current agency's oversight, the correct agency's oversight. Largely because of the mission of this Office of State Land versus the mission of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, which is why I think this proposition sits before you. So this property is not perhaps a priority for acquisition, but it's a property that is already acquired by the state. So is there a way that we could come up with something that would help the individuals of this committee who really are invested in making it a better place and take out some roadblocks that face them with the Office of State Lands and Investments and with the Game and Fish Department somehow? And I think that there were some good points brought up, one being the property tax. I am curious myself if that is actually the case with this particular parcel because of the way that it was, the state has it, which is why also part of why the commissioners were so anxious to try to sell this property was because they weren't collecting property tax. So I think that there's some investigation that could happen here. And so I would encourage perhaps a little pause rather than making a hasty decision without having all of the information that's needed. The last thing I guess I'd like to say is that no one's arguing that really that this is a habitat, and it's one of those things that it's a habitat that's a gift. It's not something that was sought out because of certain values or things like that. But if anyone's been out to Clark lately, you would see that there's a lot of subdivisions going in. There's a lot of open space there that is slowly becoming housed. And so I think that down the road, this property its value might increase down the road. So
Let me interrupt if I may, please, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Has there ever been an appraisal or a market analysis done on this property? What's it worth?
Yeah, I think there was, perhaps when the U.S. Marshals, I'm not sure, but the reality is that the states cannot sell it. Like there is no way, because it would go back to the U.S. Marshals if the state didn't want it. And then the U.S. Marshals can decide what they want to do. Is my understanding of how that MOU, which is part of why, is part of why that it kind of brought the attention to the commissioners who were investing a lot of money in the property for weed and pest control, which they still will do. I mean, that's still part of what the county does. But I mean, we can find out for sure, but I think that the only way that this property would change out of its current MOU structure is via the U.S. Marshals deciding to do something different and the state going back to them. If that answers.
Is that right, Pat? I mean, I don't know how that process is either. Brian, Pat, is that right?
Read the deed. It's a deed restricted property right now. The Marshals transferred it to the state of Wyoming, and it cannot be sold, and it has to be used for habitat and wildlife and recreational purposes. So, I mean, can the federal government change their mind and take it back? I can tell you that if it remains in OSLI hands, or maybe some other state agency like Game and Fish, it can't be sold. It's there in perpetuity. So I don't think there's a real threat that the Marshals are going to come say, well, it's worth $3 million now, we're taking it back. But
Well, I think we can talk about this all day, it seems like. I think that we need to take this under advisement and put it back and look at it, and answer some of these questions we all have, as opposed to saying yay or nay at this time, but it's up to you. It's your pleasure. Commissioner Crank, is there one more thing?
I'd like to make a motion. Let's just see what the vote is, and maybe it won't get a second. I move that we reject the request to transfer this into Game and Fish ownership at this time. I mean, people can always come back in front of the commission and make a proposal, but I think at this time, I see no reason why we would do that. So my motion is to reject the request that we take ownership of the Beartooth Ranch property.
I will second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Crank, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to deny the request at this time. Any more discussion?
Mr. President, one more comment, please. Okay. We talked, I want to remind the commission, we talked earlier about $1.6 million on a 648 acre section. And now we're talking about 657 acres given to us. So I keep that in mind. I mean, I think this thing needs to be pursued. And then finalized. Go ahead, Pat. I know we're talking about different.
Discussion, Mr. President. First off, David, let's not talk about that property.
Okay. I didn't say anything other than property.
Well, recall where that discussion occurred. But as far as discussion, I see no benefit that management of the property gains by putting it into game and fish ownership. Maybe people can come forward and lay that out for me, but I asked the question, what are the negatives? I don't see any negatives by continued OSLI ownership. What are the positives by going to game and fish? And they want money. So if it's maintained as a habitat in perpetuity and it can't be sold and there's always going to be fishing access there, which there is, I see no positives by taking it into game and fish ownership. So that's the reason for my motion.
All right, we have our first little monkey wrench of our session. We've lost Commissioner Schmidt. He has no internet service at this time. And I think this is somewhat, he's heard all this information and we may have to wait till he comes back on. Commissioner Ladwig?
Is the all 657 acres protected, or is it just the easement on the river?
All 657.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to continue to vote on this, or do you want to wait till Commissioner Schmidt comes back on and we'll break for lunch at this time? Commissioner Craig?
President, I'd suggest we wait for Commissioner Schmidt, and then when we have him, the motion just kind of tabled pending his arrival, and then we'll vote.
All right, that's what we'll do. So at this time, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to call it 12:45. So let's be back in 30 minutes at 1:15. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Okay, let's reconvene the meeting. All right, we have a motion on the floor. I think we've discussed it. Is there any more information? John, you have anything else for us, or?
No, I don't.
Okay. Motion's on the, any more discussion? The motion is to not accept the transfer of the land at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Sheridan, roll call, please.
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Burt,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Rael.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes. We will not be dealing with that issue at this time. So that doesn't mean they can't come back and represent it to us. So thank you. For consideration of time, we are going to skip to the number 9 on your agenda. And then we'll go back to Meredith after that. So Mr. Edbert.
Good afternoon, Commission President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. Next agenda item is item number 9, a damage claim appeal. Megan Lally of Ladder Livestock submitted a damage claim in the amount of $28,833 for damage to sheep by black bears. Her calculations are not in accordance with the Chapter 28 regulation, which we'll explain to you through our presentation. Upon department investigation, the department recommended a payment of $1,355.60. Based on the department recommendation, Megan Lally decided to appeal the department's recommendation, thus the reason we're here today. So it's my understanding that representing the claimant, Megan Lally, is Mr. O'Toole, who is, I believe, Megan's father and also owner of Ladder Livestock Company. And for the department, we have Kim Olson, the Bags District Game Warden, who was responsible for this damage claim. So if Mr. Toole is available, I'd ask that we let him in and he please provides his testimony regarding the damage claim and appeal information.
All right, I'm letting them in right now. It might take a moment. just have to unmute themselves and turn their video on if they'd like.
Mr. O'Toole, if you're there, could you please turn on your mic and camera if you'd like, and you can begin addressing the commission?
This is Sharon O'Toole. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hang on. All right, she muted herself again. We're just trying to get her off of mute.
Ms. O'Toole.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Sharon.
Oh, good. Okay. Do I need to introduce myself again?
That would be fine.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. As you may know, we're a family operation, and so it's my husband Pat, myself, and our daughter Megan, and our son Eamon. And I'm the one that's available now to participate in the call. So do you have any questions regarding our appeal?
Did you want to present your case on the appeal, or why you think that?
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm sure that the commissioners of all people know that this has been a terrible year for predators. Our lambing grounds are north of Savory, Wyoming, and an area called Loco. Some of it is BLM and some of it is private. And this year there were actually 2 bear bait stations set up, one on the BLM right in the middle of our lambing ground, right in the middle of lambing season, and the other one on nearby private land. When we looked at our sheep herders were kept reporting to us that they were having a lot of bear losses. And the way that they knew this was because, they would leave a ewe and a set of twins or a lamb. And then when they came back, the lambs would just be gone, but there would be bear tracks around. And we also had a number of coyote kills, but they leave the bodies, and our herders are very experienced. They know the difference between a bear situation and a coyote situation. Also, Luke Spanbauer, who's our local APHIS trapper, was up there a lot and did his best. But when we finished stalking, we were missing, missing 145 lambs compared to, we have a contiguous lambing ground called Cottonwood, and they're contiguous. But in that, it's in sort of a creek bottom, and there's no, there were no bear bait stations there. Anyway, comparing our numbers, the percentages in both areas should have been the same, and historically they're usually close to the same, depending on weather and stuff. So our claim is for 145 lambs that statistically weren't there, and taking into account the 45 or so lambs that we feel like we lost to coyotes. So that's our, that's the basis of our appeal. And thank you for considering it.
Any questions, Ms. O'Toole? All right, hang on there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scott.
If there's no other questions for Mrs. O'Toole, I'd ask that Kim Olson, the Bags Game Warden, present the department's investigation.
Thank you.
Hello, President Dubey, Commissioners, and Director Nesbitt. Allow me first to introduce myself. My name is Kim Olson. I've been employed with the department now for almost 17 years. I've been the bags warden for almost 10 of those years. And over the course of those 10 years, I have dealt with damage claims with ladder livestock and the O'Toole's for almost every one of those years. So this is a fairly familiar process for both parties. And I'm here today to explain the discrepancy between the Lally damage claim and the department's recommended payment. So I will share my screen. Everyone has that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So livestock compensation rules are outlined in Wyoming Statute 23-1-901 and Chapter 28. Our focus today will be on Chapter 28, Section 3, which explains the use of formulas to determine missing livestock. So essentially, Section 3. Oh, I have an echo. So Section 3 states that in geographic areas determined by the department to have terrain and topography where it might be difficult. I don't know how to stop that.
Kim, turn down the volume on your computer, maybe.
I will try that.
No one else.
I'm going to end this. All right, this is better. Okay, so Section 3A essentially states that in geographic areas where the terrain and topography might make it difficult to find missing livestock, that in those instances we can use essentially what I like to call a multiplier.
Kim, President Dubey, that's just not going to work. We need to figure out the
Yeah, I think if everybody not talking can put their computer on mute. Anything else? Stand by.
I don't know if that'll be any better. Kim, do you want to try talking again and see what happens?
Is this any better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right. Now I need to get back to my page. Present. All right, this page again. So for Section 3, it essentially states that in geographic areas where the terrain and topography might be difficult for a livestock producer or game and fish to find other missing animals, that then we are allowed to use what I simply call a multiplier. In this case, where we are dealing with black bears and we're dealing with sheep, that multiplier has been determined to be the number of 3. So essentially for each verified sheep loss, then the multiplier of 3 can be used to account for any other missing livestock.
Kim, we can't see your screen. Can you? I can share if you like.
Let me do this. I'm going to just start all over again. All right, do we need to see this again then? Or can we see it?
No.
Wow.
Kim, would you like me to share it for you and press through?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not.
Can you see my shared screen though, Kim?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
How
yep.
far?
One more. All right. Do I need to go over this again or did we get a grasp?
We're good. Go to the next.
Okay. All right, so on Mrs. Lally's claim, we'll start with number 1. This is where you write in, and I separated these out for ease. So this page is the ewes, and the next page will be the lambs. So on line 1, we actually verified 2 ewes that were damaged by black bears. Line 2 is where the landowner would put any other missing livestock that they believe to have been killed by trophy game. Now on this line, she mentions the lambs, but she does not say that she's missing any other ewes. So therefore, we would not use the multiplier if she is not missing any other ewes. Line 3 then shows 2 ewes total. Those are the 2 verified. And then on line 4, she does mention that she had 10 other ewes that were lost due to other causes. So for her multiplications, at the red arrow, she has 2 ewes times the multiplier of 3, and for a total of $729.60. So that in order to use the multiplier, there must be unaccounted for livestock. Next. Now this page deals with the lambs. So again, we verified 2 lambs at number 1. At number 2, she also mentions that she's missing 145 other lambs for a total on line 3 of 147 lambs. And she does mention on line 4 as well that she is missing 45 lambs due to coyotes and ravens. So for her calculations at the first red arrow, she has the verified 2 lambs times the multiplier of 3 at $185.40 a piece for a total of 6 lambs for a total of $1,112.40. And then at the second red arrow, she also asks for payment of the other missing 145 lambs. That totals out to $26,883 for a total damage claim of $28,725. Next. This is a letter that Mrs. Lally sent in along with her damage claim, where she states in the letter that, again, the lambs just disappeared. During this time frame, I also spoke with the sheep herder, and he as well just basically told me that lambs were gone in the mornings when he would show up. He thought some to bears, he also thought some to coyotes, but again, no proof was ever given, and we were never able to verify any other missing sheep. Next. These are the livestock affidavits in which we verified those losses. So the affidavit on the left is the one that I filled out for the 1 missing ewe. The affidavit on the right is the affidavit filled out by Luke Spanbauer of Wildlife Services. He verified the 1 ewe and the 2 lambs. Now I'm going to read a little bit what he wrote there because it's kind of important. He writes, the sheep herder said the ewe had 2 lambs, found the front legs on 1 lamb and the half-eaten lamb of the other. Black bear predation of ewe, making predation of lambs likely. So when I spoke with Luke about these sheep, I wanted to make sure that he felt that these lambs had more, the standard that we use is more likely than not, had they been killed by a black bear. He believed that they had, so that way, so that our final tally then was that we verified the 2 ewes and 2 lambs as having been damaged by black bears. Next. So for the department's calculations, we were able to verify the 2 ewes. And so we recommended payment for 2 ewes at $121.60 a piece for a total of $243.20. As Mrs. Lally had not written down that she was missing any other ewes, we would not use the multiplier there, and we would not account for any other missing ewes. Next. And for the lamb calculations, again, we We agreed and used also 2 lambs that we verified times the multiplier of 3 for a total of 6 lambs at $185.40 a piece for a total of $1,112.40. And based upon the Chapter 28, Section 3, we cannot offer compensation beyond the total known death loss. So we cannot offer compensation for those 145 missing lambs. Next. Now, this is an actual photo of Loco Creek Canyon where they range lamb this spring. Range lambing is as it sounds, where they range, where they lamb out in the open as opposed to a meadow or a pasture or sometimes lambing sheds. The terrain and topography here does meet the requirements of you know, it definitely could be difficult to find missing livestock. So we are in agreement to use the multiplier here. The upper arrow was the kill site of the ewe and the 2 lambs. So in that same area is where Luke Spanbauer also set 3 snares. I checked those snares for him on 3 different mornings. On those mornings, he couldn't get to them because he had a plane that was up and flying, trying to kill coyotes. He believed that there were 3 to 4 different packs of coyotes working Loco Canyon. And in that same time frame, he had also tried poisoning ravens because they as well were depredating on lambs. The lower arrow is where I placed a bear trap along with his snares. I had the bear trap set there for about 4 days. The distance between the 2 arrows is about 1/10 of a mile. And then if you can imagine that about 2.2 miles east, all the way down this canyon, is where I verified the first ewe. And I also set the bear trap at that location for 6 days as well. And we did not have any luck catching bears in either the snares or the trap. Next. So to review the department's calculations, we verified the 2 ewes at $121.60 a piece for a total of $243.20. We verified the 2 lambs and we used the multiplier for a total of 6 lambs at $185.40 per lamb for a total of $1,112.40 for a total department recommended payment of $1,355.60. Based upon the formulas in Chapter 28, we can only offer $1,355.60. The department is prohibited from awarding compensation beyond the known losses. Next. And this just essentially shows the differences between the 2. So on the department, on the left-hand side where we offered payment for the 2 ewes, Mrs. Lally also calculated 6 ewes using the multiplier, and where we offered payment for 6 total lambs. She also asked for the 6 lambs, but then also asked for payment of the unaccounted for 145 missing lambs. So her total claim comes out to $28,725. The department's offered compensation is $1,355.60 for a difference of $27,369.40. And that the next slide, essentially, does anyone have any questions? That's all I have. Ooh, I can't hear you.
Okay, now everybody will have to go off mute.
Maybe one at a time, I don't know.
Kim?
Yes.
I have a question or statement, however you put it. But anyways, of the 145 lambs that were lost, I'm assuming that a percentage of those may have very well been lost through coyotes. Is that correct?
That is correct. We believe so.
Of which we have no compensation for regarding coyote damages, correct?
That is correct.
Any questions? Commissioner Byrd?
Mine's more of just of a comment too. It's unfortunate they're short this many lambs, but it's very difficult when you range lamb to know what happened to them with eagles, coyotes, fox, bobcats. We lamb that way too. Some years are better than others, but it is difficult to say they were all, due to bears or something, but it's a tough deal.
Any other questions either for Kim or for Mrs. O'Toole or for Scott? Okay, at this time, I guess I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Crank?
I always try to cut the baby in half a little bit here, so I'm going to do that a little bit. But so Kim, I believe, told us that because the O'Tooles didn't report any missing ewes, they couldn't use the multiplier on the 2 ewes, as I understand it. Is that right, Kim?
Commissioner Crank, that is correct.
It just seems to me if you had this type of loss, there's probably was a missing ewe. So I'm gonna kind of cut the baby in half just a little bit. And I think if you use the multiplier on the 2 missing ewes at $185.40 a piece, that's an extra $370 and some change. So my motion would be that we just adjust just up a little bit. The department is recommending $1355.70. I would make a motion that we compensate them for $1726.40, which is just applying the multiplier to those 2 missing ewes. I agree with what I think, Galen's point was and Kim's point that, unless we verify kills, we just can't compensate. And you have coyotes and ravens and everything picking on this band of sheep in what looks like pretty wild country to me, and we just can't compensate for that. But I'm comfortable compensating them for $1726.40. So that'd be my motion.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Crank, second by Commissioner Byrd to offer $1726.40 in a compromise. Any discussion? Any discussion? All right, Sheridan, will you call for the vote, please?
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Ladley,
Aye.
Commissioner Rael.
Aye.
Thank you.
All righty. I guess that's our decision, Kim.
Thank you.
She's still on there?
Mrs. O'Toole, are you still on?
I guess you will get together with her and explain our situation and then anything else you would like to do if you want to do something else.
That's correct, Commissioner President Dubiel.
Sir,
Go ahead.
sir, excuse me. We tried to speak, but we weren't unmuted apparently. And Pat's here now. And first of all, we'd like to thank Kim and Luke they put a lot of effort into this. And I appreciate that recognizing that maybe we filled out the paperwork not quite correctly. But I will say that we do know in general what our losses are. And some of them are probably eagle losses for which we've made no claims. But we do know, a bear kill from a coyote kill from a raven kill. And it's true, we have all those things. We would also like to request that bear baiting stations not be allowed on the public land on our lambing grounds during lambing season. And do you want to say anything, Pat?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, appreciate it. And, we have a great working relationship with you guys. And I'm not comfortable bringing big claims to anybody. But we've lost balance in our community with predators. And you know, the number that came up with, we took the coyote loss out of the number, the 145. And, you know, we think that that's a real number because we lambed other bunches proximate, and that was based on the percentages of the other bunches, and everything runs pretty similar all the time. But we have a problem with predators now. And it's a problem that, you know, I spent my life bragging on how we had balance between our deer herd and our lion herd. We don't have that anymore. And how, you know, Wyoming, in the last time that the numbers of bears got way out of control, you all did a lot of work to get those numbers down. Well, they're out of control again. And they're out of control at a time when our deer herd has been devastated by 2 terrible winters. At the same time, in the same area that this stuff happened, the sheep herders found just piles of dead deer that got caught in, you know, maybe the second or third worst winter I've ever seen. And, you know, my plea to you guys is we got to figure this out, because we take a lot of pride in the Baggs mule deer herd, and our family takes a lot of pride in it. And we're in trouble. We're in trouble with our deer. We're in trouble with too many bears. We're in trouble with lions that are predating in a way that I've never seen in my entire life. And I appreciate the process. I appreciate everybody's civility, but we got a problem that we got to deal with.
I appreciate your candor. Did you actually hear what the commission voted on?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess I'll make one last comment. Carbon County, Wyoming, at one time was the largest sheep county in the United States. There's about 4 of us left, maybe 5. And it's because we're, you know, we kind of have lost track of that. The livestock part of this is pretty important too. And I'll put our wildlife in the Little Snake River against anybody, but I'm just going to reiterate, we have to figure this out because it isn't working for us now.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. and Mrs. O'Toole, this is Scott Edward with Game and Fish. I'll be sending you some correspondence regarding the outcome of this appeal with the next step, if you so desire. That'll be written notification. And when you get that, if you have any questions, please call me and we can discuss the next step if you desire.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back now to number 7 on the agenda. Meredith.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners, Commissioner Nesvik. Meredith Wood presenting agenda item number 7, which is an update to our fiscal process improvement project. So I think Megan's getting that started. I know how to turn it. Okay, there it is. Got it. All right. So first, just a brief review of the history of the project. In July 2018, the department presented a request to the commission for funding, one-time funding, to initiate a fiscal feasibility study. And graciously, it was approved by all of you. And we started a review of all of our fiscal processes, why we do what we do, how we do it, what systems and actual processes do we use to get those things accomplished, including, you know, what does our Wyoming Game and Fish accounting system leverage for us versus the state accounting system. So that whole study was conducted. It took about a year. And as a result of that, there were 3 recommendations that came out from Plant Moran. All of those were presented to the commission in July of 2019. And it was option 3 that we decided to proceed with implementation on. And no additional dollars were allocated at that time. We have some balance remaining from the feasibility study funding. But option 3 included leverage, again, the state accounting system to the best of its ability to meet our needs, rewrite all of the Game and Fish systems so that they're in a secure platform and can be sustainable to meet our current needs and our future needs. And then 3 new pieces. One is to acquire a budget module The other is a document management module. And then the third is to acquire the functionality to present data related information in the dashboard structures. So that was all approved again in July 2019. Since then, we have continued to work with Plant Moran, and we worked on the development of the request for proposals for those 3 new items. We also worked on getting some sample dashboard demonstration presented to senior leadership within the department. And then, of course, we started internal planning meetings regarding the PBCAS or the state accounting system, I'm sorry, the game and fish accounting system rewrite process. That RFP development was really the primary focus, and we spent quite a bit of time going through that for the budget module and the document management module. We ended up having, I think, 10 proposals on the budget module and 11 on the document management module. From those proposals, they were both narrowed down to 3 vendors, and then we went ahead and conducted demonstrations. We had an internal team of 7 people, I believe, on that team, and we went through 2 rounds of budget module demonstrations and 1 round of the document management module demonstration. So come to the end of that whole process, we have made a selection on both of those. We have chosen Armanino and Workday for the budget module, and we have chosen ImageSoft with Bombs as a software for the document management proposal. So that leads us to November today, updating the commission, and we're also in the beginning stages of contract negotiations with both of those vendors. So why again did we do all of this? The objectives and benefits really were to ensure that all of the financial operations that are necessary for the department can be implemented as effectively and efficiently as possible, and that we do continue to meet our current data capture and reporting needs from a financial perspective now and in the future. So to do that, it was really made very apparent that we needed to utilize technology to improve all of our business processes. Everyone in the department is impacted by the experiments, and so by leveraging the cost management system in particular and the budget module, it will convert many of our manual processes, extremely paper heavy, time consuming processes that everyone again in the department has to comply with, but streamline those through the utilization of technology and the development of these electronic workflows. So we're really super excited. Again, we're in the beginning stages of negotiation, but we should start seeing some real benefits across the department by implementing these electronic systems. So I guess that's a general overview of the objectives and benefits. Finally, project funding state. Like I mentioned, thank you to the commission for that contribution of one-time funding back in July of 2018. That was $285,500. Just nearly almost all of that has been spent. In July 2019 for the FY20 budget. We did come back and ask for additional one-time funding for the implementation, which will be utilized here once these contracts are fully executed, and then also the one-time funding of $220 at that point. And then for the FY21 budget, which was the July 2020 commission meeting, there was the standard budget again of $220 approved there. So total project budget that you have contributed to date is $775,500. And again, total expenditures to date are $285. So we haven't spent everything that's been obligated, but we are really excited to get this thing really underway and those contracts so we can start doing that major development work. So with that, any questions?
Any questions for Meredith? Any questions for Meredith again?
No.
All right. Thank you very much, Meredith. Appreciate all your hard work.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha.
Awesome.
Thanks, Meredith.
Okay, number 8.
All right, one moment, let me get actually loaded. All right, Ashley, you should now be able to unmute and turn your video on.
Hey, we see you.
Go ahead, Ashley.
We see you. We hear you. She doesn't hear us.
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm so sorry about that delay. Good afternoon, President Doobie, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt. My name is Ashley Leonard. I'm the Conservation Education Coordinator, and today I'm sharing a brief overview of our Game and Fish summer camp programs leading up to now and our plans for next summer. First, I'll give an overview of the various types of camps, staffing, and participant numbers we've had over the past 30 years. While there's no formal department history on camps over the years, in talking with former and current staff, it's my understanding that Game and Fish hosted one youth camp for high school students at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp each summer from 1990 to 2012. This camp generally had between 30 and 50 participants and was 5 days long. It was staffed by regional information and education specialists, along with up to 6 full-time employees based out of the Cheyenne office. During those years, a professional development camp for teachers was also hosted each summer for approximately 25 educators. Then oh, yes?
Are you trying to present a PowerPoint to us?
Yes, is that not showing for you all?
No, it is not.
Oh, my apologies. Let me.
And Ashley, I can share it with you if you'd like.
Oh, you know what? I think I just got it. Sorry about that. Can you all see it now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. This is basically the first slide, so I'll just continue if that is all right. So, from 2013 to 2016, the Forever Wild Families program hosted a 3-day rite of passage camp for about 30 participants each year. And that was staffed by 7 full-time employees and a couple of volunteers. And then in 2017, we transitioned to hosting day camps called Camp Wild. These day camps were for students entering 5th and 6th grade and were held in 7 locations around the state. That was while the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp was being renovated. These camps had up to 25 participants and were staffed by myself and 2 to 3 temporary employees. Then starting in 2018, the local day camps returned with the addition of 2 overnight camps at Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp for students entering 9th and 10th grade, and a professional development camp for teachers and other educators. These were primarily staffed by myself, 1 contract employee, and 2 temporary employees, with occasional assistance from information and education specialists, depending on the camp. This year, the model for camps was shifted towards hosting more overnight camps at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. We continued to host 3 of those Camp Wild day camps while increasing the number of overnight youth camps from 2 to 4, introducing 2 weeks of camp for students entering 7th and 8th grade. We also added an overnight camp for families. The trend towards more overnight programming at Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp did slightly decrease the total number of programs that we hosted each summer. However, it significantly increased the quality and amount of time that participants are spending at the camp. As we've been building capacity and adding camps, there has also been an increase in the number of participants we're able to impact each summer. We would like to continue to maintain a large participant base without compromising the quality programming that the department is applauded for as we move into the future. You'll note that there was a decrease in participants for 2020. This year, the presence of COVID-19 caused some constraints to be implemented in our summer camps in order to maintain participant safety. So as a result, the first overnight camp of the season, our educator professional development camp, was canceled, and all other youth and family camps had reduced attendance caps. If we had not implemented the cancellation or the attendance caps and had full enrollment in every camp offered, the projected maximum capacity for our 2020 camps would have been approximately 200 participants. The main constraints on participant capacity that we currently face include staffing numbers, the cost of supplies and catering, and the finite number of weeks that there are in a summer. However, the lower camp participant numbers do appear to increase the quality of the experience, as participant surveys have consistently mentioned that they value the low staff ratios as it fosters more individualized learning and personal instruction. The way we staff department summer camps has shifted over the years. As you can see, the earlier model of camps included at least 8 full-time employees staffing the 1 week of youth camp and slightly fewer staffing the teacher camp. The Forever Wild family camps from 2013 to 2016 were still primarily staffed by full-time employees along with a couple volunteers. And then the new model of camps beginning in 2017 are primarily staffed by myself, a few contract and temporary employees, and then those have just slightly increased as more and more camps are added over the last couple of years. The plan for next summer is to maintain 6 overnight camps at Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp, including 2 youth camps, 1 educator camp, and 3 family camps. This is in addition to the 3 local day camps around the state as well. This does not change the total number of camps from our 2020 summer. It just slightly shifts the type of camps to include 2 overnight camps including 2 overnight camps for middle schoolers to 3 family camps. And the shift towards more family camps, as you can see, provides us with the opportunity to increase camp capacity for participants, and that's barring any COVID-19 restrictions that may still be necessary, as parents can provide ample supervision of their kids while at camp, so we don't need to increase staff ratios as much to increase capacity. Our overnight middle school camps did present some consistent challenges, including some behavioral and maturity issues and homesickness. So this shift towards family camps also expands the opportunity to all ages and provides a valuable recruitment opportunity for families with multiple generations to learn outdoor skills together and bond. Finally, the family camp offered in 2020 filled within a week of registration opening, and a long wait list resulted from the continued high demand. So by adding more family camps, we're hoping to work towards meeting that high level of demand. All of our camps include a variety of hands-on activities driven by the 3 main camp goals. These activities are pictured in this slide, everything from aquatic invertebrate studies, air rifle, canoeing, tree ID, sampling fish with gill nets, and bird watching are just a few activities that we have included. The first goal of camps is to introduce participants to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the important work the department does to manage wildlife and habitat, while ensuring that participants learn about what conservation is and how the North American model of wildlife management is implemented. So to teach and reinforce that, we include activities such as meeting game wardens, experiments and presentations from the wildlife forensics and vet lab teams, fish hatchery tours, sampling with fish biologists, radio telemetry demonstrations with wildlife biologists, live trapping for small mammals, dart gun shooting, skull and pelt ID, and aquatic invasive species lessons. The second goal is to introduce participants to new recreational outdoor activities, giving them experiences to successfully navigate and positively interact with the outdoor environment while recreating responsibly. So in order to teach that, we include canoeing, archery, fly casting, air rifle, spin casting, hiking, outdoor survival, compass and GPS navigation, and geocaching. The third goal of camps is to encourage participants to explore nature, observe the natural world, and draw conclusions based on evidence through the scientific process. And to teach that, we include a habitat research project using a variety of research tools, a BioBlitz, which is a short field survey of the living things in the area using field guides, nature hikes, and practicing making observations, collecting and analyzing data, and communicating those results. We survey all of the camp participants at the conclusion of camps, and I analyze that data and write annual reports with recommendations to improve camps in the future. Some quick facts from last year's surveys include that in our 2020 survey, 80% of the campers reported they were somewhat or very interested in a future career with the department. So camps are a good tool to spark interest in a career with the department. In that same 2020 survey, 78% of campers reported that after attending camp, they would spend more time outdoors. So camps help get kids to spend more time outdoors. And over the past 4 years, approximately 97% of campers would attend camp again or recommend Camp Wild to a friend. And all of our camps since 2017 have had at least 97% of parents and participants satisfied with the overall experience. These are some quotes from our campers last year. The top ones are from our high school camp at Whiskey Mountain, and the bottom ones are from our local day camps. These quotes definitely demonstrate that the campers learn about what our department does. And I'll just pause for a second if you all are able to read the quotes. All right. And then finally, these are some, oh, sorry, should I go back? Nope, okay, I thought I heard something. These are some meaningful quotes from participants and parents that were provided in the open-ended comments and feedback part of our surveys. The campers generally continually highlight how fun camp is and how much they learn, and the parents typically highlight their trust in the agency and satisfaction in the experience for their children. So I'll allow a minute to just peruse a couple of those quotes. And I can always share these later with you all, but I will stand for questions after that.
Thank you, Ashley. It's a wonderful facility. We just need to get more and more people to experience it. It's wonderful. Any questions, Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President and Ashley, so I was trying to do math. I don't know if you have these figures in front of you, but when I added up all the types of camps and the participants scheduled for 2021, I come up with that the department will have about 42 to 45 days of camps at this facility. Is that accurate, or do you have a different number?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I did not tally the exact number of days yet, but that does sound approximately accurate. I do know that there will be, so 3 weeks of the family camp, those are 4 days long each. And these are figures do not include the Becoming an Outdoors Women camps as well. So you have to consider that those take place as well. But we have the 3 family camps that are 4 days long each, 1 educator camp that's 4 days long each, 3 of the local day camps that are each 3 days long, and then 2 5-day long youth camps for high school students.
9 plus 6 is 15. So I came up with 35 days. And then I'll tell you, if I calculate that this camp should probably be available by May 15th and should be available through the end of August, I think that might be a little conservative. I add up 78 days of availability. And then tell me about the other people that regularly use the camp. I know the sheep people use it, and then who else?
So the Becoming an Outdoors Women camp takes place, as well as the National Bighorn Sheep Center does use the camp for an entire week of the summer. My temporary staff that I hire each summer is they're typically college students and aren't available to begin employment with us until the middle of May. And then I take 2 weeks to train them in the beginning of the summer so that they have proper first aid training and as well as educational training on the curriculum for all the camps. The department also uses the facility for the leadership development training. The wildlife, fisheries, and services divisions also typically have in-service meetings during the time camp is open. And then NCLI typically uses the camp for a week as well.
ELI, what's that?
I believe it's National Conservation Leadership Institute. Director Nesbitt and maybe John, am I correct on that?
Yeah, the National Conservation Leadership Institute has used it in the past. I don't think we have it planned for the future, but it certainly could.
Well, and I guess this is more a comment, Ashley. I mean, thank you for all that you're doing. You know, if my numbers are right, we're using this 35 days a summer to educate youth, and that's really important, I think, to the commission and particularly to me. I'm wondering if we couldn't capture a few more days, and if so, what do you need, Ashley? I mean, I've been trying to throw money at this program for 3 or 4 years, and if you need extra bodies, if you need extra help to increase the number of kids we run through this amazing facility, you need to, you probably won't be bold enough to say today, but if you are, go ahead, because I would love it. If not, talk to your supervisors. And I mean, it seems to me 35 days is a little bit light, and I'm not trying to minimize what you do, Ashley, because I know you're amazing. I see the smile on your face when you're presenting, and it's all good stuff. But, you know, when I voted to spend money on this camp, it wasn't to, you know, bow becoming an outdoor woman is part, you know, that's a game and fish camp too. So I'm very supportive of that. But it just seems to me maybe we could do a few more days of kid education or educator education or an additional becoming an outdoor woman camp. I know there's a huge waiting list for purposes of this camp. Then, you know, maybe internal game and fish meetings, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, thank you so much for that feedback. I will definitely be in touch with my supervisors to get back to you about the resources we would need and the possibility of increasing youth programming at the camp over the summer, because you are correct. We are only using it for a percentage of time that is less than what is available.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Okay, next, number 10, Mr. King.
Yes, let me get the video started. Okay, President Doobie, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt, I'll present our latest version of Chapter 1, collection of shed antlers and horns for your consideration. As you recall, back in January, we brought this regulation to you, and at that time, a motion was made and we instituted a noon opener on May 1 for the shed antler season. And what we learned this spring was that noon opener, while it was put in there with the best of intentions, really was problematic for us, for our enforcement folks. It made it pretty difficult. And the general public wasn't very supportive of that noon opener. And so the regulation that you have in front of you, there's just one simple modification. And that is that we would propose changing that noon opener to 6 a.m. on May 1. That's, in general, that's about sunrise for that time of the year across the state. And we think that this will be well accepted by the public and should make it easier for our enforcement folks. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Rick? Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President, Rick, explain the problem. I mean, it wasn't it that you couldn't collect shed antlers till noon, but our HMAs and other areas we controlled opened at 6 and people were out sitting on antlers and it caused grief. Can you explain the problem?
Yes, President Doobie, members of the commission and Commissioner Crank, that's right. So we have several WHMAs that also open on May 1. Some of those are used for other activities besides shed antler hunting, for example, fishing. We made a decision to open those WHMAs at 8 a.m. to allow other users like fishermen to get in there and start their traditional opening season. But in doing that, folks would come onto the units, wander about, find antlers, put people next to them, sit by them, and wait till 11:59 or 12 o'clock before picking up antlers. And really, it just made it pretty difficult. I think that starting folks at sunrise and just kicking them loose at sunrise is a good option for us to avoid some of that activity that we saw where folks were wandering around the hills before noon, seeing antlers and basically just setting up next to them and waiting for noon to roll around. We did also get a few comments from folks that suggested that this is a time-honored tradition for them that they really enjoy, and basically cutting out half the daylight for them was not very well received.
Any other questions? Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, not a question, but I can agree with Rick's comments there. It was not a popular decision. I don't know who came up with that idea, but it did not work very well. The public was not very supportive of that. So the 6 a.m. start time, I think, is going to be very well received. Thanks, Rick.
Welcome.
Any other questions? Chair would entertain a motion.
So
I would make that motion.
Okay, let's go. Commissioner Schmidt made the motion. Commissioner Byrd seconded. I had Commissioner Byrd seconded. Any more discussion? Chair, do the roll call, please.
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwick,
Aye.
Commissioner Rael,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Next, number 11, Mr. Edberg again.
Afternoon, Commission President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. Our next presentation is going to be about elk feed grounds. This will be kind of a two-phase presentation. One will be John Lund will give a presentation on the department's feed grounds in western Wyoming. And then we'll follow up with a little information on our public engagement process, which will start in the first week of December, which Director Nesvik referenced earlier. This feed ground presentation is very similar to the one that, again, Director Nesvik mentioned in the webinar that we did on the 10th of December that Megan will share with you. So if you want a double dose to learn about feed grounds, you can watch that one as well, but it is somewhat of a duplication. So with that, I'd like to introduce John Lund, our Pinedale Regional Wildlife Supervisor, to present his feed ground PowerPoint.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. I've got this slideshow up. I want to make sure you can see it.
Yep, it's up.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. How's that?
Yep.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to give a quick overview of the Wyoming Game and Fish Feed Ground Program. I'm going to include, getting caught up on the show here. I'll go over a brief history of our Game and Fish Feed Ground Program, as well as discuss some of the legislation, as well as our policy with the program. some current information on elk numbers on our feed grounds in Wyoming. And then I'll also discuss some of the interagency coordination that goes along with feeding elk and permitting processes and whatnot. And then I'll follow up with some of the other activities that we do on elk feed grounds on the day-to-day basis besides just feeding elk. And then finally, I'll get into a little bit more detail on why we continue to feed elk today, as well as the challenges that we're faced with. So a little bit of history. As we all know, severe winters in Western Wyoming are not that uncommon. But the winter of 1908 was extreme, and it resulted in a pretty significant winter mortality event, which received, even at that time, it received quite a bit of public attention. In response to that winter, several private individuals actually began feeding elk on a limited basis in the Jackson area that following winter in 1909. In 1912, the federal government appropriated some money, actually $5,000, to feed elk on what we now know as the National Elk Refuge. Fast forward to 1929 was when the department formally initiated operation of 3 different feed grounds in Western Wyoming. And the purpose of those was strictly to reduce large-scale starvation events. And if you can see that map, on the west side is the Grays River, that's right at Alpine. And then up north is a feed ground in the Grovant, northeast of Jackson. And then we've got the Upper Green north of Pinedale. Those were our first 3 formal feed grounds in the state. 1929, the Wyoming legislature passed the first law that authorized damage claims to be filed against the state. And those were for the purpose of damage caused by big game animals and game birds. And that was primarily, at the time, elk, getting into stack yards and feed lines. And that law is, as we all know, is still in effect today. As you can imagine, that even at that time, that law created a financial burden to the department. And wildlife managers found that it was easier and more efficient to actually keep elk on a feed ground than to constantly chase them away from agriculture, cattle operations, stack yards, feed lines, and so on. And so more feed grounds were actually developed for that purpose, to put those elk in places that could keep them out of trouble. The current system that we have today was in place by the 1960s. And we annually feed between about 14,000 and 16,000 elk on our state feed grounds. That does not include the National Elk Refuge. On an average winter, we feed about 80% of the elk that live in those herd units that have feed grounds. On more severe winters, that number's higher, and on milder winters, that number would be a little bit lower. But on average, the long term has been about 80% of those elk actually spend the winter on feed grounds. This is a overview of our current locations of our feed grounds today. If you look on the, especially on the southern half of the, around the Pinedale area, you see the common theme there of the locations of those feed grounds is on that interface between forest and private property. And that's the purpose of that, was as those elk were coming off of the mountain in the winter, on their way to winter range, that was to keep them out of cattle operations before they could cause problems with cattle and create damage issues. So we have, of those feed grounds, they're on several different land jurisdictions. They're not all just on game and fish property. Most of them are on federal land. We have 8 of them on Forest Service land. And for that, those feed grounds, we operate under a special use permit with the Forest Service. 6 are on BLM, and those are permitted through a MOU between the department and the BLM. And then, of course, the National Elk Refuge is on Fish and Wildlife Service property. We have 2 on private land, 2 on state lands, and 8 feed grounds on Game and Fish Commission lands. And if you do the math, you'll notice that that does not add up to 22. That adds up to well above that. And that's because several of our feed grounds sit on multiple different land jurisdictions. So we may have a feed ground that's part of it is on game and fish, part of it's on Forest Service, and part is on BLM. And so that explains the discrepancy in that math there. Of course, we have a policy on feeding big game animals, and that authority is granted through the Wyoming legislature in statute. Within that policy is individual feed ground quotas. So for each feed ground we have a quota, and that is the maximum target number of elk on those feed grounds. And that within that policy, it recognizes that things are unpredictable. And on any given winter, one feed ground may go over that quota. In some cases, it may be less than that. And that can be based on weather, habitat, predators, all kinds of different issues. For the most part, statewide, we're actually pretty close to those quotas. The policy also just gives us the opportunity or the flexibility to implement emergency feed grounds in areas that are off of department formal actual feed grounds. So if a situation comes up where we've got to feed some elk that are causing a major damage problem that we can't get to a feed ground, we can do some limited emergency feeding for those. And of course, that requires commission approval. Some current numbers with our feed ground system. This was from last winter. We're not feeding yet this year. But the winter of 2019, 2020, we fed just over 15,000 elk on game and fish feed grounds. Those elk ate 5,747 tons of hay. And the overall average feeding season was 111 days. And I'll talk about that in a little more detail here in a minute, but that was below our long-term average, which is a good thing. And overall winter mortality that was documented on our feed grounds was less than 1%. And that's exactly what our 40-year average has been 0.8%. So overall, last winter was an extremely average winter as far as feed grounds go. Generally, we feed between about 8 and 10 pounds of hay per elk every day, and that varies a little bit depending on the actual feed ground. The elk, different feed grounds, elk behave differently, and some eat more at different places than others. Also varies depending on the weather and temperature. If it's extremely cold, they eat more. If it's hot, they'll eat less. But that's a pretty safe average, 8 to 10 pounds a day. And then of course, our feed ground managers, biologists, wardens, they work with our elk feeders on a regular basis. We're in constant communication with them on any issues that can come up, and we help them out when they need it. So like I just said, in addition to feeding our elk feeders, they keep track of things that may come up on feed grounds. If behavior changes for some reason, if they start seeing a sick animal or unexplained mortalities, they keep in touch with us. They communicate with us on a regular basis. Some other things that we do in addition to feeding, of course, since 80% of our elk live on feed grounds in the winter, that's the perfect place to do our classification surveys. We'll get pretty accurate trend counts on our feed grounds each winter. Feed grounds definitely give us, with all the issues that go with them, they give us opportunities for research. It's a good place to catch elk. Obviously, they're right there. We don't have to net gun elk. We've got lots of opportunities for any various types of research. Primarily, what we've been focusing on in recent history has been brucellosis, with the issues that come with it in the area. So that's been our focus of attention recently. And of course, disease monitoring. And again, brucellosis has been the main focus. With CWD on the horizon, of course, we're certainly looking for opportunities to learn more. on feed grounds with CWD. We don't have CWD documented on feed grounds right now, so it's difficult to do a lot of research. But of course, we're doing our targeted surveillance in feed ground areas. Anytime we see animals showing clinical signs of CWD, we're removing them and testing them and whatnot. So I've talked about the historical reasons why we started feeding elk over 100 years ago, but why do we continue today? And with brucellosis on the landscape, reducing commingling between elk and cattle is absolutely critical. Brucellosis infection to a cattle operation can be devastating, and because of that, there's basically zero tolerance in Western Wyoming for commingling between cattle and brucellosis. So that's one of the main reasons we continue today. And of course, these feed grounds help, like I said earlier, they help gather elk in better locations that keep them away from livestock operations to reduce damage, as well as cattle and elk commingling. Feeding lets us maintain population objectives even with limited winter range availability. And these objectives, of course, are set in a public process, and they're reviewed every 5 years locally, as well as approved by the commission. And another reason with that is that the public right now is very happy with the elk numbers they have here, and there is an expectation from them to maintain a robust elk population. And so that is another reason we currently continue to feed. Of course, as human development continues to expand, so does the conflict in residential areas. And in some areas, feed grounds certainly help reduce these conflicts on private property. And then with the increase in development, of course, there's an increase in commuting and traffic. And so again, several of the feed grounds in the Western Wyoming help to keep elk off the highways. It's not a reason they were developed, but it's one of the things they do help us with. So obviously with the large scale feed ground program with 22 feed grounds as well as a refuge and 16,000 elk on state feed grounds, there's going to be challenges to go with a program like that. And the one most obvious one that's got a lot of attention today that we're all concerned about is the potential for disease transmission. As we know, high densities of animals over a long period of time, that potential for disease transmission is certainly increased. And we've got some ways that we work to mitigate that as much as possible. We've implemented low density feeding. This was basically from a brucellosis perspective. We've been doing that for several years, and basically that is simply spreading out feed as far as we can to keep elk, to try to minimize individual contact between animals. We work to shorten the feeding season as much as we possibly can. Of course, delaying the onset of feeding in the fall and quitting feeding as early as possible in the spring. And of course, that'll reduce the duration of concentration to minimize disease concerns. Some years, depending on the winter, we've had feed grounds that we haven't fed at all because the conditions were mild and there's been forage available, and we've been able to keep those elk on native winter range all winter long. Of course, that's what we prefer to do. It doesn't happen very often. But when we do, we can. And then, of course, shortening the feeding season obviously reduces feeding costs. The key with all of this, especially with the shortening that feeding season as long as we can, is that it requires a huge balancing act with the potential of conflict with livestock. If we wait too long or quit too early and turn elk loose in the spring, we can end up with some pretty significant commingling issues as well as damage issues, which becomes a major brucellosis concern. And so we push that envelope as hard as we can. When we get it right, it works well. When we get it wrong, we have problems. We've been getting better at it every year. We shut, especially in the spring, we push that as close as we can, and we haven't had any major issues for quite a while. So we're getting better at it, but it is a difficult decision in the springtime every year on certain feed grounds, especially. I mentioned this earlier as a reason why we feed. It's also a challenge. Feed grounds have a direct impact on elk populations in western Wyoming, and any kind of significant reduction in numbers would be very unpopular with several groups of people out there, of members of the public. So with that expectation of robust populations, it's difficult. It's a pro and it's a con. Cost is obviously a challenge. The feed ground program is one of the most expensive programs in the state. The 2020 budget, the fiscal year 2020 budget was about $1.6 million. And one way to offset that a little bit is through our elk special management permit, and certainly doesn't cover the whole program, but it helps. That's a 5-year average. The last 5 years have been about 160,000 that we bring in from that. And for anyone that's unaware, that is a permit that everybody that hunts in these hunt areas with feed grounds, they have to have that in addition to their elk license. And I think it's $15. So it helps. Hay purchasing and hauling logistics. If you can imagine, on an average year, we purchase between 6,000 and 9,000 tons of hay. We have to, in addition to finding that hay, securing it and buying it, we have to haul it. And getting it from the field to some of these feed grounds is pretty complicated. Remote country and some pretty rough terrain. It takes all summer to get it all hauled. In some cases, we're pushing the weather to get it in there before the snow falls. We've got 2 feed ground managers that run this operation. One of them's based here in Pinedale, and the other's in Jackson, and they do a heck of a job handling the logistics of this program. Just in general feeding operations, so we have contract elk feeders at each feed ground, and they feed depending on the location and on the weather and the snow conditions, generally between November and April. And it's critical. They have to feed every single day. If they don't feed, elk are hungry, those elk will leave. And so it sounds pretty simple, but it's pretty critical. Hay purchasing, small bales are preferred, but they're difficult to find. Large bales, the big that tractors carrying, they're certainly more common. They're easier to purchase and find, but they require heavy equipment to handle them. Of course, heavy equipment such as a tractor like that is extremely expensive, and even with those, when we have them, maintenance can be difficult, especially when it's cold, and those feed grounds are in remote locations. It can be difficult to fix. And so these small bales are preferred. A human can handle them, and they feed them off of a sleigh with horses. The larger bales, we still feed most of those with us, horses and a sleigh, but we use the heavy machinery to load them. And, elk feeding is a pretty unique job that requires somebody that can work with horses and work with equipment that may break when it's 30 below in some pretty remote areas. They've got to show up to their job every single day, regardless of the weather or if they're sick or whatever. Right now, we're lucky to have a pretty amazing group of feeders who really love their jobs and they're dedicated to it. Some of them have fed for over 40 years, And they do a heck of a job. And as these feeders retire, or sometimes they move on and they leave, finding somebody with that skill set and that work ethic is pretty difficult. And so we're, like I said, we're pretty happy with who we've got right now, and we're fortunate. The coordination with the federal agencies is obviously, that's critical, realizing that each agency has different missions and objectives. The permitting process, of course, that requires working together with the agencies to meet their needs. And for example, with some of our permits with like the Forest Service, stipulations in that permit are that we agree to use weed-free certified hay. We stay out of riparian areas. We spray for obnoxious weeds if we find them, and things like that. Of course, all of the agencies involved in feed grounds are under a fair amount of scrutiny regarding feeding elk, and which can sometimes result in litigation. With these agencies, we've got an excellent working relationship with them, and we communicate and coordinate with them on a regular basis. So overall, we all work together really well, I believe. So what's next? I've discussed kind of the 30,000-foot view of our program, what we do and why we do it, and how it got started, and of course the challenges that we're facing with it. And as Brian mentioned earlier this morning, we're beginning a public feed ground process right now. We started that last week with an internal meeting. And that's what we're considering phase one. That's a public kind of listen and learn session. Here in early December, we'll be getting out to the public via Zoom. We'll be having several live meetings with the public, and that'll be exactly similar to the internal meeting we had. Purpose of that will be to do our part in trying to educate as much as we can on the feed ground system and some of the issues that go with it. One of the presentations will be very similar to what I just talked about. And then we'll get into a lot more detail on disease and disease management issues. Phase two will follow down the road. We haven't developed a specific plan for it yet, but that will be more of a collaborative process. Hopefully an in-person collaborative process with all the different stakeholders involved. And ultimately, the goal behind that will be to come up with a long-term elk feed ground management plan. And we're going to learn as we go through that process. It's going to be an interesting process. Parts of it are going to be difficult. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a good management plan for the future. And that's all I've got. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. That was an excellent presentation. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Schmidt?
Yeah, John, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, just a couple of informational answers I'm curious about, John. When you're talking about the cold weather feeding, is there something that a certain temperature, something that your feeders look for that trips them or signals to them to start putting out more feed? Is it a 0, 10 below, 20 below, or how do you work that?
The feeders probably all have a different answer, but I think they just get a feel for it with their experience and judging on elk behavior. The faster they scoop up food, they can tell when they're hungrier than normal.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. If you got a guy that's been out there for 40 years, he probably knows them elk pretty intimately, I would imagine.
Yep, they do.
Yeah. And then the second question I had, John, is under challenges, you were talking about the brucellosis and CWD, et cetera. Are there other similar diseases that we're kind of watching for in addition to brucellosis and CWD?
Those are the critical ones that we're concerned about. We have other, and there'd be a better discussion for Hank to go into detail on those, which he will in our public process, but we have some other issues that come up. We have necrotic stomatitis, for example, that pops up on feed grounds when the conditions are right. But right now, brucellosis and CWD are the major ones.
Okay. And what was that one that you mentioned? Can you relate that in a layman term?
Yeah, it's called necrotic stomatitis, and we see it off and on different feed grounds, and it's similar to hoof rot.
Okay.
When conditions are right, when the snow is icy and crusty and whatnot, that can impact primarily calves is when we see the most of it.
Okay.
It
All right.
comes and goes, I guess.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Frank?
Hey, John, Mr. President, I guess one other benefit I didn't hear you mention was if we weren't feeding these elk in these centralized locations, they'd not only go tear up every hay pile in the country, but they would likely end up on mule deer winter range and compete with our mule deer who are already struggling. Is that a benefit of feed grounds as well?
You're absolutely, Commissioner Crank, you're absolutely correct. And I actually had a slide on that and I took it off because it was not a reason why we feed, but it is definitely a benefit. If the elk left feed grounds and all went to those winter ranges, they would definitely be competing with mule deer, pronghorn, and moose in some areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hey, Mr. President, I wanted to add just a couple more things. So John's done an excellent job of outlining a very complex problem. And I think kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Crank was just talking about, I was actually going to bring that up. That's certainly been a concern that we've heard from constituents, and that's something that our department folks are concerned about as well. And the other thing too is that we have an obligation to manage for 100 wolves and 10 breeding pairs in Northwest Wyoming in the wolf trophy game management area. And certainly, you know, we can't quantify what the impacts would be, but elk are wolf habitat. And so declining wolf habitat by declining elk numbers, you know, has some potential impacts. We don't know exactly what they would be, but it's certainly a concern for us to continue to meet those commitments. The other thing I would say, in this process, it's very contentious. There's a lot of opinions on both sides of the issue, but one of the things that we hope to gain from this is a common level of understanding of all the issues, regardless of which side of this thing people are on, for people to understand how the department has come to the decisions we've made with feed grounds, and maybe help them also understand the decisions that we make going forward. The assumption being that, you know, people with the same information are going to come to some similar conclusions. So that's certainly a desired outcome.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do we have any comments, John?
We do.
Or Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner Crank.
one other question. I don't know if it's for Brian or John, but it seems to me, and I don't know the names of these feed grounds, but the one I'm thinking of is up the Grays River. You know, if we did not feed up the Grays River for some reason, because the Forest Service said we can no longer feed on their land, it seems to me we're going to decimate kind of entire herd units. And I don't know if either of you can comment on that. If there are some feed grounds that are so essential that if we our operations, that elk herd goes away totally.
Go ahead.
Sure, Commissioner Crank, I can certainly address that. There are certain feed grounds that the impacts would be devastating. Some of those, like you described, there would be some starvation events that would happen that would be significant. There are also unknowns, you know, let's use Forest Park, for example. Would they stay there and starve, or would they go down drainage to Alpine? Probably a little bit of both. Over time, they may find another feed ground or just another place to winter, but there could be some devastating impacts short term in certain areas.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, Mr. President, Cy Gilliam has asked to provide comments, and I think he's ready to go if he unmutes. Cy, are you there? There you go.
President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Thank you this afternoon for hearing my comments. I'm representing today the Wyoming Outfitter and Guides Association. And as you can expect, this issue is one that is really near and dear to our members and to elk enthusiasts across the West. One of the things I would like to bring up today, I'm really concerned, as I'm sure we all are, with us going to a virtual format for these meetings in early December. I think you're going to see a skewed or a tamped down attendance. I just don't know that. And I hope you take that into consideration when these comments come in, that it's, as you know, just from today's meeting, these are difficult to attend. They're difficult to sit through. They're difficult to get right. And so I'm really concerned that after you get everything back from those early December meetings, that you have any sort of ability to gauge exactly what the public is thinking about that. So that's one thing. The other thing I'm concerned about is right now, as you know, the state of Wyoming is involved in 2 lawsuits on the NER and the 3 state feed grounds. One of them is the feed ground Forest Park I'm very familiar with, that Commissioner Crank was just talking about. So I'm concerned, and I hope that we don't put ourselves in a compromised position, these lawsuits, by having too much information come out or the wrong kind of information come out in these public meetings that could be used against the state of Wyoming, the Game and Fish Commission's positions as intervener status in these lawsuits. And as you know, the Wyoming Outfitter Guides Association, the Jackson Hole Outfitter and Guides Association, the Sublette County Outfitter and Guides Association, and Safari Club, we've all teamed up together and formed the Hunting Coalition, and we've entered both of these lawsuits as intervener status, and that has been granted. And so we have a lot at stake. This is probably the first time in the Wyoming Outfitter and Guide Association history that you've ever seen us basically do that, and that should, I think, give everybody in the state a little bit of an inclination that this is our industry's red line in the sand. We have no room for compromise on this issue. We can't have any room of compromise on this issue. I have met with John. I've met with Brad. They both took the time to meet with me this fall to go over some of these things, but there's still some omissions in their presentation that I'd like to point out. One of them is the fact that with the state feed grounds, they're feeding about 15,000 elk on average, but the NER also feeds about 7,500 animals. So if you add those 2 numbers together, you're coming up with around 22,500 animals that are feed ground dependent. Feed ground dependent meaning without the feed ground, we don't have those elk. So when you run the statewide population, we have 113,000 animals in the state of Wyoming of elk. So you're talking about 20% of Wyoming's total elk herd is feed ground dependent, and which is a really, really big deal, but it's even bigger than that. We all understand the public access issue. All of us get that. We're all involved in it to some degree or other. These elk that we're talking about, these feed ground elk, are basically 100% available to the hunting public. They are on public land. And so their value, their asset value goes up in a huge, huge manner to the resident hunting public. This is a lot bigger deal than just should we feed elk or not? This is a really big deal. And your constituents out there, as we go through this process, I hope, and I push this with Brad and John both really, really hard, I hope they really drive this point home to these resident hunters that attend these meetings, that if we lose these the ability to feed these elk, and when our populations dip that bad, we're basically affecting the resident hunter in an unbelievable fashion. And that should be something that all of us are really concerned about. And then the final thing I wanted to bring up, I would disagree. I think Commissioner Crank's correct. I would disagree with John that feeding elk to protect mule deer winter range, that's a good reason to feed elk. I would say that slide needs to be back up there, and we shouldn't be afraid of that, because the Forest Park feed ground, like the one that I'm really familiar with, the one I hunt on, hunt the elk that use it. If those elk slip out of there and they go through McDougal Gap, just like the mule deer will do, and they would follow the same migration route the mule deer go, that they are going to end up on that winter range, and that is going to be a conflict of incredible magnitude. It will destroy that mule deer herd. I don't think we should hide from that. I think we should say that, and that's a valid reason to feed these elk. It's in my mind, it's as valid as any reason there is out there. I thank you today for hearing my comments, and I hope that as we go through this process that we can get educated and find some common ground. I'm not hopeful of it, but I hope that we can.
Thank you for your comments, Si. Any questions for Si? Any comments? Okay, thank you, Si. Any other comments for John or anybody else on this subject? All right, let's move on to number 12, and then after 12, we'll take a break. Thanks, John.
Members of the commission, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt. Next up, we have, I believe, 3 representatives from the One Shot Antelope Hunt, Vicki Hutchinson, Cade Mestis, and Carl Asbell. I believe Vicki will be presenting for them. I'll turn the time over to them. This is an informational presentation and an opportunity for the One Shot folks to provide an informational update to all of you. And with that, I'll turn the time over to them.
All 3 of them have been given permissions, so Vicki, Cade, and Carl can all unmute and turn your videos on as necessary.
Video first. Not on mute. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. President Dubé, Director Nesbitt, and Commissioners, I would like to sincerely thank you for having us to your meeting today to explain to you some of the things about the One Shot Antelope Hunt. I've been the executive director of both Water for Wildlife Foundation and the One Shot Pass Shooters going on 3 years now. And one thing that I do notice is that there's a lot of confusion about many of the moving parts that make up this huge event. And hopefully I can clarify some of those for you, as well as announce a couple of new exciting changes that we have going on. And I'm going to go to my first slide now. Can everybody see?
Yes.
Got it? Okay. The One Shot Antelope Hunt was established in 1940. And as Wyoming Game and Fish Commissioners, I'm hoping that you'll be proud to know that the state of Wyoming is home to the oldest invitational hunt in the entire country. I think that's kind of a good thing for Wyoming, that we can say we're the home of the oldest invitational hunt in the entire country. It's also a tremendous example of sportsmen supporting conservation. The One Shot Antelope Hunt started Water for Wildlife in an effort to give back and to support conservation. It's always held in Wyoming. It's never been held anyplace else, and it's always held in Lander, Wyoming. We have exactly 16 consecutive Wyoming governors that have hosted the hunt. And for all these reasons, I don't really think of it as a special interest group, but as a Wyoming tradition. I think we're part of Wyoming history, and we are a Wyoming tradition. And we're also very vital to the history and the commerce in Lander, Wyoming. Okay, now who is the One Shot? There's a lot of confusion, and I think once you decide that you understand the One Shot and the 3 organizations that make it up, it's a lot easier to understand all the moving parts. The first is the One Shot Hunt Club, and these are our local neighbors that are all volunteer. They volunteer for years, some of them many, many years, and some of them several generations. And they have the awesome responsibility of actually putting the hunt on. They're greeters, they move chairs, they set up sound systems, they are guides, and they work very hard for an entire year to put the event on. Now, once a person has shot in the One Shot Antelope Hunt, they become a pass shooter. The Pass Shooters Club is about 600 members strong, and the responsibility of the Pass Shooters Club is number 1, to support Water for Wildlife, number 2, the One Shot Antelope Hunt. And I'd also like to add the state of Wyoming. It's been my experience that the members absolutely love coming to our beautiful state, and it's very near and dear to their heart. Then, of course, the last and the crown jewel is the Water for Wildlife Foundation. We're a nonprofit, and we are a very shining example of sportsmen and sportswomen that are involved in conservation. We are committed to being pivotal in wildlife conservation, and as even since I've been here, we have grown tremendously in the amount of work that we're doing. I would like to think that we align directly with the goals of you as the commission and of the Wyoming Game and Fish Division. Now, here's some news, and you are among the first probably to hear this. The One Shot Antelope Hunt now encourages all sportsmen and, are you ready? Sportswomen. We want sportswomen to apply. We're looking forward to having sportswomen involved in our event. And just to kind of as a side note, how we select our hunters is, first of all, they have to be willing and able to support the work of Water for Wildlife Foundation. Second, they have to be good sportsmen and sportswomen. And then they have to desire to affiliate with members who enjoy big game hunting. Historically, women have played a huge role in the One Shot. And you know, I kind of I don't understand why there's a lot of concern there. Women have done things like they've hunted right alongside their husbands. I had a little 90-year-old lady come in, and she was actually at the very first One Shot as a brownie, serving food or whatever she's doing. And then as she got older, she became a guide for the pass shooters. So women have had a huge role in the One Shot Antelope Hunt, and we are somewhat of a family event. Most of our shooters bring their husbands and we bring their children, and I'm very proud of that. Another issue I wanted to talk about is, just because it came up, the Native American tradition. Recently, during some political campaigns, some of our ceremonies came under scrutiny. And I think it was just an example of a lot of times we can tend to make things political that are not meant to be political. The Eastern Shoshone tribe has played a huge part in this event for decades. And in actuality, the whole event is named and surrounded by our reverence to the Native American hunting skills, their sportsmanship, and the fact that they were actually better shot. because the term one shot comes from if back in the day, if you were native and you were shooting an animal with a bow and arrow, you had only one shot, because once you released the arrow, the animal was gone. And so if you didn't hit it, you would not hit your target. And I think that it is something that's very near and dear. We have recently been talking to members of the tribe families that work with us, because we have several families that have been with us for a long time, to make sure out of the utmost respect that we don't do anything that they would consider culturally offensive. So we will be making change probably for the next one shot, and we will do that based on whatever they tell us to do. We're extremely grateful that they participate with us. We think that they add a huge part to the one shot antelope hunt, and it's deeply rooted in their spirituality and culture. And it's something that we are looking into. The Hunt Club is actually meeting with some of the members of it. Now, here's a big one, and I know this is something that you are all very concerned about, our license. The license, just like your commissioner license, just like your governor's game tags, all those kind of things, are legislatively set aside, and that happened in 1979. 80 licenses were allotted to the one-shot hunt. Now, the available license for the 5 different hunt areas where we hunt is determined by Wyoming Game and Fish, and they have a scientific method. These licenses are above and beyond the established quota, and therefore don't affect the draw odds. I'm going to stop right there, because I know there is at least a couple of you that question the how that works. Am I correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. And
Mr. President, it is correct, but it does affect the total number of licenses available in those 5 areas. Because you're getting a carve off, other sportsmen could not hunt in those areas that might otherwise be able to draw a license if these licenses weren't going to the one shot.
Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, I'm going to let you look at it a different way. And it may have been you that I was visiting with that brought the subject up when I first started the job. And I thought to myself, okay, I understand. I truly see how you would feel that these may interfere. But I've tried to think about, okay, how does this really work? And what I came up with, and kind of a light went off, is first of all, if we put water projects and habitat projects in an area, does that not serve to keep animals in the area, to keep them from dying, to draw them off of the highway where they get hit, to draw them away from different residential areas? Am I correct?
President, you might be. I guess I'd want to know, how many water projects have you put in those 5 hunt areas? And
we have 30.
Hold on, ma'am. And what is the usage of the animals to those water projects? And does that have a direct impact to animals getting hit on the highway or not? But ma'am, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. If an antelope area can sustain a kill of a certain number of animals, carving off licenses for you limits the number of licenses that would be otherwise available to people that put in for that area and draw that area and get to go hunting. I mean, it's the way we manage antelope. There's a certain number that can be taken from any herd unit on any given year. And if you take a large block of those and carve them off and give them to the one shot, those are not available for others. Let's not spit. Go ahead and make your presentation. Let's not spit.
I totally understand your point. And that's why I had to myself work it through, okay? If there's not water and habitat, there's not gonna be any animals there. And if we supplement that water and habitat by our projects, they will stay there and they will be in a better position to survive. And I'm going to show you in just a minute a map of all the water projects in the entire state of Wyoming. And I apologize because this went virtual too quick, but I have a handout for you that pinpoints the GPS locations of all the water projects in the entire state of Wyoming. And those 5 areas, yes, we have 30 water projects, 30 functional water projects, which is huge. We have 214 in the entire state of Wyoming, but I'm going to show you that map in a little bit. So just if you would, could I ask you to hold that thought until we get to that part?
Proceed, please.
Okay. All right. And I think there's a misconception that that we just hand out licenses at the one shot. That is absolutely not true. We fully understand that those 80 licenses are for the event, and every single recipient of a license must be a fully paid registrant of the event. And then in addition to that, once they're issued, they pay the full amount established fee that anybody else would apply for directly to Wyoming Game and Fish. The past shooter registrants are actually governed by a set of rules. Those were also in your handout. And as soon as this is over, I will mail each of you a copy of that so that you know with full transparency exactly the procedure we use to determine how those tags are used. A past shooter may defer their license to another sportsman or sportswoman if that person is a fully paid registrant for the event, pays the applicable license fee, and also is accompanied by their sponsoring country. Are we okay with all of those guidelines so far?
Just proceed with your presentation, Vicki, please.
Okay. All right, which brings me to Water for Wildlife. The 80 license that we are allowed is very much dependent on the conservation work that we do. We would do the conservation work anyway, but this to me is the most important vital thing that is supported by Water for Wildlife Foundation. And you asked for some statistics. Together with our partners, Water for Wildlife has 214 wildlife conservation projects within the state of Wyoming. With our partners, we have invested 10 million. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, 10,083,000, and that's just in the state of Wyoming. Now, I know this map to me looks like stars over Wyoming on a clear night, but this is actually the GPS locations of all 214 of Wyoming's water habitat projects that we've put in. So I think you also have to consider not only the 5 areas and the pressure on those 5 areas, but you have to look at the benefit for all of the citizens of Wyoming, all the interested hunters of Wyoming in these 214 areas where we've actually installed either water or habitat projects. They are all over the state, and I think speak volumes to the amount of serious concern for wildlife conservation that the 3 organizations have. Now, I know here's another question that somebody brought up to me. They were concerned, and I totally understand as a game and fish commissioner how you would be concerned about this. Our out-of-state water and habitat projects. And just to give you a little bit of history, early on in the 1970s, we did not have a lot of submissions for our help on habitat and water projects. in the state. We were relying on, sometimes people from out of town would say, hey, we need a water project here. They would give a donation. Through the years, this has totally evolved and changed. And I think part of it is because of our close relationship with the area, Wyoming Game and Fish, habitat biologists, BLM, U.S. Forest Service. And so you asked and we listened. We have increased substantially the amount of funding that we have for Wyoming only water project. In 2019 and 2020, we did 19 projects in the state of Wyoming, totaling $126,200. We did 6 projects total in all other states, totaling $33,900. And I think this has a lot to do with the fact that we have been fortunate to have a great relationship with our local Wyoming Game and Fish agents. And we feel like they bring us projects, and we're getting more and more wonderful projects from the state of Wyoming. And our procedure for picking the projects, I think, is also something that I would like you to be aware of. We use a grant process where anybody who wants to can submit a grant and apply for our assistance in a water project. This happens January 1st through January 31st. On January 31st, when all of the water projects are in, then we have Wyoming Game and Fish wonderful agent Amy Anderson kindly goes through each one of them and ranks them in order of efficacy. Because as you know, for nonprofit, dollars are hard to raise. And we want to make sure that all of our dollars invested are going to the most effective projects. And so Amy helps us with that. And all of the agents actually have kind of learned of the work that we do, and they've put the word out throughout Wyoming. So now that we get more projects from Wyoming, we're doing more projects. We did close to 80% 2019 and 2020 in only Wyoming. And this is just some pictures of our projects at work. Another point I'd like to make is that we do all species. Originally, when the one shot, as I have found out through history, they were benefiting a lot of antelope, and that was their main target. But as time went on, they've expanded that. And I would really like to say that I think we align beautifully with your strategic plan for the future and forging the future. I read through some of that and I thought it was fascinating that we have, let's see, what is it? 30% of Wyoming has hunted, 48% fish, and then of course there's 65 and 74% who camp and hunt. I like this because we not only do we do game, we do fish. In fact, the past 2 years we've done, I think, 3 projects where we did culvert replacements, which help with the fish, and they were all managed by Wyoming Game and Fish agents. So I would like to think we align beautifully with the future of Wyoming conservation, and that it's not just big game, it's fish, it's birds, it's the recreational photographer, those kind of activities that we're all lucky to enjoy here in the state of Wyoming. This next slide has several of our water project types. The most common is likely guzzlers, and you're familiar with that. It's a very simple concept of providing a catchment to increase surface area, drain the water into the guzzler, which is covered, and it prevents evaporation, and there's escape ramps. We have a lot of these, and these are probably our most prominent water projects. We also do solar powered wells with tanks. We do river and stream enhancements. And then we do natural spring and artesian well improvements. And part of that is exclosures, because oftentimes there's too much pressure on a natural stream. And so we will build fencing around it to prevent overuse. But we don't just do water projects these days. We have branched out. The variable messaging signs that you see along your highways in Wyoming, or it says watch for wildlife, heads up, slow down, participated in that. We have also participated in some research projects that some of our partner agencies have asked for help in. We also do things that are kind of neat. I like the beaver dam analogs, where they actually, it's a very inexpensive way to preserve the riparian area around different ponds, streams, bodies of water. So it's not just water projects, it's habitat and a whole lot more. We've also participated in some of the migration studies as far as collaring deer and things like that. Now, how do we know it works? This is pictures. That's a guzzler, and large or small, I like to say our projects benefit all. Here's a great shot of some of our friends that actually visit at night, some of the nocturnal creatures. And on top of that, and this is a big one because we invest heavily in education. I came from a background of doing development work in academia at a college level. And I'm a big I advocate for conservation education. I think to do wildlife conservation work is great, but in order for that to continue on, it needs to be passed to our young people. And one of the projects that I'm most proud of is our Water for Wildlife internship that is joint with Wyoming Game and Fish. This program started in 2015, so it's got some years on it. And we have invested $79,000 in interns since 2015. This program, and any of the land or game and fish agents can attest to this, it attracts the brightest college students. And these are college students who aspire to become game and fish agents. They also take this internship as an opportunity to see the different roles that game and fish plays in wildlife conservation. Our interns come from all areas of the country and also locally. They get hands-on experience in the field of working with a Wyoming game and fish wildlife agent. They also learn, and I think it's vital, that we look at the fact that nonprofits such as Water for Wildlife kind of tend to bridge the gap in resources when agencies are trying to do different projects. We are very proud of the fact that we can reach out and provide financial assistance to wonderful projects that happen in the state of Wyoming. And we don't stop at that for conservation education. We in 2017 started renovating our building here on Main Street in Lander, Wyoming. This building is absolutely stunning. And I look at this as our gift to Wyoming and our gift to the Lander community. The museum is open to the public. It's free of charge. And the front part of it exhibits and features wildlife conservation topics. The picture that you see there is a picture of a real working guzzler. It actually has water that goes to it. We also have an exhibit, and one of our interns designed this, of pioneers in conservation. who were the people that started conservation? What are the acts that have everything to do with where we are nowadays in wildlife conservation? We have a woodlands exhibit that follows right along with Wyoming Game and Fish guidelines, and that it shows leave no trace camping. It talks about invasive species, those kind of things. My favorite exhibit is one that we have on one of the walls where it shows the taxidermy of an elk, a bear, and a buffalo, and they're actually busting through the wall. The artist that we had do this was very talented. The purpose of that exhibit is to teach people safe distancing from wildlife. As you know, as game and fish commissioners, every year tourists get into trouble at the national parks or wherever because they don't maintain an appropriate and safe distance from wildlife. That is one thing that we try to preach here. We have the backside of the museum is dedicated to historical memorabilia from the one-shot hunt. And there's a lot of it. And I don't know of any other place that you can go and see Chuck Yeager's flight costume, Roy Rogers's cowboy hat. We even have a picture from the Apollo astronauts of the moon. We have some beautiful things. And I would like to personally invite each and every one of you to come visit the museum. It's what it's here for. It's beautiful. I would love to show you what we have done. We open this museum up to other like-minded conservation groups who have similar goals. It's free of charge. We realize we're very fortunate to have this space, and not everybody has the kind of space that we do. So we open it up to some of our conservation partners if they want to host a meeting, a party. Right now I'm sitting in our beautiful conference room. So it's very much our gift to Wyoming, and I think it's pretty special, and I would be honored if you would come visit us. We don't stop there, okay? We actually do work in the community where we do business, and this is also serious. Less probably of a concern for you, but it's what we think is the right thing to do. We do a lot of community support. When the Lander Community Center burned down, and I don't know the exact year, you probably may remember it more than I do. When it burned down, we were the first ones to step up to the plate, and the One Shot Hunt donated $150,000 to repair the Lander Community Center. And believe me, that we just did it because we wanted to. We don't get breaks there. We pay the full price when we host events there, but it was the right thing to do. Another thing we did in the community, the Middle Paposia River had a eroding bank and lots of issues. We donated $25,000 and along with partners and renovated that and made it a beautiful place and a place where people can fish. Way back in the day, and I know you've all been to the Lander office, if you visited the area to the left, which is the educational center, we donated $25,000 to Wyoming Game and Fish to complete and do the educational center that you've probably seen before. Make a long story short, I would like to say on behalf of the One Shot Antelope Hunt, I sincerely thank you, the commissioners and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department for doing such a fabulous job for the wildlife and the citizens who enjoy wildlife. And at this point, if it's okay with you, President, I would like to turn it over to Cade Mastas. Cade is a member of the Pass Shooter Board of Directors. He's also active in a lot of committees and city council and everything else in the community of Lander. Because what I did not talk about, Cade is going to cover, and that is the huge economic impact that the One Shot Hunt is for the community of Lander. So Cade, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Vicky,
Yes.
we need to start to wrap this up.
Okay.
We stay on our agenda. You've definitely taken to heart what the commission has made criticisms of and other people throughout the
Good.
state criticisms of. It was a nice presentation. Be happy to have them come on, but make it short and brief, please. We have other issues to discuss today.
Okay.
Frank, do you have something you want to say, quick light? Commissioner Frank?
Mr. President, I have just a couple questions for Ms. Hutchinson, if that's okay.
Yep.
Mr. President and Vicky, one of your slides said, together with partners, Water for Wildlife has invested $10,083,000.
Correct.
That has Water for Wildlife contributed $10,083,000 or?
No, but that is how most nonprofits express the amount of water project or of dollars invested. It's per project and it's along with partners. Directly into the state of Wyoming, we have invested $1,125,000. And that's up to date.
I also want to say I commend the One Shot for, committing to have a female hunt team this fall.
We're excited.
I commend the One Shot for using volunteers and saving money and spending that money on wildlife projects. I commend you for taking the funds you raise off of this hunt and the antelope licenses to benefit wildlife. Those are all very laudable goals that you do very well. So I wanted to tell you that I do appreciate those concepts of the One Shot.
Coming from you, Commissioner Crank, I take that as a compliment. Thank you. And you were one of the ones that asked difficult questions, and it was good that you did. I welcome those because it caused me to think, okay, now what are we doing here? And why should this go on? And that helped me a lot. Thank you.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes, I got a couple questions for Vicky too.
Okay.
Vicky, how long has Water for Wildlife been in existence?
Water for Wildlife was started by the One Shot in 1974.
Okay, how long has the One Shot been awarded 80 licenses?
I don't know that history. We started in 1940. And back then, was there even license? I don't know exactly how that works. Maybe Carl Asbell, who's more familiar with the way back history, could answer that question. Carl? Okay, you're unmuted.
Commissioner Schmidt, I believe 1979 was the first time that we were legislatively allocated set aside licenses.
Thank you. Of the 80 licenses, 24 go to the One Shot and 56 go to the pass shooters. Is that how it works?
Generally, that's general. We've had more than 8 3-man, 3 sportsman teams in the past. And I figure that may occur again this coming year, just for the fact that we were unable to do our hunt this year due to COVID.
And of the tags, of the pass shooters that get these 54 tags or 56 tags, do those pass shooters also apply in the general draw?
They do currently. We've been thinking about rediscussing that with the Game and Fish to see if that potentially could be an option to alleviate some of the pressure on those areas that people are concerned about. But that was established again way back in 1980 or so, Commissioner Schmidt, that the commission and the Game and Fish felt that that was necessary to make it fair for everyone, that they would apply and be rejected.
So in reality, you guys could, on any given year, receive more than 80 tags that go to the One Shot and or the Water for Wildlife.
No, not necessarily, because people would be potentially putting in for those licenses anyway that are affiliated with the one shot. They would be doing that whether they were coming or not, potentially to apply. So 80 licenses are all that are allocated for the one shot itself.
So am I to understand, if your past shooters apply in the general draw and they draw a tag in one of these 5 hunt areas designated for the one shot, that those that draw that license in the general draw are subtracted from the 80 total?
No, that's not correct.
So they could be in addition to the 80.
Yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're participating within the one-shot festivities. That's just the rules that we were told to abide by in the beginning.
How much am I to understand correctly that the past shooters club, the 56 tags there, the money derived from that goes to these Water for Wildlife projects?
Absolutely. And
how much?
I'm sorry.
How much do you bring in annually with those 56 tags?
With
on
the
average?
56 tags? Well, the water projects, everything we spend actually comes from those 56 tags, with the exception of we were very fortunate. Thank you, Commissioner Ladwig, and thank you, Commissioner Byrd, to receive commissioner license. This catapulted our wildlife conservation projects by great strides. We put those monies, and we actually marketed those very, very hard, and we're able to get close to $48,000 with those. And we put that towards our internship, our museum, and our water projects in the state of Wyoming only.
So those 56 tags on average bring in about $48,000.
They bring in, I'm sorry, how many thousand?
Did you just say that those 56 tags bring in on average about $48,000 a year per year?
No, I would say it's way more than that, because we this year approved $85,000 in just water projects.
Okay.
So it's way more than that.
So, but we don't have a number.
I don't have a number, but I will get back to you with the number unless Carl or Cade has any more information on that. But basically, the hunt supports everything we do, everything. Our internship, our Water for Wildlife program. We maintain 2 full-time equivalent positions in the Lander community, which is huge for the community here. That everything that we do is derived from what happens at the hunt. We do auctions, we do live auctions, silent auctions, just the registration fees alone. A lot of that is kicked back to the Water for Wildlife water projects.
Right. And Vicki, just to close here, I commend you all for the great work you're doing for wildlife in Wyoming with this money. But what it boils down to, and what we're faced with as a commission, and what I can't get past, is no matter how you spin the 56 tags, I certainly don't want to mess with the 24 tags that go to a time-honored tradition in Wyoming, because I think that's great. But the 56 tags for the past shooters, for me, is where that's got kind of a burr under my saddle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter how you spin, how that money's used, or how those tags are derived, they still take 56 tags away from resident and non-resident hunters. There's just no way around that. And as a commission, we're faced with a growing contingent of hunters out there that are applying for 8, 10, 11, 12 years without drawing an antelope tag. And they see 56 going to this event, and it's starting to stick in their craw, and they're talking about it more and more and more. Now, your whole organization, One Shot, has made a lot of concessions this year. They're allowing women in. You're going to be speaking with the tribes and look at what's maybe offending them in some way, and look at changing some of those ideas and ways you run the event. And I would encourage you guys to look at this too, because this is not going to go away. This is only going to get worse. It needs to be addressed. And I would suggest you guys look at other ways to help fund your projects and start letting some of these licenses, of these 56 past shooters licenses, go back to the general public, because people are getting angry.
Commissioner Schmidt, if I may speak to the licenses briefly. I think all set aside licenses that are legislatively set aside, commissioner's tags, governor's tags, buckskin tags, women's hunts, our hunt, are all hunting for heroes. All those tags play a role in this. I think that if Supervisor Hunter is on the call by chance, he may be able to address exactly how those licenses and how the allotments and management of those licenses are handled, not just with our licenses, but any set aside licenses. Because it's our understanding that all set aside licenses are not affecting the quota. We are not taking licenses away from the general public. And we're doing that based upon the professionals that are telling us how they allot these licenses. And we're not the only organization. Hunting for Heroes takes out of the general draw directly. And there is way more licenses with that organization that come out than our 80 licenses. No one's questioning the women's hunt on their 80 licenses. The Buckskins have had 25 licenses for decades, and no one's questioning them on theirs. The commissioners, not all of the commissioner tags are going to wildlife supporting entities. So I think it would be helpful if Supervisor Hunter could explain how these are allocated, and particularly concerning our 5 areas.
Mr. President, I think it'd be inappropriate to have Jason Hunter wade into this debate. I mean, it just is common sense that if you take 80 licenses from a limited amount of animals, it affects those folks that hunt, that try to draw those licenses. And, you know, if we're going to go into how certain regions set license quotas, we could be here for days. So I just think that'd be inappropriate, but you're the president.
Do you have any other questions for the One Shot Animal Club? We're not going to make a decision here today, more than likely. So do you have any other questions for them? Any more information that you want to gather from the organization?
Mr. President, if I think Cade should be able to, he will speak for no more than 5 minutes on the economic impact to Lander. If he could just speak for a few minutes.
Does that matter? Do you guys need that information? I'm talking to the commissioners.
Not really.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I'm sure that the one-shot antelope hunt has a significant impact on Lander, and that's a good thing. I commend him for that. But the numbers and specifics don't matter today, I don't think.
Is there any more questions? Or is there any more questions? No. I guess we will consider all information and deal with it at the appropriate time. So thank you very much. We appreciate all your time and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a break till 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, we'll reconvene.
What about Murray?
Oh, is he there?
We know that, Sherry.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
We see Sherry.
Thank you.
All right, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. Next up is a presentation by Jason Hunter, our Lander Regional Wildlife Supervisor. And before I turn the time over to Jason, I just wanted to take a minute and first of all, thank Jason and his team for the efforts that they've gone through this whole process. As you know, we tasked Jason and an internal team of folks after the April commission meeting to go out and engage the public on trapping issues and trapping regulations. They did a phenomenal job. They put in a ton of effort into this work. Jason himself has a lot of hours invested in this project, and I want to thank him and his team for the work that they've done. I really appreciate it. Jason will share with you an overview of his most recent efforts and then provide recommendations that the department feels strongly that we should move forward on. And I want to just take one brief moment to talk about these recommendations that you'll see. Many of these are recommendations that the department can implement on our own. They're things that we can just move forward with. But some of these recommendations will require engagement with the legislature to provide the commission authority to implement. And so as you listen to these, I would encourage you to consider that for some of these, there's a lot of work left to do, and that your decision today doesn't necessarily set anything in stone. It just keeps some work progressing, and some of that work will require legislative action, and then subsequently commission action after that. Again, I feel strongly that these recommendations are logical and help resolve some of the issues that we've heard from the public about, and do so in a manner that I think our trappers can won't be overly burdened with them. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Jason Hunter and go from there.
Thank you, Rick.
Did I come back?
You're back.
Yep, you're on. All right, not sure what happened. Everything just went down. All right.
Thank you, Jason. Please proceed.
Thank you. Let me share my screen here. All right, is that working?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, President Doobie, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thanks for giving me some time to talk about what our committee's been doing for the last couple of months here, and hopefully get us back on schedule a little bit here as well. So in response to petitions and discussions during the April 2020 commission meeting, we were directed to gather some more information on trapping, and we presented to the commission in July with some of the information we found from individual stakeholder contacts. The information that was gathered was used to develop a list of discussion topics for some collaborative meetings held around the state and online. And to date, our group has spent just over 1,000 hours on this project, and we've talked to hundreds of people around the state. So we held in-person meetings in early September. We had 186 total participants, and 22 Game and Fish employees assisted throughout these meetings. Rock Springs was 11, Jackson 22, Sheridan 24, Laramie 14 in person, and then 37 virtually. Lander, to cap it off, was definitely the most attended meeting. We have 31 in person and 47 virtually. We had 150 participants that actually signed up virtually, but only 84 ended up attending. These participants included legislators, some of you, trappers, non-trappers, the general public, public land users, hunters, livestock producers, Animal Damage Management Board, and Wildlife Services. Meeting format, and we gave a presentation similar to what we gave at the July commission meeting. some of the results from our stakeholder contacts prior to collaborative meetings. And then we broke out into small groups and had discussions to get feedback on 3 main topics. We focused on education and awareness, regulations and reporting, and trails and campgrounds. So these meetings weren't designed to define a definite course of action. They weren't to collect official public comments, and no ideas discussed were official proposals by any means. And actually, a lot of the items we discussed were not at all or fully within the jurisdiction of the department. And again, rankings that were given by participants at the end weren't votes for or against anything. They were just to help give us an idea of broad overall support, or if we still needed to do some work in certain areas. So feedback on the meeting. So starting with trapper education. The question we asked is, should the Game and Fish require mandatory trapper education? And this, we got a lot of support. Again, mixed support from both sides. As long as there was equal opportunity to access, if it was mandatory, with a mix of online and in-person and mentorship options, folks really wanted us to consider the rural and working families. We're fortunate that there is an Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency North American Trapper Education course that is available online and free for us to use. It's a good course, but it probably needs a little bit of tweaking over time for us to develop our own course that would be more Wyoming specific. Another thing that came up in this education component was redesigning the fur bearer trapping brochure to include some of the best management practices, information about species ID, check periods for better fur quality, and then just an overall awareness of other trail uses. The next section, we asked, should Game and Fish develop trapper education or trapping education for other users on public lands, so not specifically directed towards trappers. And we wanted to make sure that there was some messaging there that doesn't cast trapping in a negative light or create fear. We wanted to look at a dedicated web page on our department website that has information about trapping for both trappers and other recreationalists. Just information on sharing trails, releasing pets, benefits of trapping to the state and its wildlife, things like that. We talked about leaving tools to help you release a pet if it were caught in one at trailheads. That wasn't supported throughout our discussions. A lot of folks thought, that would just be end up being a waste of money, and those tools would constantly be disappearing. How to release your dog or how to release your pet workshops. A ton of support, again, on both sides there to continue doing those, continuing partnering with trappers and other groups to post those. Just really wanted to focus on, make sure the content of the course is focused on how to release pets. And really a lot of folks thought we should have a trapper there along with Game and Fish to talk through those trainings. Conservation stamp was another thing that came up. We had a request to require trappers to have a conservation stamp. Currently, they don't have to. And through this, we found that nearly 70% of trappers already have a stamp through other licensing requirements, or many thought they needed one anyway. But again, through these discussions, a lot of individuals were bringing up ways for non-consumptive users. I know a lot of folks don't like that word, but for non-consumptive users to contribute, especially to our wildlife habitat management areas, where those who don't hunt or fish don't currently contribute financially to management or maintenance in those areas. Reporting for the catch of non-target species. So the question we asked was, should the Game and Fish require reporting of non-target species trapped, including domestic animals and dogs? When we started going through this, there was definitely more support for voluntary versus mandatory. A lot of questions came up when we talked mandatory of what is a non-target catch and so on. A lot of folks, us included, thought this would be useful for other programs such as our non-game section, just to get a handle on what people are trapping, are there species that they would be interested in more information on? And also to provide accurate information to determine if there's an issue or not capturing non-target species. Right now, trappers are required to report only dead or injured. And so are there a lot more than that, or does that cover it? So that's kind of where this question came from. And again, a lot more support for voluntary reporting rather than making it mandatory. Snare check periods. The question we asked was, should the Game and Fish reduce the check period requirements for snares and consider additional trap and snare restrictions? So we had kind of mixed comments here. Had some users that definitely wanted no change to the equipment restrictions or check periods than what we currently have. And definitely others wanted to reduce the check periods and wanted to see some or all snare types further restricted. We did learn, as we were talking to a lot of the trappers, most of the fur bearer trappers out there check their traps and snares a lot more frequent than the current requirement of once a week for snares or once every 72 hours for leg holds. And a lot of that goes into fur quality. You don't want to let something sit in a trap for any longer than necessary before you go collect it. Another question we asked was, should the Game and Fish form an internal department fur bearer working group? And there was generally a little bit of confusion at first. Were we asking about a public working group or just an internal department working group? Once we got that clarified, there was definitely a decent amount of support going forward. But it was interesting to hear there was definitely folks out there that wanted us to consider our already busy workloads and what the duties of this group would be. Would they be setting fur bearer seasons? Would it go away from how we've traditionally done things? So definitely a lot of things to work out there, but again, some overall support. One of the positives was a consistent and a knowledgeable group that knew these issues, and it would also demonstrate department commitment and expertise in this area. A lot of states have dedicated fur bearer biologists. That's not something we have, and probably nothing that we'll have in the near future given our current situation. Setbacks and commission-owned land closures. So we asked, should the Game and Fish develop trap setback requirements? A lot of trappers in particular were concerned about the definition of a trail. And some of the things they were bringing up is a lot of trails don't have a lot of use at certain times of the year. And so are there some things we could put in there to help alleviate that? Another thing that came up repeatedly was, the states that do have setback requirements on trails, they are at times very confusing and not effective. Just heard the other day out of Montana, some of their trail definitions and setback requirements, some of the criticisms that they're just too confusing and they're just not overly effective. On the other hand, we had a lot of agreement, trappers and non-trappers or public land users of agreeing to setbacks or thinking we should have setbacks around campgrounds and developed areas like parking lots, boat docks, trailheads, and picnic areas. Again, we heard this a lot throughout, this is just common sense. Not a lot of people should be trapping here, and setbacks aren't going to affect many, if any, trappers in these areas. Commission-owned land closures. A lot of support to consider these on a case-by-case basis. I know over on the eastern side of the state, like our Springer Wildlife Habitat Management area, there is a closure currently there for a portion of the year. It's closed to the closed to the trapping of fur-bearing animals. A lot of the things that came up here, maybe we can look at, again, closures during those busy times of the year, pheasant releases, and maybe close to certain types of traps. There are, if someone's trapping raccoons out at Ocean Lake here anyway, a lot of folks use dog-proof traps. So something that only a raccoon is going to get into. So again, on a case-by-case basis, look at what kind of makes sense for each area around the state, and probably not something that's going to be a blanket type approach. Another thing that came up here was, what about closures for dogs? And this actually came up in our Two Boys Bighorn Sheep Collaborative project a couple of years ago. We had a lot of interest from folks wanting us to require dogs to be on a leash or prohibit dogs certain times of the year on our Whiskey Basin wildlife habitat management area because of the wintering sheep coming down, excuse me, so low, so close to the road. A lot of people seeing those negative interactions with dogs. So again, that's something else that, case by case basis around the state that came up through this process that maybe we should look at. And here real quick is just kind of, again, a little chart that shows, kind of the support we received for each of these topics. Pet release workshops really supported by almost everybody. Thought they're really a good thing to do. All the way down to pet release tools, there was really little or no support. You look at the reporting for non-targets, it's kind of in the middle there. There was definitely a lot more support when we started talking about voluntary reporting. Setbacks, that's down further on the list, and that really stemmed from talking about setbacks on trails and what that would entail and the confusion that would bring in. We go to snare check periods. Again, a lot less support there, and just the overall thought that folks, especially fur bearer harvesters, are checking their traps more frequently than is currently required anyway. And type restrictions, that's your ram power snare or your Seneca snare, the different types of snares that are out there. There wasn't through these discussions, there just wasn't a lot of thought that a lot of these were being used on the landscape, especially the ram power snare. And so again, that's why there was a little bit less general support for that topic. Okay, I'll move into recommendations unless there are any questions.
Any questions? Any commissioners at this point?
Nope.
I don't see any. Okay,
thank you. So again, using everything we got out of these collaborative meetings, the individual conversations we had prior to, we also received several phone calls, emails throughout. Our group talked about these things for quite a while, and ultimately what we recommend and what the department recommends is going forward with these few topics. And the first will be mandatory trapper education. Looking at similar to what we do for hunter safety, where it would apply to someone born on or after a certain date. The date that's kind of thrown out there is January 1, 2000. So that would, by the time this would take effect after there was legislative change and regulatory change, if the commission supports it, it would be basically apply to individuals 21 and under. We'd like to start with the OFWA course for now and work towards providing an online Wyoming specific course. Also would like to have a trapper mentor program, something that's similar to the hunter mentor program. So individuals, if they aren't able to take their trapper education course, they could go out with an individual that has trapped for a number of years or has a trapper certification. Currently, it's kind of a mentor opportunity. Trapping setbacks is another one. We'd like to recommend that we pursue trapping setbacks, which again would require legislative change and then regulatory action needed after that. Specifically, setbacks from campgrounds, public recreation areas, and things like that. Trails are something that I think are going to need a little more thought and effort put into before or if we can come up with something that is manageable for everybody. Commission-owned land closures, that's again, just regulatory action would be needed. We could look at all the commission-owned land across the state individually and see if something is appropriate there or not. It may not be applicable in every area. Also, prohibiting the large power snares through regulation, like the ram power snare. Moving on, things that don't require really any action other than support overall, but continuing to host and work with other groups to host pet release workshops. Having a dedicated trapping webpage for trappers and other recreationalists. Signage on our wildlife habitat management areas. Something that, a simple sign that just lets people know that, trapping as well as hunting is occurring or could be occurring out there. So as you're going into a WHMA, whether it's to hunt, fish, or walk a dog, you know what the uses are out there. Redesigning the fur bearer brochure. I think that's something that's really something pretty simple we could do, and change it from the small type brochure that we have now to the larger brochure, kind of like the big game brochure. It would give us room to include recommendations and best practices. Here, we could have a little box that talked about trails, talk about being cognizant of other users and things like that wouldn't be regulatory, but at least it would give people the information to hopefully help better inform a decision. We could talk about ethics and common violations, again, similar to what we do in the big game brochure, as well as have a place for species ID, especially if there's some non-game things we can incorporate where maybe they're looking for some more information. Last on here is the internal fur bearer working group. Again, just to have a dedicated group of individuals in the department that know the issue, that can speak to some of these questions when they come up, I think would be beneficial. There were a couple of things that we thought we needed to reevaluate or gather more information on. And that was reporting of non-targets. We really felt like we should move forward with voluntary reporting for trappers, landowners, and recreationalists. So having maybe a place on our website where an individual can report if they did have any incidental catches, or a someone who's out recreating could report if their dog was caught in a trap or snare. They could let us know, and that would give us the ability to follow up and find out all the details. A lot of those we just never hear about. Snare check periods. We thought, again, that's something that probably doesn't need adjustment right now, but include language in the redesigned brochure recommending shorter check periods as well as best management practices for trappers, especially related to the take of fur bearers, and give folks reasons why it's beneficial to maybe check longer than or less than every 7 days. Other snare equipment restrictions. Our thought is we should be monitoring and document different types of equipment we see for use and prevalence, and then reevaluate after we have some more information. Again, not recommended and no further action needed was the tools at the trailhead. I think we heard loud and clear that wasn't something most folks thought would be appropriate or a wise use of funds right now. I think that's it, and I'm sure there's going to be some questions, but really wanted to thank all the committee members for all their hard work for the last several months, as well as everyone who participated in these meetings. They were, in my opinion, well attended, very controversial, heated topics, but really people did really well at these meetings and shared a lot of opinions. There was a lot of good conversation and a lot of learning that happened among all participants.
Jason, thank you. I want to commend you and all of your folks that have worked on this and all the participants through all disciplines. It's very controversial, very emotional, and I appreciate your efforts. What I want to do here is if anybody had any specific questions for Jason right now from the commission, and then after that we will offer public comment and go from there. So does anybody have any specific questions for Jason right now?
Mr. President, I do.
Hold on a second. Ralph, was that you?
Yes, sir. My question for Jason.
For your information from here on, please raise your hand so I can see you.
My apologies, I will.
Thank you.
My question for Jason would be, could you expand the discussion that the group had more with the large power snares?
Sure, President Doobie, members of the commission. Yes, we did. So really, it just didn't appear that a lot of people knew about them, trappers included, especially the ram power snare. It wasn't something that was in use or widely used. You know, we do have one person out of Fremont County here that we know uses them, but really, you know, when we talk to some of our field personnel, we just really don't see those in the field. But it's also something that we haven't really, I can't say we've been looking for a ram power snare. So there may be more of it out there than we're aware of, but even among the trapping community, it didn't seem like there was a lot of use of the ram power snare, the really large one.
Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody else have any questions right at this moment? All right, John, we have comments from the public.
Okay, we'll start with.
Before we get started, John, I just wanted to let everybody know we're going to do all our best to hear from everyone. I want everyone also to know that we have received plenty of comments through email, and we've all read them all. So a lot of people, we have heard from many of you. So I would appreciate that if we would stick to the topic at hand, and also please do not continue to reiterate what someone prior to you said. Anyways, let's proceed on, and John, take it away.
Okay, Ed Consul.
All right, Ed, we're going to talk. One moment. All right, Ed, you should now be able to unmute yourself and turn your video on if you so choose.
It's all yours, Ed. Unmute your.
Gotcha. All right, now you can hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I have submitted written comments to just about everybody on the screen. In fact, I think everybody on the screen. President Doobie and members of the Game and Fish Commission. My name's Ed Consul, and I'm a Laramie resident. And this week, I'm observing an anniversary that I never thought I would. It's been 1 year this Friday since my dog was trapped in a distributed campground on public lands, and the location was road number 712 AA, Medicine Bow National Forest in the Pole Mountain Unit east of Laramie. In the email, I cited Google. Google even calls the Pole Mountain area a very heavily used recreational area. And once I found my dog, it was a snowstorm that day, I removed her from the trap and had to carry her 1.5 miles back to the car and then take her to the vet. I attended the meetings. I gave input when off topic and wasn't going to be considered. So this is what I want to address today. There's been a lot of discussion about requiring trapper education. I don't know if a lot of you have ever been to an NRA firearms class, but when a person goes to an NRA firearms class, they expect to learn to shoot. That's not what it's about. You spend time learning the rules of safe handling of firearms. Then you're drilled on them, you're quizzed on them. They give you a little blue pistol and they reinforce it by forcing you to go through the steps of safe use of firearms. Eventually you go out to the shooting range. Do you shoot? No. You lay out all your equipment and you go back through all the safety requirements and the safety regulations. I've been through this several times. And when you go to meets, NRA meets, the first thing they tell you, they review all the safety regulations. And if you so much as violate one of them, you're DQ'd, disqualified from the meet, regardless of the cost, regardless of the location, regardless of where you traveled from. NRA safety rule number 1, always point your weapon in a safe direction. It's number one. You have to know that. They quiz you on it over and over. All the stuff we've heard talked about today, I do not see this where safety with traps has any chance of being enforced for trapping and for trappers. How can they do this? Trappers hide a deadly weapon that's cocked and ready to fire and damages or kills the first victim that steps on it. I don't see anything in the mandatory trapper education that would emphasize safety. And what about kids in the same areas as dogs? People talk about putting dogs on leashes. Well, what about the kids? Are they going to be put on leashes? Because in both cases, my interactions with traps have been within 5 to 20 feet of heavily used distributed campgrounds up in the Medicine Bow area. Again, trap's a deadly weapon and it kills or injures. 3 things that I would like to bring up for your consideration. Year-round, heavily used recreation areas like the Medicine Bow National Forest, the Pole Mountain Unit east of Laramie, heavily used, should be a trap-free zone. Just last weekend, another dog was trapped up there. Trapped up there because people didn't even know that there were traps in the area. The dog was trapped. The dog apparently wasn't seriously injured, according to some of the early reports coming out, but still it was trapped. There was no reason for that. Trapper responsibility. There's nothing in anything that's been presented addressing trapper responsibility for the traps and for the damages that they cause. And thirdly, it cost me over $500 to have my dog's foot set and taken care of. I've heard reports of up to $5,000 for dogs that have been damaged by traps and had veterinary services, and there is no legal or financial liability for injuries or death caused by traps. I don't understand why this isn't addressed. If I take my NRA training and I take a weapon up into the woods, because it's legal to shoot up there right now, as you all know, and I randomly fire that, I'm responsible for the weapon. Why is there no responsibility for the traps? And on this idea, because I've been told, well, that's unrealistic to ask for trap-free zones. I did some analysis of some of the data. Wyoming has 97,814 square miles, and the Pole Mountain area has 86 square miles. That's less than 1/10 of 1% of the area of Wyoming. Why can't an area like that be set aside around major population centers throughout the state? All of a sudden, you don't have to worry about these other concerns because you have no traps in the area. These are trap-free zones. And imagine out-of-state people driving up and seeing trap-free zone. Enjoy the outdoors of Wyoming. This could be turned into a great draw. The people who had their dog trapped last weekend had no idea there were traps in the Beaverville area. And one last point, population. Population of Wyoming in 2020 is 549,914 people. 2019, according to the statistics that I saw in the presentation that Game and Fish did, there were 2,498 trapping licenses sold. The Happy Jack Trailhead up here in Pole Mountain, somebody ran some data and did counters on trail usage. The Happy Jack Trailhead alone often exceeded 2,000 people per week. There's more recreational people up there than there are trappers in the whole state. Why can't some areas be preserved? Anyway, those are my comments because I think we can avoid most of these conflicts if there are trap-free zones and if trappers have to accept responsibility for what their traps do and are forced to accept financial and legal liabilities for those. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
I'd be happy to answer.
Any quick questions for Ed? Okay, thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Donald O'Toole.
Moment. All right, we're getting him to do that.
You see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys. I'll try and keep this as short as possible. President Doobie and members of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, thank you for listening to my submission. And I would like to thank Jason Hunter and his crew and Chief Game Warden Rick King. They've been very gracious in reaching out to folks who are concerned about trapping, and I really, really appreciate that. And if Jason is still on, thank you, Jason, and thank you, Rick. My name is Donald O'Toole. I'm a veterinarian, DVM. I'm also a board certified pathologist. I hesitate to tell you how long ago I was board certified, but it was a long time ago. And for the last 30 years, I've worked with my pathology colleagues here in Laramie, including the late Beth Williams. And we work on a full spectrum of diagnostic cases, including wildlife cases. Every year, typically, we get in some abuse cases. And I intensely dislike the word expert, but I think I have some professional background in animal abuse, at least from the standpoint of a veterinary pathologist. What I would like to address is the issue of trap and snare check times. And you will see, and you will have heard from Jason in the trapping issues summary and recommendations, some information about check times. And it was under the heading called reevaluate and collect additional information. And I would like to support that idea. And kind of the key statement was, add a place in the brochure to recommend to trappers shorter check times for better fur quality. And that's pretty much it. It's a recommendation, not a requirement, and its basis is better fur. So you know what the rules are. Leg hole traps checked every 72 hours, snares and quick kill body grip, sorry, I beg your pardon, quick kill body grip traps checked every 7 days or less, but that can be extended to 13 days. And they say a week is a long time in politics, and I suspect that if an animal survives its initial encounter with a killing neck snare, which happens regularly, it's 1 week or it's 1 day or it's 1 hour, maybe a lot longer than a week in politics. And so I would like the department to seriously consider moving to shorter check times for both leg hole traps and all snares and all quick kill body grip traps. I'd like to explain why. And this information is readily available, but right now there are 16 states that require 24-hour or daily check requirements for all traps. There are 25 states, that's 25 states, that's half of all states in the US, have a 48-hour or more frequent check requirement for all traps. 33 states have a 72-hour or more frequent check requirement for all traps. That's more than half of all states in the US. And then if you look at the recommendations for various entities, my professional organization, the American Veterinary Medical Association, opposes the use of conventional foothold traps. And it states that traps should be checked at least once every 24 hours. And then there's the American Society of Mammalogists, and it states that most traps should be checked at least once a day. And restraining traps like snares and foothold traps should be checked twice daily or more, depending on the species that is being targeted. And lastly, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, AFWA, its educational manual urges trappers to make a commitment to check traps at least once every day. And they say that is to reduce suffering and to get non-target animals out so they can be, the chances of them surviving is increased. And there is scientific literature. It's not huge, but it's there on trapping, including assessments of the minimal trap check times. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is, while I appreciate the work that Jason and his group did, there is no reference to what other states do. There's no reference to recommendations from professional organizations, including my own organization, the AVMA. And there's no single reference to the scientific literature. And that's an issue for me because we often hear, especially from AFWA, especially Brian White, whom some of you may know, that the trapping regulations for fur-bearing species are now science-based. And so I'd like to ask the question, what is the science that underlies the current check times of 3 days and 7 days? What's the science underlying that? Is there any? And I'm just going to give you my guess. My guess is there's no science, none. I think the key determinant is what trappers find most convenient. And it is convenient, but it's not taking into consideration animal welfare. So I would like to request the commission, since Jason is suggesting a fur-bearing working group be established, that the first job they're given is to look at the scientific literature, look at what other states are doing and why, and look at what professional organizations like the American Society of Mammalogists are doing. And then make an assessment whether the current trap times are reasonable or not. In my opinion, as a veterinarian and as someone who deals with animal abuse cases every single year, they are not reasonable. And I would like Jason and his group or other folks who have some experience with fur bearers to look at that and to come back to you within a defined time and make the report. That's all I've got. Thank you for your patience and thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much, Donald. Appreciate it. Any quick comments? All right, thank you, Donald.
Jess Johnson.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. President Dubey, Commissioners, I'm Jessie Johnson, the Government Affairs Director for Wyoming Wildlife Federation. Quick comments. First of all, thank you. I think the work that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and everyone has done around this has been really proactive. It's been exemplary, well put together. Just a couple of thoughts from the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. We worked very, very hard earlier in our life, pre my involvement, to make sure that the right to hunt, fish, and trap was part of the Wyoming State Constitution. So we come at this from this voice, as well as the Wyoming Trappers Association being an affiliate of ours. We heavily love the idea of trappers education. I think if we start with the AFWA and move to making it more Wyoming specific, we can add things in like what we've heard in earlier comments. I think there's a lot of option for being able to really create this to fix problems that we're seeing without doing and moving forward on really hard legislation. The other side of that is that we also support any part of the signage and the just sort of preventative thing behind it. I think signage could go a long ways to mitigate some of the issues that we see that's making us starting to talk about setbacks. Now, the setbacks part we're a little concerned about. I think the reason for that being looking at how our world is being more and more populated. Outdoor recreation is becoming more and more popular. Even in the last 20 years, we've seen an explosion of campgrounds and trails and places like that. These places are only going to become more. So if we put setbacks in as a regulation right out of the gate, it's a little concerning. My recommendation or my ask would be is that maybe we look at this a little harder. Maybe we put some sideboards on it. I don't think that they need to not exist at all. I just think that we need to look at it a little longer, have a little deeper discussion around it. Something like having it go through, whether it's county commission or city government, before it comes before the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. So it at least has been worked out the kinks, and there really is, it's not just a shotgun approach. So really case by case basis. It makes me nervous to look at setbacks when we look at just how our recreation in our state is exploding right now, which is both great and both presenting some issues. Like I said, the signage and the redesigning the trapping brochure, all of that is really great. What I can say is that Wyoming Wildlife Federation is committed to and in the process of working with our Land or Pet Connection here in Fremont County to see if we can start connecting things to hold workshops. I do think a lot of the onerous should just be on trappers. This is a half and half thing, and I think this working group's really showed this, is that this needs to be a come together part of it. So we'll commit to helping put together some of these workshops, but I would love to see, you know, the rest of these organizations that are concerned about trapping, making sure that this information that is out and the education on how to release your animal or how to be safe in trapping areas or when to leash your dog is something that they are equally putting down. So I think there's a lot of balance there, and we're really happy to be at the table. I think the work that's come through this has been exceptional. I'm concerned about some of the equipment restrictions. I'm glad that this is sort of being something that's talked about and not something that's up for a recommendation currently. I would sort of love to see where this goes. Again, thank you guys for all the work that you're doing, and we just really appreciate that we continually get to work with you.
Thank you, Jess. Any quick questions for Jess? Thank you.
Lisa Robertson.
All right, one moment. Okay. We'll be on in a moment. All right, Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself and turn your video on if you would like.
We see you, Lisa.
Hey, hi everyone. I didn't know we were going to have the video. Hang on. Good to see you, Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. You all know who I am, Lisa Robertson. I'm representing Wyoming Untrapped for those who are listening. And as usual, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to submit comments today and for directing the department to explore trapping issues over the summer. And especially want to thank Rick King and Jason Hunter and all of the internal trapping reform committee. It's been a long, hard process for all of us. This review has been long overdue. You know, we've been working on these issues for almost 6 years now. We sincerely hope that the commission will continue to expand upon this effort to modernize and reform trapping in Wyoming. Our organization agrees with many of the limited goals set within these recommendations, but for the most part, they don't go far enough. The good news is that the commission approves that if the commission approves the need for mandatory trapper education today, the recommendation will be forwarded to the TRW Interim Committee for a possible draft bill on December the 8th, which will work through the legislative process. Thank you. We hope that happens. In addition to the recommendations Mr. King just presented, please consider prioritizing 3 critical changes that we've asked for consistently and that we asked for in a petition in January. Trap-free areas, 1, 24-hour trap checks, and non-target reporting. Now, as you're aware, in January, we presented a petition to you and we urgently ask for help. A trap line was set adjacent to our town and the trapper was cited for illegal trapping. A beloved pet was killed in a snare in Fremont County. It was a Seneca snare, a snare we've never seen before. We requested trap-free areas and trap setbacks on highly used public trails in our area and statewide. And now with COVID, a part of our lives, we need a reasonable expectation of safety on our public lands. Just on Saturday, that was November 14th, a pet was trapped on Veta Vu recreation area. It was Saturday night and we got contacted, and it was a long process to gather information. It was in a leg hold trap, which was off the trail. It was a 3-year-old golden retriever. The out-of-state owners were able to rescue the pet, but were highly traumatized. This is yet another example of the need for trap-free areas and setbacks off highly used public trails, campgrounds, trailheads, parking areas. We are recommending statewide 50 feet off of busy trails, 1,000 feet off campgrounds, recreational sites, and trailheads in some areas totally trap-free. And we're recommending these because they've been used in other states. I'm getting these numbers from Montana. We have created GIS maps of many of the areas, which include trail counts for the last 3 years, which show an increase of activity on some trails up to 277%. So we sent you the GIS maps in our petition in January, and we sent you updates a couple weeks ago. I hope you've looked at those. The numbers continue to increase. We also have requested 24-hour trap checks. This would be under legislative statute. Science studies show that 24-hour trap checks help reduce the severity of injuries to all captured animals. These same injuries occurred in non-target animals. Daily trap checks are common in 36 states and are supported and recommended in the Game and Fish Hunters Education course online. Number 3, non-target reporting of all trapped and snared wildlife should be a requirement. Without data, there's no science, which means no wildlife management. As you consider the committee's report and our additional recommendations, please be aware that the urgency that WU brought to your attention over the last few months has not abated. The list of trapping reform options outlined in our petition continues to deserve your attention and your vote. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any quick questions for Lisa? Thank you very much.
I have one, Pete.
Oh, excuse me, hold on. Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes, Lisa, thank you for your comments. Quick question for you, a couple of them actually. You and I have spoke many times over the past year or so. Has there been any effort from the user group you're representing to come up with some solutions to mitigate the problems we're having with pets and trapping?
Are there any solutions that we have? Is that what you're asking? Excuse me.
Any recommendations from your user group that they could do to mitigate the problems we're experiencing with trapping and pets? What can your user group do from your side?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, what can we do? We recommend anyone walking a dog that they use a leash, voice command, or have the dog in sight when they think traps are in the area. We've done that. We've given trap release workshops, 4 or 5 every year for 5 years. That's how we started, from the trap release workshop and from dogs that were trapped here. And we've learned a lot. We've exposed, we raise awareness, we teach people the rules, the regulations, what to do, what not to do. And in the end, this is the result. We don't have any changes. We haven't gotten anything. We have sat down and we've had with Tim Fox when he was with Wyoming Game and Fish, and we met with trappers and we came up with an agreement. And you know, most of the time that gets reneged pretty fast, what we agree on. And we met, we've been to all the meetings. We've been to the meetings in Lander with trappers, 2 meetings. And there have been some statements made by trappers that have been withdrawn. So we think we have given just about all we can give. And I think it's now the turn of the trapping community that are less than 1/2 of this state. We need traps off our trails. Right now, they are legal directly on the trails. And Commissioner Smith, you know that. I mean, we met, when you first became commissioner, you met with us here in Jackson, and we asked about 24-hour trap checks, and you told us you thought that was a reasonable idea. And since then, we haven't had any help from anyone, really. And I think it's really a time. It's a time for all of us to look at this as a problem that has solutions. Instead of working on the slippery slope, it's really your turn as a commissioner to work with us, to help us as the public.
Well, and I agree with that. We did meet, and I did mention that. And I also mentioned that I'd like to see some real effort from your side to mitigate the problems we're experiencing. Trappers have a book they have to use every day. Whenever they go out to use this public land on how they choose to recreate, they have a regulation booklet they have to follow. Yeah. Your group has none. And I've got another question for you. How does your group, I mean, have you read the Lander Regional newsletter here last month?
I probably did. Probably, yeah. I tried to.
What's your thoughts on the five deer that were attacked and mutilated by dogs on trails?
I think it's unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate. Mr. President, could I make a comment, please?
Are you willing to report those as non-target animals?
I don't have an answer to that. Let me think about it. But I have a suggestion, Mr. President, if it's okay, if I discuss this for just a minute.
Make it quick. We got a lot behind you.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, it feels like sort of a little attack mode here, instead of how can we find solutions of just what we're looking for. But I want to say that some of the trappers that, you held up the book, it's our Bible too, believe it or not. I mean, I carry that with me everywhere I go. And we knew the rules before even the commission or many of the Game and Fish knew the rules. But, last year, one of the main trappers, he left a mule deer in a snare to die, and he didn't report it. He's one of the top trappers in Wyoming, and he's in his 80s. He knows the rules, but he said he didn't know the rules. And then another trapper trapped 2 mountain lion kittens off of I-80, and we found out about it. It was reported to us, and we investigated it. It was on state land. But yet even the game warden didn't know that that was illegal. You have to have a permit to trap on state land. And what, so there's a lot of education that needs to be done within the department. And I think you know that. And so instead of tossing those things out to us, please just try to work with us and be reasonable.
Well, thank you. I believe I am. These are, to me, they're legitimate questions that I think will help get us to the right solution for everybody involved. And I think they need to be answered.
Thank you.
I'm not in the attack mode. They're real questions I have. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, everyone.
Christine O'Brien.
Christine, you should be able to unmute yourself and turn your video on if you would like. You are still muted.
Okay, how about now?
We have you. Thank you.
Okay. President Doobie and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would just like to point out that trapping regulations such as 24-hour trap checks, trap-free areas around popular public trails and recreation areas, and mandatory reporting of all animals trapped are consistent with Wyoming Game and Fish's department's mission of conserving wildlife and serving people, and its strategic goals. For instance, one of these goals is effective and efficient management of wildlife and to expand the use of sound science and data for fish and wildlife management planning. And I read this all on Wyoming Game and Fish's department's website. So this management would require mandatory reporting of all species trapped, and including non-target species. It's the data that you're speaking of using to manage wildlife effectively. I also read on the website that part of the strategic plan is a legacy of conservation and careful use of Wyoming's wildlife. How can you be careful with traps? They don't discriminate. All kinds of animals get caught in them, not just target animals. And that is a sound argument for live traps and for 24-hour trap checks. According to research from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, we here in Wyoming feel a connection to our wildlife, and we have an intrinsic love of our wildlife. I agree with that. And that's another case for live traps and 24-hour trap check times. And Wyoming Game and Fish also has a goal to enhance safety for those living, working, and recreating around wildlife and on Wyoming's waterways. This again from Wyoming Game and Fish website. So trap-free setbacks, trap-free zones around popular recreation areas, and banning power snares would serve that goal. According to research on the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website again, 65% of citizens go wildlife viewing, 74% go hiking, and 67% go camping. There are no statistics given for how many trap, but based on the number of trapping license issued, it's a very small percentage. So I argue that reforming trapping regulations clearly serve Wyoming Game and Fish Department's vision of conservation and serving the public. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Christine. Any quick questions for Christine? Okay, thank you.
Gunda Gamble. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
All right, you should be able to unmute yourself or turn your video on.
Not on there?
They're on there. Oh, there we go. Unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm visual to you, but thank you for letting me speak here. I really appreciated Jason Hunter's putting on the meetings. They were very informative to me. I'm a veterinarian in Fremont County. My husband and I both are. I've worked as a veterinarian here in Fremont County for 25 years. My husband has lived in Wyoming for 60 years, I for 25. Our family is a hunting, fishing, mountaineering community, or family in a community that is deeply steeped in that. As a veterinarian, we see the mangled and badly damaged limbs primarily. The ones that are caught in snares are killed for the most part. We don't see them. We just talk to the families and see the devastation that it causes for many years. The mangled limbs and so on are so bad that these are injuries that if they had been caused by an animal owner, there would be severe ramifications. There would be definitely animal abuse would be brought up. I think people that let something like that happen and let something like that go for any length of time would have fines and would probably be charged with abuse and neglect. So my family, as hunters, fishermen, we are bound to the rules of engagement, to regulations, and we expect that. And people that we deal with on a daily basis gather around the rules and regulations, the regs that are expected. That's the terms of engagement. People are part of a community when they know those regs, and why those regs would not be much more stringent for the trapping community is really unclear to my husband and myself as veterinarians, but also as members of a tight-knit community that loves to hunt and fish and loves Wyoming wildlife. So thank you for letting me speak, and I hope something comes of this on behalf of Wyoming wildlife, non-target animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Gamble? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie Hauptman.
Moment. Can you spell that?
Hauptman.
Okay, oops, found it. One moment, Jackie.
Good evening. I assume that you can hear me. Is that right?
Yes, we can, Jackie.
Thank you very much. I'll keep this brief. Hello, my name is Jackie Hauptman, and I do live here in Laramie. And I participated in the September meetings, and I appreciate the time and effort that everyone has put towards this topic. I looked at the recommendations, and I did see very many positive things. The pet release workshops, the signage are very, good moves in a positive direction. The signage would definitely alert people of danger and of the responsibility of having a dog and using public places. And I do receive every electronic newsletter, so I did hear about that, what happened in Lander, and it's disturbing to me as well. But many folks have spoken to the topics that I want to address, but one of them, I'll just say the 24-hour check time. If most trappers do indeed check that frequently, then what would be the burden of having that as a regulation? They would just simply be complying, and the regulation then would catch those kind of outliers who do not. So, and I guess that the point that, or one issue that really is kind of disturbing is that apparently there's only about a 30% return rate on these surveys, the trapper surveys. And that number just seems very low to me. And I think it needs to, I think that number needs to be worked on. I think it needs to be higher. And in a way, it almost suggests a spirit of uncooperation, frankly, on the part of the trapper to help complete the mission of the Wyoming Game and Fish, which is conserving wildlife and serving people. And I would argue that really all species and all the numbers of all species caught should be reported because often trapping is argued that it's a wildlife management tool, but without having numbers, there's really no way to use that as a management tool. And so I think a survey of some sort of population survey, and if that's needs to be considered. And just lastly, I just want to touch back on to Pole Mountain, the Pole Mountain unit. It's true. This HR at UW and other places always use that 10-mile ride to Pole Mountain as a selling point to move to Laramie. And it is so heavily used to the point where traffic or parking is overflowing into the 210 Happy Jack Road. I see young people, kids, tons of bicyclists, tons of dogs, and yes, dogs that are off leash. And so that's why I think that signage is good in everywhere, but to really think about designating this small area, really when you think about the greater area of the Forest Service, the small area as a trap-free zone. And I thank you for your time and effort, and good night. If you have any questions, I'll happy to.
Thank you, Jackie. Any quick questions for Jackie? Okay, thank you, Jackie.
Bye-bye.
Karen Zoller.
All right, Karen, you should be able to unmute and turn your video on if you'd like.
Can you see me? Oh, here.
We can hear you.
Me? Okay.
Yes, we
I'm just
can.
having tech trouble. Hi, I'm Karen. Hi, President Doobie and commissioners. I'm Karen Zoller and Mac, my dog, and I'm with YTRAP Fremont County. We're the new grassroots organization for trap reform. As you probably know, that my dog Mac was the dog that was killed in a hidden power snare on public land that I'm told is legal. But really what I think is that I think it's time for you as a commission to talk to us. The public, we have been speaking. We are involved. We're working with the Game and Fish. We've done statewide meetings. The research has been submitted. And just like you said, you know, you have all the letters and you read it, all the ideas, you know, all the good solutions. It's just, what I ask is, how are you going to provide trapping leadership, responsibility, and safety that honors the state constitution and the Game and Fish mission and strategic plan?
We're not here to answer that. Just go ahead.
Oh,
and
okay. Well, I just wanted to ask a question.
Go
really
ahead
what I
and
see is
present,
just,
and we will evaluate your comments. Thank you.
okay. It's just creating a foundation for leadership. If we can start with that and move forward with Jason, I mean, these things are going to roll. Working together with the trappers is important. I think the question that Commissioner Schmidt had it's a good question because, you know, the trappers are looking at things like, well, we're going to have to give up things. Isn't the other group going to give up things? But it's coming together like we did. We make solutions which are there. They're all set. And we just roll with this, create the foundation within the Game and Fish, and have some leadership. That's all.
Any questions for Karen? Thank you, Karen.
I have one question, Pete.
Hold on, Karen.
President
Schmidt.
Karen, I just have one quick question. I've read through your pamphlet and Lisa's pamphlet multiple times.
Oh, thank you.
There's about 10 or 12 recommendations in there you guys would like to see for change within the trapping regulations.
Mm-hmm.
The question that comes to my mind, you guys are about trapping reform. So if, for instance, we went ahead and done something with all 12 of those changes you'd like to see, what happens to your two organizations? Do they continue to go on, or have you met your goals and you disband them and go home?
No, we would still continue. I mean, if there was a sign.
So there's more to come then?
Huh?
There would be more to come? There would be more to come then?
Well, no, it's just working together, you know, to keep it maintenance. You know, if we can establish this, then we maintain it, help the kids who are going into the sport. You know, just ideas, but we got to have a basis for leadership. Those are ideas. I mean, of course, you can't get them all at once, right? But actually right now, the public doesn't know about trapping. That's one thing. You know, we know about hunting. We know, you know, we see all the orange hats. There's a lot of media on it, but Wyoming does not know about trapping, and it's hidden and there's no data to collect anything because we don't even know where to go to report, right? When these things happen. And that trapper that trapped my dog, he hasn't even tried to contact us. So how is that a good sportsman? Is that sportsmanship? Like, he doesn't even have the sense to say he's sorry that he trapped my dog. It's like, well, it must be okay. And that's not right. And that's not being an
And that's
honorable
that is unfortunate that we have some bad character traits in all walks of life. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah, but that's not just, yeah, but still, that's a sportsman in Wyoming. And that's not a good neighbor. And there is a way, and it's nice that you have taken this and we had that talks at the state talks, because yeah, they started out edgy, but there was so much commonality between us. We don't have to be in fear. If the trappers are in fear, it's okay. It's not like trapping's going away. It's just being responsible. These are simple responsibility solutions, and it's fair for all. Because I asked you that question, Mr. Schmidt, why should the family time for the trapper hiding a trap be at the expense of my family time on public land? I mean, it's real. So the trapper, I mean, yeah, it's good family time, but my family time is done. And a snare that nobody in the state will tell me about. There's no legal document. Is it really legal? Nobody will talk to me about that snare. Tom and Jim, anyway, the state trappers, at the meeting in February, they told us they could ban that Seneca snare. And then they turn around and tell their state trappers association, no, we're not going to do anything. That's not being honest. All we're looking for is to be honest and work together and talk things out. We share this public land, and we don't have any, because once you know trap law, we have nowhere to go. No one does it except the trapper, because he knows where the traps are. And I think we can make it better. And I know we can. I mean, this directly affects Wyoming tourism. We are pouring in the tourists. The Hobbs School has degrees. Governor Gordon is looking for more tourism, or the state of Wyoming is looking for more tourism. They're building more trails right in trapland. And we can make this better, and it doesn't have to be expensive of others. Trappers have solutions, and so do we. All right.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Scott Johnson.
You should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your video if you would like.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Scott.
Oh, okay. It all of a sudden the screen went black. Well, I pretty much echo everything I've heard from the other speakers. I've been to, this is my second Zoom meeting, and I also went to the meeting in Sheridan. And what it looks like to me is everything the trappers want, that's what things are slanted toward. There's 7.7 billion people on this planet. UN estimates there's about 1 million plants and animals that may go extinct in the next 30 years. And then we're trying to satisfy less than 2,500 trappers that frankly, I think are living in the past. The public land belongs to everybody in this country. And they want to go out there and use that land and enjoy it and not have to worry about a grandchild or their dog, you know, getting hurt or injured. Now, I think we've all probably seen the pictures on the internet of a smirking trapper next to a coyote or a badger or whatever he caught and laughing while he's tormenting the animal, taking a selfie before he shoots it or clubs it over the head. And I think we've all seen those. They're all over the internet, and so are the wildlife killing contests photos. So when some of us don't trust the trappers, that's the reason why. Because I don't hear the trapping groups condemning that behavior, but it happens all the time, and I'm sure you've seen it. So at that meeting, the trappers were reluctant to want any type of new regulations. Well, I think they should definitely have to report every single thing they trap, target or non-target. The very fact that somebody can catch something in a snare or leg hold trap and sleep at night, knowing that that thing's out there for 2 or 3 days and it doesn't bother them, well, I can't even fathom thinking that way. So we're definitely two different sides on this thing. My wife and I have a ranch, about a couple thousand acres, and the entire thing is dedicated to wildlife. Since we got here and stopped the shooting of everything, we've increased the amount of deer, game birds, you name it. And as the question about Mr. Schmidt had about dogs chasing a deer on a trail, very, very unfortunate, but it has nothing to do with trapping. If my dogs know don't chase anything, and there's certain parts of the ranch I don't even let them go on when animals have babies or golden eagles have a nest site. So if dogs hurt an animal, it's the human's fault, not the dog. So that was just not a good argument on that. I think because the vast majority of people want to hike, they want to camp, they want to photograph, maybe they want to draw animals, they want to just know that they're there for future generations, they need to be listened to a lot more than trappers. What they want, millions of us, don't care what 2,500 trappers want. They're not a big, I asked them, how much money do you make on trapping? And they collectively laughed and said, we don't make anything. So that means they don't pay any taxes then. And I couldn't find anybody that can tell me how much they take in from trapping fees and how much it costs to administer the program, let alone what is the value of the animals they catch. If they caught my dog, it would be priceless. I can't even imagine what I'd do if somebody killed one of my animals. So I've got plenty of animals here and people would like to come trap them, but I don't let them. I don't even know how I'd put it on a price on a mountain lion or a bobcat. I couldn't do it. So we need to have a figure on all this wildlife that's trapped that belongs to every person in the United States if it's on federal land. What's the value of that? What do we all get out of 2,500 trappers catching animals that are not needed? Most thinking people don't even wear fur anymore. And there's sure plenty of good replacements, synthetic fur that looks more like the real thing if they want to have fur. So it's really something that's not needed. Now, I know we're talking about trapping reform, and that's the first step. And maybe that satisfies a lot of people if it's done properly, but they have got to have a lot quicker check times. I'm sure you've all got dogs. How long would you want them to be in a trap, suffering and dying? I wouldn't want mine in there for 5 minutes, let alone 2 or 3 days. And I really can't even get in there, make myself understand how that would be acceptable to anyone. And I don't think you find very many people in the civilized world that think that is a good way to treat an animal. I just can't even fathom it. I mean, we have so many laws in favor of the trappers, and it's like we're all supposed to tiptoe around the land we all own because they've got a trap somewhere. I mean, if my grandkids were walking down a trail and if they saw an injured animal, the first thing they would do, and I would expect them to do, is help that animal. If that animal's in a trap, they aren't even allowed to help it, which is probably one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. So anyway, I know you guys have had a long day, but one more thing you might think about, maybe this is up to the governor. I think these commissions need to have some people on there who are wildlife writers, biologists, non-consumptive users, people who want to draw, who want to photograph, people like my wife and I that set aside 2,000 acres for just wildlife. There's got to be some places left where they come first. So anyway, does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, do we have any more comments on this subject?
No, we don't, Mr. President.
Okay, fellow commissioners, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Crank?
Frank, you're muted.
You're muted,
Now you don't have to read my lips. I am prepared to make several motions based on the public comment and the recommendations of the department.
Have at it.
So I'm going to break this into pieces because then I think it's easier. It's easier for me at least, but I'm going to move that the department approach the legislature for statutory authority for the commission on a case-by-case basis to impose setbacks around high-use public areas. And what I'm thinking is trailheads, picnic areas, boat ramps, heavily used trails. I think my understanding is we currently have authority to do that only for fur bearers. And if we were to impose a setback, for instance, on a heavily used trail, and someone is idiotic enough to trap along that trail and we try to enforce it, the excuse is I was trying to trap coyotes, over which we have no regulatory authority. So I think we should ask the legislature for statutory authority for the commission on a case-by-case basis as petitioned by folks to impose setbacks as the commission deems fit in certain areas of the state. And that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'd second that, Pete.
Oh, Ralph, you second it?
Yes.
Who second? Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. It's been moved by Commissioner Crank and seconded by Commissioner Brokaw. Any discussion?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Schmidt?
In light of what we've got going here, I mean, these Zoom meetings aren't, in my opinion, an appropriate way to debate such a potentially contentious issue. I don't think we heard from any trappers today. I think in light of the situation we have at hand, the COVID situation where everybody's afraid to get out, we're being restricted more and more every day. I think we should table this discussion until we can have a face-to-face meeting and get both sides into a room where we can have a well thought out discussion. That's my thoughts.
Commissioner Crank?
Mr. President and Commissioner Smith, with all due respect, we've had a healthy discussion. You know, we received a large number of written comments. Jason and Rick and their people busted their behinds to solicit public comment. I see nothing to be gained by continuing this on. I think, there's a motion and a second. I would call for the question.
Question's been called. Sheridan?
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Brokaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwick,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Nay.
and is Commissioner Rayo in attendance right now?
I do not believe so. He had to step out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crank?
President, my second motion would be that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department approach the legislature to consider statutory authority for the commission to adopt regulations requiring mandatory trapper education.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved by
Second.
Commissioner, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion? No discussion? Sheridan, please.
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Brokaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Crank.
President, I would ask that my motion would be that the commission direct the department to draft regulations which would prohibit trapping any place where the Wyoming Game and Fish Department releases pheasants. We can do that by regulations, and I'd ask the commission to direct them to draft those regulations and bring them back in front of the commission for review.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved by Commissioner Crank, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion? Commissioner Ladwig.
Does that for year round or only during the hunting season? For those pheasants that are released?
Commissioner Crank.
President and Richard, my idea is just during the hunting season. So during the time frame when we're releasing pheasants, it seems to me it's kind of an attractive nuisance. People bring their dogs there. And if someone is trapping on those same lands, we're gonna kill some dogs or injure some dogs, and that seems silly. We gotta fix that problem. Just so time limited during pheasant season.
Thank you.
Do you have a comment, Commissioner Brokaw?
I do, Mr. President. Thank you. For clarification with these motions that Pat is making, starting these processes, aren't we looking at 2 to 3 months before any of these actions will get back to the commission? And during that time, can't we further investigate, find out more specifics to the issues in the motion? And we get to revisit this again, because I really heard what Mike said. And won't these processes just be out 2 or 3 months before we have to act on them, or we will be able to meet in person again?
Commissioner Crank.
President and Commissioner Brokaw, I mean, the first one is to direct the department to pursue legislative change. So if the legislature meets in early January, the department will make a recommendation that they pass some statute that gives the commission on a case-by-case basis the ability to do set-asides for all trapping, not just fur bearing, but any kind of trapping. So that process will go forward. You know, on the second motion, it's the same thing. We're asking for legislation for mandatory trapper education. That'll go forward. On the third motion I made, we're asking for regulations to be drafted and bring back to us. So you will see that a second time. And even if the legislature passes a statute giving the commission authority to do setbacks, it will come back to you for the passage of regulations ultimately, you know, sometime after the law becomes effective, if it even occurs. The legislature may say no.
Thank you.
Does that clarify things? Commissioner Ladwig.
The only thing that we have to be concerned about, I think, there is the fact that there is some discussion going on that the legislative session in January might only just be a short session, and the full body won't be meeting until maybe later in the spring. So we are going to stretch this process out if the legislature decides to do that. Is that correct?
Well, we'll definitely stretch it.
Sure, they can't.
A lot of the things,
you know, I think the Travel, Recreation and Wildlife Committee is meeting still in the interim. So that'd likely be the committee that the department would approach about passing some type of legislation like this. But it could be very, very delayed. I mean, if the legislature doesn't meet till April or May, they won't consider it and even consider the passage of legislation till then.
Okay, I just want to have that clear.
Any more questions? Sheridan, please.
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Brokaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Nay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Crank.
Mr. President, I would further move the commission to direct the department to look at banning certain large power snares. And I the one that's been mentioned by Jason is the Ram power snare. And I believe that is the one that Rick King and Jason demonstrated for us at the conservation camp at the retreat. I mean, that I've been calling it a man killer ever since then. And I just see no purpose to have that kind of trap out anywhere on private land or public land. So I would move that the department investigate the potential banning of those very large power snares. And I quite frankly think that's a difficult job, but I'm asking them to draft regulations and come back to the commission so that you can consider what they drafted.
Your second? All right. First of all, Commissioner Byrd, let's see if there's a second first. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Creighton, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. Commissioner Byrd?
Good. I'm a little bit concerned about totally prohibiting them myself. Could we do something like limited use? Maybe only federal trappers, something along those lines? I mean, what if wolves get out of hand, or maybe our government guys will need those power snares later? Could we, instead of prohibiting them totally, maybe limited use?
I agree. Commissioner Schmidt?
I agree with Galen. I think I don't think we want to hamstring any of our government trappers, our animal damage management board folks. With Colorado's decision to put wolves into Colorado, those may end up in the southern Wyoming at some time. I think it's if we end up doing this, it's going to hamstring those folks to try to control and mitigate conflict. I also have a real problem with banning them on private land. I don't think that's in our wheelhouse. I don't think we have any business telling the landowner what he can and can't use on his land.
Any other comments?
Mr. President, this is Director Nesvik. So, based on what the commission decides here, we can certainly draft a regulation that's flexible enough for the commission to weigh in further. We could do something where they were only authorized as permitted by the department for specific persons or specific purposes or specific areas. That would certainly be an option.
Commissioner Crank?
President, I would amend my motion consistent with Galen and Mike's comments. Other than I disagree with private land, I think we do that today. We control what type of traps and snares can be used both on private and public land. But so I would amend my motion that the department draft regulations considering an outright ban or limited usage as directed and necessary by government agencies. I mean, they're going to bring it back and you guys can tweak it and mess with it and make it exactly what you want if you even want to pass the regulation. But I would amend my motion to be consistent with what Galen and Mike said.
Who was the second? Commissioner Ladwig?
I'll agree to that.
Any more discussion to the amended motion? Commissioner Schmidt?
One more question, Pete. So with the amended motion, then that would still eliminate the private trapper from using these snares? Or could there be a application process for a private trapper to use of those if he goes through some type of a formal application and demonstration process?
I think this motion basically directs the department to come up with language, and it could include that as well. Isn't that correct?
Okay.
That's the way I'm taking this. And, we'll make it broad, so there's room for the commission to continue to refine this. Just remember that what you pass here today isn't going to be a final regulation. It's just direction to the department.
I'm comfortable.
Commissioner
Mr.
Crank,
President, I agree. I think that's accurate.
any more discussion? Sheridan?
Commissioner Crank,
Aye.
Commissioner Brokaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Ladwick,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Crank?
Back now to the recommendations that the department made via Jason. And so this is under his PowerPoint of topics, potential actions to pursue. And I don't know that this needs a motion and a vote, but I think going down that list, it's a good idea for the department to continue to participate and have pet release workshops. I think it's a good idea to try to establish a trapping web page. I think it's a good idea that at least on our lands, particularly WHMAs, that if trapping is allowed on there, that we put up signage telling people that, there may be traps depending on the time of the year and what's going on. I think signage is a good idea. I think redesigning the trapping brochure at the discretion of the department is a good idea. And the only one I wonder about is an internal fur bearer working group, but if the department believes that's appropriate and that would help educate all the public about trapping and the dangers and everything about trapping, that if that internal fur bearer working group the department believes it's good, they ought to do it. So I don't know that we need a motion on those, but I think those are all valid ideas that came out of this pretty robust public process.
Well said. Any other comments? Jason or Rick or Brian, do you need more directives from us based on some of those other recommendations you have, as Commissioner Crank suggested?
No.
Because you will come back with us when you actually want to do something about it, correct?
Yes, and as we do with a lot of these things, we've heard some specific concerns with individual commissioners. And as we're in the process of drafting regulations, we will be talking with you to put together what we take out and present to the public for their feedback.
Thank you. Any more comments or any more discussion or any more actions? I know we have one person left that wanted to speak that came in after the fact. Deputy Kennedy, if that person still wishes to speak, we'll let him speak. Or her.
Okay, Mr. President, Jim Pierce.
All right, I'm gonna try and allow Jim to speak. He's on the phone, so I don't know if that's gonna be different. Jim, can you hear us, and are you able to speak or unmute?
Jim, if you can hear us, you can provide comments to the commission.
Let's unmute himself. I'm not sure what
We will also have a call to the public tomorrow. If that gives you time to work out the process, or you could submit a comment form to us and we'll get it to the commission. Mr. Pierce.
You might need to push *6 on your phone, Mr. Pierce.
Okay.
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. This technology eats me up. I'm Jim Pierce. I'm the Southeast Director of the Wyoming State Trappers Association. I'm also one of the 2 liaisons. Tom Krause was going to do a presentation today, but he was admitted to the hospital with COVID this morning. And I apologize for my incompetence as far as this technology, but President Doobie, commissioners, Director Nesbitt, I've got what Tom submitted here. If you want me to read through it and kind of give you our spin on what Jason and the committee put forward.
That'd be fine.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pierce.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank this opportunity to views of the Wyoming State Trappers Association on the trapping report and suggestions brought forward by the department. While our overall view is that of a significant number of polled stakeholders that no regulation changes are warranted, we do find many suggestions and recommendations in the report we can accept and are reasonable and helpful. We agree with mandatory trapper education is a good thing as long as young potential trappers have the opportunity to take either the AFWA online course or proposed trapper mentor program because of the rule use. Public education, we agree. A department information page on the state website is appropriate. We also agree simple, concise signage language for posting on commission-owned lands as trailheads, parking lots, boat ramps, etc. are appropriate. As far as the pet release workshops, we put those on. We agree to work with the department in that area. And as far as redesigning the trapping brochure, we agree a larger, friendlier trapping brochure is appropriate. This gives a greater opportunity to advise the best management practices program for trapping, as well as stressing ethical recommendations and avoiding conflicts. Commission-owned land, you guys, I just caught the tail end of that. You guys kind of hit on that one. As far as the setbacks go, we agree traps should not be placed in or on campgrounds, picnic areas, boat ramps, trailheads, or parking areas, and suggesting trappers avoid these places. A potential conflict in the trapping brochure is acceptable and appropriate. In regard to the reporting non-targets, it's kind of a touchy subject with myself, but we do not object to voluntary reporting of non-target catches from trappers who wish to do so. However, mandatory reporting of a wide spectrum of non-target species is not helpful, and the information is certain to be used to continue to support ongoing attacks against our fur bearer and predator programs, with the result of less and less support of our wildlife management methods. We do not think this type of information can be kept from those who persistently condemn trapping. We also are concerned there may be an effort to catalog types of traps and snares in the field because each investigation by game wardens and others destroys the effectiveness of the trap sets. It would be better, excuse me. Okay, here, my phone just went bitful on me here. Hold on a second. God, I hate technology. Okay, it'd be better to tell the trappers about the types of equipment they use. As far as trap snares, or snare checks and trap checks and types of restriction, we agree suggesting checking snares more frequently to reduce potential fur damage. That's been covered by people that don't know anything about it. And again, we concerned against the constant investigation of illegal traps and snare sets by department personnel will be very frustrating to trappers with a much reduced efficiency and probably animosity. It should be enough to investigate and document any incident. I always have hell with that word. Finally, we agree that Chapter 4 committee recommends reevaluating and suggestions to determine effectiveness of the program in 3 to 5 years is appropriate. And that's pretty much what Tom was going to present. I apologize again for not being able to figure out the technology to get in to express that. A lot of the things from the people that did chime in, there's a lot of misinformation there, of course. And I know you guys have heard it 100 times, so I won't have to cover it again. But just to touch on the non-target thing, for instance, I've said this before in front of the commission. When I lived in Fremont County, I was actually contracted to remove problem dogs from either livestock or wildlife harassment. And those numbers could only be used to quote Representative Clem in a nefarious manner with these groups that are opposed to traffic. And I'm not going to disparage Lisa Robertson, but she has disparaged trappers on a number of occasions, and that's one reason that the Wyoming State Trappers Association is not real adamant about working with Wyoming on trap, because you know as well as I do, their ultimate goal is to get trapping banned in any way or shape, form that they can. So anyway, that's my spin on it, guys. I really apologize for my incompetence, but you got it, I guess. You know, Tom submitted a document to the commission the latter part of last week, and I think he covers everything pretty well in there as well. So you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Any questions for Mr. Pierce? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Jason and Rick for all your hard work. This has been a very, very tough ordeal, and it's not over yet, and I appreciate your continued efforts. Item 14 and 15, we will defer till tomorrow morning. So right now, we'll have a quick call to the public if anybody wants to speak on any topic, or we can also, if they don't do it now, they can do it tomorrow. So do we have anybody, John?
We do. Joel Honk.
All right, one moment, Joel.
Joel not on.
He was on, and I just promoted him. Oh, there he is.
Joel.
All right, Joel, you can unmute and turn on your video if you would like.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. President Doobie, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, I want to thank you for your time and attention this evening. I wish to address the commission once again with regards to the current antelope draw process, more specifically what's happening up here in Northeast Wyoming. This has weighed on my mind all hunting season. You're aware that I was down in the Rollins meeting. And all this fall, I've thought often of the young kids that attend the Hunt Expo in Casper each year, those that go through hunter education, and more specifically bow hunter education for me. I've sat through most of this meeting today and have heard our youth mentioned on numerous times. I want to share that in 2020, this is the first year that archery hunting for antelope in areas 1 through 5 and 17 was allowed starting August 15th. And youth were finally given the opportunity to antelope hunt prior to school starting. Now, I feel this is significant in fostering an interest in hunting and the outdoors for our young people, and hope all of you do as well. The statewide August 15th antelope archery season is a great change for all of Wyoming. So when I think of getting our youth out for the first time, I think of archery hunting in August before school starts. I think of the best opportunity to have a successful hunt in which species provides that. I also think of antelope. Whether it be archery hunting, rifle hunting, I think antelope provide the best opportunity when compared to deer or elk for an overall successful hunt. And once again, I think you would agree. I'm pretty sure we all know how Chapter 44, Section 5 reads, as well as Chapter 2, so I won't bore you with those details. But basically, I guess I feel that being allowed 2 full-price antelope tags should not be viewed any differently than allowing, say, a Type 3 deer tag and a general deer tag, or any elk tag and a cow-calf elk tag. Now, with regards to Northeast Wyoming here, when you consider that the current results for areas 1 through 29, there's a 50% non-resident success rate in drawing. More specifically, it was 65% in area 22, 68% in area 8, and 70% in area 10. And those are non-resident draw success rates for those units. If this happened anywhere in any other part of our state, I think our residents would be in an uproar. Resident quota tags up here are arbitrarily being issued without regard to resident opportunity to draw either a second tag or just a leftover tag. In Rollins, there was a comment about residents just not being interested in these tags. And I beg to differ when in the initial draw, 50% of those tags are being applied for. I doubt that comment was really representative of all Wyoming residents. This fall, as I spoke with others, there was mention in the past that they just went and bought a leftover tag, but they can't do it anymore. A lot of the residents up here are just not aware of what's happened over the course of the last few years. If a resident is unsuccessful in the initial draw for, let's say, a deer, an elk, and an antelope tag, this leftover drawing would be their last chance for a limited quota opportunity to hunt here in Wyoming. And that, at this point, is now being taken away, and I feel this is wrong. When the leftover drawing was initiated back in 2017, it was done so to quote unquote increase fairness to everyone. Well, this drawing is now non-existent, and as I have been told, I think it was in either discussion or down in Rollins, that's too expensive to conduct. And I feel if that's the case, then it should be eliminated altogether. I would like to suggest that we limit the non-resident draw at 20% in the initial drawing and then go back to the first come, first serve process. I know there was a concern or point made that the computer systems were not robust enough to withstand this process. And if that is still the case, how about we restrict non-resident access to the first come, first serve for just a few days and let residents give them an opportunity to pick up these tags. So with that being said, I guess I would like to ask the commission for a motion and a vote to revise Chapter 44 to limit the non-resident quota to 20% in the initial draw. With that, if anybody has any questions, if not, I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joel. Any questions for Joel? Any more questions for Joel? Okay, thank you, Joel. I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Else, John? Excuse me, Commissioner Smith. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, okay. I support Joel's position with this, and I'd like to make a motion to move forward with his request to limit the draw and the initial draw to 80-20 resident versus non-resident.
It's been motioned. Is there a second? Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Schmidt and seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. Any more discussion?
We just this morning authorized a task force to study at least public access and licensing issues. So I think the motion would be premature. Let's let that process play out. And, you know, I think we're all aware that there have been bills in the last couple legislative sessions to move all licenses, I believe, to 90% to residents, 10% to non-residents. I think that is, and you know what Joel is saying, those are the types of comments that I think are driving the legislature to consider those, and we got to study it. I mean, I have no idea as we sit here today what the cost of that would be if we just threw that change in, you know, in late November and we had to revamp and do the draw that way. So I oppose the motion. I would urge my fellow commissioners to vote against it.
I don't vote on it, but I speak against the motion. I mean, if you wanted to direct the department and to look into the situation, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But actually making the motion to go to do the 80-20 differently at this time, I think is way premature and doesn't allow the department to significantly investigate the issue and bring it back to us, much like we do every other issue. Any more discussion? Commissioner Schmidt? Commissioner Schmidt, oh, you're still muted. Megan?
Yeah, we just lost connection down here. Connecting.
Got it.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mike. Mike, you're
Okay,
up.
can you hear me okay, Pete?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you. You'll be able to
Yes,
hear me.
I thought it was disgusting. I can hear you, but my connection keeps bouncing around here, so I'll try to hurry. In Rollins, I believe the conversation was that doing what Joel's talking about in these antelope hunt areas was a choice by the department to do that. I believe we should just follow what is out there, and that's the 80-20 resident, non-resident split, and provide that opportunity for resident hunters as far down the line as we can. I believe that's what we should do. I believe our job is to provide opportunity for those resident hunters and non-resident hunters. Nobody's going to be hurt by this. It may create a little bit of work within the department, but our job is to serve our constituents. And I believe we should just follow what we say is out there, an 80-20 split. And I would urge my fellow commissioners to do the right thing for our hunters. These are the folks that pay our bills.
Commissioner Crank?
I have no idea what this is going to cost the department, how we have to change our programming. I mean, I remember being almost stupefied by Jennifer's presentation, how the draw works now, you know, and to just throw this on them, I think is wrong. And we're putting the cart before the horse. We're just about to embark on a year-long study of licensing. Why would we not wait and let Joel and others who have this thought process that somehow we should change this, make their presentation to that group of people and have them reach some conclusions, and maybe the legislature changes the law, maybe the commission votes to go to an 80-20 split, but I just think it's premature. I would hope the commissioners would vote against this.
Any more discussion?
I would be
Commissioner
curious to know. I would be curious to know where we would be if we just didn't talk about the task force this morning. Would the commissioners feel the same way? Would we just continue on as is, or would we look at this and change it before the idea of the task force came out?
Mike, I personally, I don't have a problem with the department looking into that option. I just think it's a little too final, your motion at this time. But I have no problem with directing the department to look into those possibilities and into changing our system if need be, or if you even want to be. But your motion is just too final for me, in my personal opinion. But anyway, I don't have a vote on the matter. So, Commissioner Byrd?
We've been over this quite a few times, that all these hunters, they have the chance at those tags in the first draw. So they can still pick them up and get a bunch, and they're wanting them as second or third choice. But to me, it's a little premature as well to go changing everything at this point. But those hunters, even right now, if we don't change anything, they have the opportunity to put in for those tags and get them.
Commissioner Crank?
I'll answer your question. My thought is exactly what Galen just expressed, that the task force doesn't change anything. If we didn't discuss the task force today, I'd vote against your motion. Because, the idea that, if they want one of these licenses, they can put in and draw it. And I think someone in our last meeting, characterized these as unwanted licenses, and they're unwanted. Maybe that wasn't the right term, but they're unwanted because access is such a severe problem. I don't want to put in for one of these licenses because I don't want to have to go pay someone in Campbell County $1,000 to kill an antelope as a trespass fee. And so that's the problem. It's access. It's not the availability of the licenses in our draw. And so I think changing our license allocation is changing something for something that to me is not a problem.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Well, I disagree, Pat, respectfully. A lot of times hunters, when they apply these licenses, they may not be in the position to list one of these as a second or third choice. Circumstances down the road, if they don't draw anywhere else, if they only use one choice in a preferred hunt area, they unsuspectingly get some time off, or they get with a buddy and they start talking about antelope hunting. It eliminates the opportunity for them to get together over a cup of coffee and say, hey, we didn't draw an antelope tag, but man, up there in Northeast Wyoming, they got a whole bunch of leftover tags or a second draw we can throw in. Let's throw in and make a trip up there and see what we can do. As far as the access issue, I don't think that's up to us. We've got a lot of areas, a lot of moose areas that we list as tough access because of private lands. I think we provide the opportunity to them. They know what the access issues are. That should be their decision whether they want to try to find access or not. I think we continue to work on access issues and try to relieve those as much as we can. But to use that as a reason not to do this, I just don't think that's our position or our place right now.
That may or may not be true, but to deny the fact that access is a problem in Northeast Wyoming is not realistic. They currently have 3 choices before the non-resident gets.
I'm not denying that fact, Pete.
And it is a reason why
I'm not denying that fact.
Taken by resident hunters is because they know this. They don't have a place to go. It's very difficult. If this was over the mountain, those licenses would be gone the first choice. They would take all 80% the first go round. It definitely is a problem, and it's a problem that we as a department, I think we need to work on in trying to create more access in some of these areas so the residents do have a better place to go hunting. So anyways, who else is it?
But access isn't an issue for non-residents, evidently.
And you're correct. In some cases, it's not. Commissioner Crank.
President, I'd call for the question.
Hey, Sheridan?
Hey, so real quick, Mr. President, we had a bunch of internet issues in the middle of the first part of the discussion. So we know, I've caught, and I understand what the motion is. I know that Mike made it. I don't know who seconded it, and Sherry needs that.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Okay, thank you.
you want to restate, you want Mike to restate his motion?
That'll probably be the best to clarify.
Please, Mike, would you restate your motion?
Okay. I would like to make a motion to support Mr. Hank's proposal in Northeast Wyoming to provide an 80%, 20% resident to non-resident draw on the initial drawing for those Northeast Wyoming hunt areas that he's been speaking about.
So, Mr. President, if I may, I would ask Mike to consider changing his motion slightly to say, provide the department direction to pursue a regulation, because we're not within the Administrative Procedures Act requirements right now to pass a brand new regulation. We have to go through the process and public comment and all the normal process. So is that what you're asking, Mike, is to give us direction to move forward with the regulation?
That is correct, Brian.
Okay.
Does everybody understand the motion? Sheridan?
Commissioner Crane,
Nay.
Commissioner Brokaw,
I'm going to go nay.
Commissioner Byrd,
Nay.
Commissioner Ladwig,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Thank you. Are there any more comments for?
Call to the public? Yes, Mr. President. Is that what you were asking?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep. Lisa Robertson?
Do we have, John?
Pardon me?
How many do we have?
Two more after Lisa.
Lisa, go ahead. Please make it quick.
I don't have a comment. I don't have one. No.
All right.
I'm not
Sorry
sure.
about
Not sure how that happened. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Said you wanted to make a comment about the Wildlife Task Force.
Oh, no, thanks, John. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Stephanie Valia?
Stephanie, you can unmute and or turn your video on. Like,
Can you hear me?
Barely,
Can you hear me better now?
a little bit.
How about now?
That's better.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Valea, and I am a 13-year-old living in Washington. Fur trappers and predator killing programs have already pushed American wolverines to the edge of extinction. And now, as their snowy habitat disappears in our warming world, so do the wolverines. As few as 300 American wolverines remain in the lower 48 states, and despite the serious threats to their survival, wolverines have once again been denied Endangered Species Act protection. The American wolverine could disappear from every state save Alaska if we don't act fast. It's only a matter of time. And wolverines aren't the only ones in danger. Right now, there are an estimated 311 gray wolves in Wyoming. But with the most recent decision to remove gray wolves from the endangered species list, this number will only decrease. This vulnerable wolf species could be eradicated from this country by the end of the year. And what makes wolf killings even more horrific is that wolves are familial animals. They usually live in packs of up to 30 individuals, many of which likely have families and young to take care of. Members of a wolf pack are one big family, and for animals such as wolves, hunting can devastate entire communities. Mother wolves especially form strong and inseparable bonds with their cubs, and when they are killed, their orphan cubs are left all alone with no one that close to love or care for them. Yet we continue to kill their mothers and their relatives just for mats or fur rugs and bragging rights and profit. And it doesn't stop there. There are many other animal species that are struggling to survive through the same thing in their families. Many of them are also endangered, and wildlife numbers are decreasing. Yet hunters still claim that their work helps conservation efforts, when in reality, it does the opposite. It exacerbates the population decline of many imperiled species, such as the ones I just mentioned. And all this for a trophy. Pope Francis once said, "It is not enough to think of different species merely as potential resources to be exploited, while overlooking the fact that they have value in themselves." Each year sees the disappearance of thousands of plant and animal species, which we will never know, which our children we will never see because they've been lost forever. I urge you to stand with me in condemning the killing of all wildlife and placing protections on them again. And that is why I am here today. I am here today because it is time for us to change. I've had enough. I've had enough of these wildlife killing contests and lack of protection. You aren't here to please trophy hunters or the fur industry. You are here to serve this state's wildlife. Please honor that responsibility, because you cannot kill off species while claiming that you are conserving them. Now I will ask you to pick your side. Do you want to please trophy hunters and trappers, or do you want to keep your promise to these species and protect this state's wildlife? Your choice. Make it now.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Commissioner Crank?
President, I just got to tell Stephanie, that was amazing. I mean, you're a bright young lady, and I appreciate your passion and your speech. You did an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie.
Stephanie Boren.
I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for letting me have a chance to speak. I wanted to just go back to the trapping discussion just for a few minutes. I know that everyone's aware. I've been sending the emails and been in communication. Trapping and hunting and fishing are rights guaranteed to the citizens of Wyoming by our Constitution, and over-regulating the trapping is going to make it extremely difficult to continue that right for the people of Wyoming. I'm concerned about even the thought of a 24-hour check for animals. I'm a little bit disturbed by I know my video's not on and you can't see me saying experts, but the experts that we've had speaking, my family's been trapping for a long time, and the 72-hour check is designed for a whole bunch of reasons. But one of the main concerns about the 24-hour check is that your scent isn't even gone enough that the animals will come back to the trap in that amount of time. So they're not getting caught on hour 1 and then sitting in a trap for 71 hours. That's not how it works. So the people who are saying that that's abuse and that that's not okay and that that's not how we should treat animals, that's not even what's happening. You have to have 72 hours so that your scent clears out and they come back through. They're not stupid. They don't just follow you right up to the trap and step into it. Additionally, I'm really concerned that the activists that have called in, there was only one game and fish commissioner representing our state who asked questions about their dogs mauling our wildlife. It's disappointing to hear that so many people just are going to quickly either side with the activists or not even present the other side of the story. The fact that people's dogs are mauling deer in different places should be a concern too. If the shoe's on one foot, it's also got to be on the other. And last, we have a major problem with the amount of wildlife game species that we have. Specifically, I'm speaking about in Hot Springs County and the surrounding areas. The predator populations have decimated our deer and our antelope and even our smaller game animals. And if we don't have trappers managing the predators, we will have no other animals left to hunt. Additionally, and my last point would be, I know that the Game and Fish owes money to local ranchers around here based on the amount of stock that the ranchers have lost. If you have trappers willing to help control the predator populations, how is it and on what planet is it okay to have the taxpayer money that funds the department reimburse the landowners who there are already people willing to pay you to be able to trap and manage those predators? This is not okay, and over-regulating is a slippery slope for people's constitutional rights.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions for Stephanie? Any comments? Okay, thank you. Is that it, John?
That's it, Mr. President.
Mike, did you have one more thing to say? You're muted.
You're on mute, Mike.
You're on mute. Oh, Mike, you're muted.
All right, I got it.
There you go. Try
I lose connection and automatically. Sorry, Pete. I just wanted to make a comment to Stephanie, and I thank her for her comments. You know, our charge as a commission by statute is to regulate, protect, and manage our state's wildlife. That's all wildlife. So, and trapping is an important part of that. And I just hope through this process, we don't lose light of that charge. That's what our job is here in this commission. So
I agree. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you guys all for your, hold on, Commissioner Crank.
I would move that we adjourn this meeting for the day.
I'll second.
I would second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, guys.